Actually, I didn't turn on my lamp. There we go. I turned on my lamp. We're good. We're ready. Everything is fine. So I didn't get my coffee after all. Instead, I just took my my focusing pill. And hopefully that's going to get me through, which I think it will. I think it will. But Hurricane Hunters, right? Hurricane Hunters. They are back live and out into the storm. So I told you the planes are coming back. This time it's the Air Force. Only the Air Force is going in. And I'll tell you what, the Air Force found something that was very, very interesting. First off, before I get into that data, I want to mention that there are multiple tornado warnings that are active as of right now. We have 3 tornado warnings across the board here in Central Florida. And I can correlate that with also what we're seeing on radar with the Eye of Adalia. The Eye of Adalia has started to get a lot more organized. We've been able to find that it's been trying to really become circular. And over the past few hours, it actually has almost succeeded in doing so. It's still kind of wobbling. It's still kind of in an oval fashion. But it is really, really trying to get that oval shape. And the other thing that I want to make a note of is that this part of the eye wall right here, this northwestern side, has now become one of the more intense portions of the storm. So that's something that's really interesting there. We're going to talk about the tornado warnings here in a second, but I did say that I was going to talk about the reconnaissance data that is currently ongoing right now. It is still in progress. The Air Force is making a few more passes into this thing, but I'll tell you what, some of the data that they've seen, especially at the surface, is around 115 knots. 115 knots, which once again, I'll translate 115 knots for you. That is 132 mile per hour activity towards the surface. And because of that, some of the data could have been suspect, contaminated and whatnot. But because of some of the data that they have found, this is now a 125 mile per hour high-end Category 3 hurricane. It only takes 5. It only takes 5 miles per hour for it to turn into a Category 4, which is exactly what we anticipated that it would try to do. And we'll be able to find out what exactly that's going to be here in a half an hour. Of course, they do hourly updates now here, so that is something to kind of, you know, make a note of. Every hour, we're going to be able to see if this thing intensifies more, weakens more, everything. So, going to be really, really interesting to see that. It looks like the reconnaissance plane has made it through the eye now, as I see on my side screen. Yes, it did. But I also want to take a look as this is starting to move on through. That also means that we also have the cameras set up. Cedar Key has a 51 mile per hour wind gust that just formed over there. And yeah, look at this. This is some of the storm surge that's starting to surge in right now. And the water is a lot higher than what we originally saw it. The water is a lot higher than what we originally saw it. So this is definitely starting to march on in. A lot of it, wow. It is already going. I also want to see if I can pull up. Let's close that. I want to pull up. This is in miscellaneous weather. Power outages. Power outage map. 48,000 people are already without power. 17,000 or 17,500 is from Pinellas County, which is St. Petersburg and Clearwater, Florida. And 5,000 is from Hillsborough, which is Tampa. 8,000 is from Sarasota County, and 3,000 is from Manatee. Expect this number to go up. All right, we're talking about 48,000 people without power right now. Don't be surprised if we get into the triple, or actually it's the 6 digits. The 6-figure estimates in regards to how many people could be without power. So right now it is 48,000. It could very well be up to 100,000, probably even up to 200,000 people without power. And we're expecting this map right here to start to change and become yellow, probably orange, and maybe even some very dark red. So, really interesting. Took my focusing pill. Yeah, it's for my ADHD. So I'm not at liberty to say what my medicine is right here. But let's just say when I'm not invested in something, right? I tend to lose interest pretty quickly. So to counter that, now I should be taking this pill every single day, but I don't. My medicine. Believe it or not, I actually have a doctor's appointment for that today. The doctor's appointment that I have to go to in the afternoon, which is the reason why I can't stream all day. But we'll be able to stream well past Landfall. All right, let's talk about the tornado warnings now, shall we? And we've got a couple. We have this tornado warning over here. And of course, we're going to get new updates for tornado warnings as they come along. But Citrus, Sumter, and Hernando counties, you have a tornado warning until 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 4:23, a severe thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado and was also located near Hernando County Airport, or near Brooksville, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So if you guys live near Brooksville, near the Pineola areas, the Nobleton, the Bushnell, and the Floral City areas, you guys have a tornado warning for your area. If we take a look at the radar, this is what they warned it for right here. You have the reds moving away, the greens moving towards. Right in the middle, the counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is where the tornadic rotation would be. The rotation, however, is not really as strong as it once was, and it's kind of weakened a little bit. So it looks like the threat for a tornado with this storm is not as high as it once was, but that doesn't mean that people can, you know, still negate it. I still recommend you guys get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Am I in Florida? No, I am not in Florida. I'm pretty decently far away from it. This might be a new area to watch here for a potential tornado warning near the Lando Lakes and the Wesley Chapel areas, as well as areas along I-75. That might be something to watch out for the potential of a tornado warning near southern Pasco County. So something to watch out. We also have another tornado warning over here. This is in portions of Hardee and Polk counties here in Florida. That'll be in effect until 4:45. So that's another 10 minutes from now before it's expected to expire. And it looked so much worse a lot earlier on. Now it is kind of fizzed off. It's not really as strong as it once was. So that's kind of the good news. That's not really doing a whole lot right now. But these outer bands are what's going to do us in right here. This is what's going to get us, you know, this is what's going to get us a couple extra tornado warnings, and it's going to continuously set that off.
Tornado warning for southeastern Seminole County in east central Florida, east central Orange County in east central Florida.
So that is a new tornado warning here. So Seminole and Orange counties in Florida. Ooh. That probably could be a tornado in progress. Yeah, that very well could be a tornado in progress. If you're near Buffalo, Christmas, areas north of Wedgefield, and Chuluota, or Chuluota, probably Chuluota, as well as areas near Geneva. If you guys are in those areas in Florida, you need to get in your safe space right now. This is east of Orlando. This is well east of Orlando, and this is west of I-95. Potential tornado over here near Betholo here in Florida. If you guys are in those areas, you need to get in your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building. Lowest innermost part of your building now. if you guys would like to help us spread this information with as many people as possible, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below, so that way we can continue to spread our outreach. But yeah, this thing does have some good rotation. We can take a look at the normalized rotation, which quantifies how strong the rotation actually is. And it's up in the green. Blue is kind of just weak rotation, but once you start to get into the green, that's when it's around moderate rotation. Moderate rotation within the area. So, potential tornado over here, at least according to the normalized rotation near Bitholo. Not a really whole, not a whole lot really anywhere else, which is good news though. Yeah, the Hurricane Hunters just made their pass. Let's actually take a look. Let's take a look real quickly. So we talked about the tornado warnings. I'll show you guys here once again, and I'll keep you guys up to date as that continues to move about. But I want to see what type of data they found. So once again, we're paying attention to this line right here, the SFMR peak surface winds. And this is what they find at the surface here. So 76, 77, 81, 88, 100, 107, 122, 124, 124. So 125 mile per hour winds on that northeastern side. And earlier they took a drop saw, they put it at the center, and they found a pressure of 943. They also put a drop saw here in this eye wall, I believe. Yeah, and they found 106 mile per hour winds. But then once they were leaving, all right, once they were leaving the eye, they found 131 mile per hour winds on that western side, 133.5. So they found category 4 winds on that western side. And it looks to me, wow, that surface data is not available. It must have broke the drop saw, or the drop saw stopped registering. But it looks to me like they found some pretty significant data on that that western side. So I'm waiting for a new drop saw here. Actually, I want to go over to one of the drop saws here that they had on Tropical Tidbits. Here's drop saw number 12, I think it was. Yeah, drop saw number 12, which was from the pass before this one. The pass before this one, that was in the eye wall. I want the eye. There we go. You can see that it is trying to clear out its eye. You see this kind of V pattern here on the SKU-T chart? So the green is the dew point, the red is the temperature, and the closer they are together, similar to in, real life, the closer the temperature and the dew point are together, the more humidity you have. And humidity, once you get to a certain point, can actually create condensation or clouds, stuff like that. So if you want to clear out an eye, right, because some hurricanes have eyes in which you can see almost all the way down towards the water, you're going to want to have these profiles start to split at a certain point. And it does, not majorly, but it is trying to split, and it is trying to develop an eye. Or it is still trying to develop a well-defined eye. We do have a new burst of convection on that western side, though, which is going to make things very interesting. If it can kind of wrap itself all the way around, especially before landfall, we're probably going to be talking about something that's really significant. I do not need this place file right now. That can go away. I will need it for this. I will need it for this radar. Still a tornado warning here for Orange and Seminole counties here in Florida. The rotation, though it is not as strong as it once was, it still definitely is there. I do not see a debris signature with this at this time, which is the good news. But there is still rotation. It'll be heading off towards areas near State Highway 46, south and east of Geneva. And towards the areas near Chuluota and areas east of Chuluota. So if you guys know anyone that lives over there, I recommend you let them know what is going on. This tornado warning for Hernando, Sumter, and Citrus County is probably going to expire here very soon. So I wouldn't worry too much about that one, honestly. Rotation still in southern Pasco. Will they issue a tornado warning? It's possible. It's very possible. If they do, it's going to be for Blanton, Dade City, and Spring Lake, as well as areas along I-75. It is possible that they can do it, though. I want to pull over to the side here. Once again, I appreciate everyone helping me out here right now. Once again, we want to continue to spread the information with as many people as possible. Try to spread awareness. If you hit that thumbs up button down below, you actually help us do that. So that would be greatly appreciated. But yeah, there is rotation on the storm. You can clearly see the normalized rotation is picking something up. Something is being picked up on that side. I don't like this camera anymore at Cedar Key. I'm going to go to like Horseshoe Beach. Maybe not Horseshoe Beach, actually. Keaton Beach. Keaton Beach should be good. Can we take a look at the satellite imagery? Yeah, we can. So here's the funny thing about the satellite imagery. You guys see this burst of convection here with these whites and these pinks that are starting to pop up on the western side of the eye? This is new, strong convection that this storm is really trying to develop. And it also has made that turn already. It is starting to shift east, which means that some of these areas over here near Cedar Key is going to get hit really hard. This is also some good news for Tallahassee. This is also some very good news for Tallahassee. Tallahassee is going to probably see some weaker winds. It's still going to be pretty strong. Don't get me wrong. But Tallahassee is probably going to see weaker winds because of it. But it is expected to make landfall a bit further east than anticipated. And that means that areas near Swanee and Horseshoe Beach and Steinhatchee, they're gonna get it. It's gonna be they're gonna get it hard. They're gonna get hit pretty hard by all sorts of storm surge. That's 20Z. Okay, so that was yesterday. I'm trying to see when they could potentially launch another aircraft into the system. Because at the rate that this is going right now, this thing might actually make landfall right around 8 or just a little bit before 8. Something like that. All right, let's go back to the radar in Tallahassee. Oh, look at that here, chat. So this is the before. All right, I'll pull it before. You can see that the eye wall really tried to get its act together on the northeastern and northern side to wrap all the way around to just barely the southern side, actually. This is just kind of like overlap right here. And what it is right now is it is really trying to wrap all the way around. It is really trying. If it can close that eastern side, this thing probably could intensify another, I'd say another 10 miles per hour, honestly. In Cedar Key right now, according to a weather station, all right, and this is pretty crazy to hear. In Cedar Key, this weather station is saying that we have 80 knot winds, which is 92 miles per hour as wind gusts right now. Which is pretty crazy because this system is already pretty large. This is in Denkel Beach. We have 87 mile per hour winds. They're not sustained. They're wind gusts, of course. But those gusts are going to keep going up. And that station right there, by the way, that is over in southern Taylor County. It might actually be really interesting to see what they find. Because I think they're actually going to be hit by that thing. But yes, if you're just tuning in here right now, we are approximately 3 hours away, give or take, from landfall of major Hurricane Idalia. We currently have the hurricane hunters out there right now flying through this thing. And they've done some very good work trying to figure out exactly what is going on here. I'll be able to interpret some of the data that they find. They haven't released any new drop sons from this thing quite yet, but it does look like, and this is in my honest opinion, it does look like in the next advisory that's coming out here in 12 minutes, this thing could very well be a Category 4 hurricane. Right now, it is a Category 3 hurricane. It's a max Category 3 at 125 mile per hour winds with a minimum pressure of 941 millibars. It is also racing off to the north-northeast at 17 miles per hour. So that's also another thing to kind of consider. But this thing, from the looks of it, has made its turn now a bit further towards the north and east. And it looks like it may not hit Tallahassee as hard as it was originally forecasted. But that also means that areas near Cedar Key and areas near Steinhatchee are going to get hit a lot harder. So, but yeah, right now it is wobbling. So with these wobbles, it may look that's a little bit further west. It might move back further east because of that wobble. It's going to continue to try and see if it can jog left and then jog right. We'll have to see. But these little short-term forecasts here with the radar aren't really going to help in regards to where exactly it's moving. We will see. But it looks like it's trying to truck up north. And it might hit portions of Taylor County as a landfall. That's what I'm thinking. Taylor County somewhere is probably going to be the landfall point. I appreciate all you guys and your support. Really does mean a lot. I'm going to do that. That should be a lot easier. But I really do appreciate your guys' support. If you guys would like to help me spread, awareness, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. As well as to spread this with as many people as possible, right? As soon as you guys see this stream, copy the link to the live stream, put it on as many social media sites, because we want to make sure that people get good information. by the time this thing makes landfall. You know what I mean? I want to also put a link in the chat. This is going to be Florida Hurricane Shelter Map. I'm going to do this again, similar to what we did last night. We are going to take this message and we are going to pin it right there. So that way, if people want to evacuate now, all right, there's not a whole lot of time to do so, but if you want to do it, you can get to one of those shelters and ride the storm out. And that's honestly what I recommend people do. April, or Tornado Grammy with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, Nate, you are the best. Your dedication to all of us is appreciated. I'm still half asleep. I wish I could give more, but you have helped me. I'll never forget what you did to help my puppy. I appreciate that, April. Thank you so much. And don't worry about puppy. We all take care of each other, right? So thank you so much. I really do appreciate your guys' support. And I appreciate all the mods, too. Everyone coming out this early. It does help out a lot. All right, did they get new data in? Not quite yet. We're trying to see if they do have that new data. Storm that was over in Pasco County has died. That's kind of the general consistency with a lot of these tropical systems. They'll look to be tornadic. They'll be tornadic for a little bit, and then they die out. So that's also the unpredictability of this whole nature, is because they form quickly, they do what they do quickly, and then they die quickly. And it's going to be kind of one of those things to where we're going to have to constantly try to pay attention here. And hopefully we're able to try and figure out what exactly happens with a lot of these storms on the outer band of Adalia. Seven more minutes until the next advisory here. I'm very interested to see what that will be. Whether or not they upgrade this to a Category 4 hurricane upon landfall. I am very, very interested. According to the National Hurricane Center, this is still expected to be a hurricane all the way up until it gets to Savannah, Georgia. So, Savannah, Georgia could still see some hurricane force winds possible within that area, which is honestly really crazy. This thing sustains over water for quite a bit. It looks like this thing might be trying to shed its old, a part of its old eye wall. I wonder what that does for its intensity. If this, once again, the whole thing here with Adalia is the eye wall has never been fully able to surround the eye. And because of that, it hasn't been able to really take advantage of itself and intensify a lot more than, you know, the worst case scenario, which is kind of good. But, I mean, it's obviously came this far. It's obviously been pretty strong. It's strengthened a lot more than forecasted. It was originally supposed to be forecasted to make landfall as a Category 3 hurricane. And, of course, it's now forecasted to be a Category 4 hurricane upon landfall. So, that's kind of the real interesting thing about all this. Yeah, it looks like that new band of convection is actually shrinking the eye a little bit. It'll need to wrap that around in order for it to fix its issues. I want to see if there's any new evacuation orders that have been issued. I kind of highly doubt it at this point, gonna be honest. It looks like there has been a new one. Or at least a couple of them. Yeah, Hernando is now mandatory. Hernando is now a mandatory evacuation. This one over here, I can't remember. Yes, mandatory evacuation for low-lying areas. This is for Suwannee County. So that's a mandatory evacuation. I can't remember if that was a supposed to be mandatory or not, but breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. The new advisory has just came out, and it hasn't updated yet, but I have what is updated here on my my Gibson Ridge Earth, which is one of my programs, that it is now a Category 4 hurricane. It is now a Category 4 hurricane. We will update it here all the way up until we can finally see it, but the breaking news now is Adalia is now a 130 mile per hour Category 4. It also has a minimum pressure of 940 millibars. The eye is about 10 nautical miles wide, and it is moving 16 knots, which is about 18, 19-ish miles per hour. But it is now a Category 4 hurricane. That is the latest from the National Hurricane Center. The 5 o'clock advisory, and there it is. It has rapidly intensified into a Category 4 hurricane. You can see it right there on your screen. Category 4. Idalia. I'm half tempted to create a bottom bar and update that bottom bar every single time a new update comes out. How's Franklin doing? Should pass west of Bermuda by now? Yes, it is passing Bermuda as we speak. It's not really doing too much with it either. It's still a little bit far away from Bermuda. Here's kind of the winds. You can see Bermuda's in a tropical storm warning, but this thing has fortunately kind of went off towards the west of it. So that's some really good news. But Adalia is now, once again, a Category 4 hurricane, which is exactly what we anticipated. Yeah, you know what I'm going to do here, chat? I am going to do exactly that. I am actually going to pull up PowerPoint. I'm going to pull up PowerPoint. I'm going to create another little update. I am going to duplicate this slide. And pardon me. Nina with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. We're going to go with the 5 o'clock a.m. Eastern Daylight Time NHC advisory. (130 mile per hour) winds. (940 millibar pressure). There we go. Something like this. File, save, JPEG. All slides. Boom. And we are going to want to add the 15th slide as well. And boom. So yeah, there we go. That should be updated now. The new advisory. And you guys should be able to see all sorts of information that comes down here. I usually have that every single stream, whether that's for hurricanes or whether that's for tropical storms or whether that's for severe weather or winter weather. Expect any sort of information to be down here. All right, whether that's the scroll, you know, the thing that's scrolling right now, or the little colored info panels that start to come out. So, yeah, you'll be able to see everything you need to know on there. Are there any evacuation orders for Largo, Florida? That's a good question. I'm going to take a look here for you so that we can see. I'm going to pull up the radar here. And I'm actually, I'm going to constantly loop the radar. You're going to see this often here throughout the rest of the stream. Largo, Florida. Largo, maybe not specifically. In Zone A, however, so if you're along the coastline, like near Indian Shores and Clearwater Beach, I believe there has been evacuation orders for Zone A. Zone B and C, I believe, are not mandatory. Look at this camera here right now. Wow. This camera is near, this is Keaton Beach, Florida. And look at this really start to go out of its way. It's going ham right now. Joe with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. And Cliff with the 27 months, thank you so much. Thank you so much, both of you, for the support to the channel. It really does mean a lot. Is McClenny going to be okay? Let me take a look here real quickly. By the way, if you would like to help us spread awareness to more and more people, we're trying to make sure that everyone gets the best information that we can supply, whether it's life-saving or not. We want to make sure that we want to try and interpret all the information that is available to us for you all. And especially before this makes landfall, we're going to get some really good data that, you know, aren't even featured anywhere else. We're going to get some exclusive Hurricane Hunter data that's going to be pretty interesting to watch, pretty interesting to look at. McClenny might get some activity. It is possible that they do so. I want to take a look at the models here to see. So let's move over to the side, and we'll be able to see some of the wind gusts here. And it looks like McClenny is probably going to start to see their wind gusts increase here sometime around 7 a.m. to around tropical storm force winds. It probably can get higher than that by around 9, maybe 10. You can get up to 50 to 55 mile per hour wind gusts. And that'll continue well after this thing makes landfall. Might even be a little bit higher than that. A little bit after noon. Probably talking around the 1 to 2 o'clock hours. So some pretty substantial wind gusts here. But the one thing that I want to make a note of is that because this looks to be making landfall a little bit further to the east, Tallahassee is actually not anticipated to get as strong of winds as they were originally forecasted. It's still going to be very strong. Don't get me wrong. We're probably talking about hurricane force wind gusts at maximum. You know, but it's low-end hurricane force wind gusts. It's not as intense as the 85 mile per hour wind gusts that we saw last night. So because this thing is shifting off a little bit further to the east, we're anticipating just a little bit weaker wind gusts. Still very strong though. Still very strong wind gusts, especially as it makes landfall here on the coast. But landfall, once again, sometime around 8 to 9 o'clock here in the morning. Jacksonville, Florida is kind of the same thing with McClenny. Their wind gusts can get upwards of 55 miles per hour sometime around noon. And maybe some rain as well, with the threat of tornadoes starting from probably at around 8 and ending sometime around the early evening hours. But if you're just tuning in here right now, we just had the advisory here from the National Hurricane Center. This is officially a Category 4 hurricane. It has strengthened a lot more than forecasted, and it is now a Category 4 hurricane right before landfall. We are expecting landfall to be at about 3 to 4 hours from now, so we are obviously a little bit early, but there's a lot of data for us to try and translate well before this actually does make landfall. We have hurricane hunters that are currently in the area right now. They are currently trying to get the best data that they possibly can to try and make sure that they know exactly what is happening inside Idalia, as well as what's happening around Adalia. But we do have officially a Category 4 hurricane on our hands. I want to see if we can move this camera up towards the Deckle Beach area. Yeah, there's Deckle Beach. And I'm going to constantly go back over to some of these cameras. I'm going to constantly do it. Because realistically speaking, these cameras are going to tell us exactly what this storm is doing. So this is over near Deckle Beach, Florida. This is the closest camera that we have. Or is it? Hold up. I wonder if it is the closest camera we have. Yes, it is the closest camera that we have to where landfall is going to be. So this camera is going to be used quite often. Right here. This Deckle camera. Deckle Beach camera. So take a note of it right now here, chat. Notice, you know, the current areas here. Notice the road, right? Oh, wow, I can't draw over Radar Omega. That sucks. Let me actually see if that's a an Epic Pen issue. I'm actually very interested. We'll pull up Epic Pen once again. Is that an Epic Pen issue? That is an Epic Pen issue. There you go. I told you guys. So notice the road right here. Notice the road. Notice the building that is in the background here. The 3-story stilt building right here. Notice the inlet, right? There's water right here in the inlet. Notice the greenery right here on the inlet. Notice all of this, especially as we get closer and closer towards landfall. Storm surge is going to be significant, and we'll see that here with a lot of the cameras that we have on hand. So let's actually take a look at all the cameras. Let's take a look at all the cameras that we have here, and we'll show you guys the before. All right, we're actually going to designate times. All right, for every single hour, twice an hour, to we're going to actually look at the cameras, and we're going to see before and we're going to see after. All right, so every 30 minutes, we're going to look at all the cameras. It's going to start at 15 minutes after the hour, and then 45 minutes after the hour is when we're going to look at it again. All right, does that sound good to everyone? So because we're as close as we are towards 5:15 Eastern right now, we're going to start it right now. Once again, this is at Deckle Beach, Florida. Deckle Beach, Florida. And this is our camera that's looking off to the south. And once again, just look at the surroundings. Notice what it's like before the storm makes landfall, right? Because we are anticipating a lot of this to be covered by water. So there's that. There's Deckle Beach. Move all the way down to Keaton Beach. We saw this camera last night. Notice, I believe this is the sand here. And we also have the beach, the shoreline right here with the water in the background. So notice where the water is right now. Notice where the water is right now. And we can see a lot of strong gusty winds within this area. So this is over, once again, in Keaton Beach. We're going to go down to this area that is south of Keaton Beach. All right. And this camera is actually on a second story. I don't know why they put this on a second story. Probably because they might be anticipating some storm surge that might be over a story, might be getting up to that 10 feet above sea level storm surge. But notice what it looks like right now. I know it's pretty dark, but notice the door, the entrance to this building right here. And notice the wall right here. Notice some of the windows, right? Get a good depth perception. And as I said, every 30 minutes, we're going to start at 5:15. At 5:45 is going to be the next time we're going to look at all the different cameras. Because there's all sorts of data that we're going to be looking at. So it's not just cameras. We're going to be looking at radar. We're going to be looking at the Hurricane Hunter data that's going to be coming in here very soon. And there's going to be more Hurricane Hunters that are going to come in right before landfall as well. But notice that camera right there. That is on the southern side of Keaton Beach. Notice this over here near Fish Creek, Florida. All right. Here's another camera that we're going to look at. Notice the road right here. This actually looks like a dirt road. And notice the marsh. Notice the marsh. Notice the greenery right here, the shrubbery. That is a lot of... I'm getting blinded by... I think this is a part of a tree right here. I think this is actually a palm tree that is flashing into the camera. Got some pretty strong wind gusts here. But notice all these things, right? Notice all these things. And then we also have a camera that is over here in Steinhatchee. All right, so notice the shoreline right here as well. See this concrete side of the shore? And notice that over here, though it may look like a bunch of darkness, that's actually water in there too. So the big thing here that we're going to try and look at is all this area over here in the concrete. Does it go over the concrete? And honestly, it will. We have another camera here at Horseshoe Beach. So this one's going to be interesting. We used this one a lot last night. So notice the pavilion here. All right, we have the pavilion right here. We have the rock shore. And notice the water that is right here as well. Notice the water. And we're anticipating once again the surge to get over the rocks here. But look at this now, and then when we come back to it in a half an hour, we're going to compare and contrast. And then I believe we have one final camera here on this app in Cedar Key. And if you guys remember this Cedar Key camera last night, the surge was all the way up here. That's as far as it went. And it's now coming up to the camera, if not past it. Which is pretty crazy to see how storm surge is already starting to play a role here in Cedar Key. And Cedar Key, as I mentioned, is forecasted to be underwater. Underwater by the time this thing makes landfall. So it is also possible that some of these areas where we have cameras could be engulfed by a lot of this storm surge. So that's also something really interesting to make a note of. I want to make sure that you guys kind of have a general idea as to the cameras that we have here so that we can kind of compare and contrast. I also want to take a look at another camera here at Steinhatchee. Camera is not available now, apparently. And it doesn't look like they're putting up a new camera, so that kind of sucks. So it looks like the only cameras that we have right now are the stuff from Radar Omega. So that's interesting. All right, I think I'm going to have that camera there from Horseshoe Beach up. I think that is probably going to be the camera that we're going to have up for right now. And if you're just tuning in here right now, as of the 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time advisory, Hurricane Idalia has rapidly intensified from a Category 3 to a Category 4 hurricane. And this is a lot quicker than was forecasted yesterday morning. It was forecasted to be a Category 3 hurricane upon landfall. And because we noted on the stream that we had last night that this thing is intensifying a lot quicker than usual, this thing, to no one's surprise, at least for those that have been watching my content, has rapidly intensified to stronger than what the forecast has said. Now, one thing that I got to get out of the way here real quickly. We'll pull up the satellite imagery while I'm talking about this. Notice how close to the coastline it is right now. It is getting very, very close to the coastline, which means that landfall is probably going to be within the next 3 to 4 hours. Maybe actually a little bit less than 4 hours here. And because of that, it is a low-end Category 4 hurricane, but it will not be anything more than a mid-range Category 4. I can see this strengthening to about 140 miles per hour, but higher than that, I mean, 145 might be a little bit of a long shot. Because now it's getting really close to land, and once it hits land, those winds are going to start to drop pretty quickly. So, this thing is a Category 4 hurricane. It will not become a Category 5. That is the good news there for all the people who might be curious if this thing could get to that stage. It just simply does not have enough time. This thing has also been racing. It's been moving very, very quickly. It's moving off north-northeast at 18 miles per hour. Usually tropical systems, their sweet spot to take advantage of as much stuff as possible is around 10 miles per hour. So it is moving off pretty quickly. And fortunately, because of that, some of the rainfall totals are expected to not be super significant for a tropical system. We're probably talking about 6 to 10 inches of rain, especially in some of the areas here in this orange. So if you live in any of these areas, flash flooding is possible and or likely within some of this area. But because it is moving off relatively quickly, some of these numbers here, this rain is not expected to be super significant. However, storm surge is still expected to be significant. We saw this last night at the 11 p.m. advisory towards the end of our last live stream that we did, that this was anticipated to have storm surge greater than 12 feet upon landfall, which is above a whole story. If you're at a second, if you're on a house that is on stilts and it gets to a second level, a second story, the water is going to come up to that story and maybe even surpass it. We're talking about areas here, 16 feet of storm surge at maximum, might even be higher. So we were talking last night, and we were talking in the video that I uploaded yesterday, which, by the way, I hope you guys know that you guys are absolutely amazing, because we've been able to not only increase our outreach by continuing to grow our community through a lot of people who subscribe, but We've also gotten that video that we uploaded yesterday. All right, we've gotten 300. Actually, hold up. We have gotten 361,000 views off of it. That is tremendous. That is tremendous. A lot of people have watched that video, and hopefully when we talked about the evacuation orders that are in place, and of course we continue to talk about the evacuation orders even right now, which, by the way, if you're in an evacuation order, I mean, you have little to no time to get into a shelter. The pinned message that we have at the top of our messages has a map to all the available shelters, or it's actually not all. There's actually some that aren't on this map. So, of course, you can actually look at some of the hurricane shelters that are available as well. But it has a map of all the shelters that you can go to ride this storm out. But hopefully, to all the people that we got this information out to, hopefully they were able to take this seriously, especially if you're along the coastline. Because if you're along the coastline and you're dealing with storm surge and upwards of 12 feet at minimum, that's at minimum. Your safety cannot be guaranteed. And that is what we want to try and get that point across. Hurricane hunters have now flew into the eye again. I wish I can get my satellite imagery up here, but it's not working, believe it or not. A lot of stuff seems to not work when I want it to, right? That just kind of seems to be how it is. But yeah, the hurricane hunters are now making its way back into the storm. Let's actually take a look and see what they've experienced at the surface, because this is some of the data that we're talking about. So remember, we're trying to look right here. This is the SFMR peak surface winds. This is what the hurricane hunters are finding near the surface. All right, so let's look at this. 58 mile per hour winds, 63 mile per hour winds. 71, 81, 90, 103, 104, 100, and then it goes back down. So that southeastern side was actually not that strong. But the one thing that we've learned is that the western side right now, Adalia has now been able to sustain significant convection on that western side, which means the western side is actually going to be a lot stronger than that southeastern side. And you can see that here on radar. Look at how most of the thunderstorm activity near the eye of Adalia is on that western side. See that? So, because of that, the hurricane hunters are going to try and punch through it. They're going to try and see if they can find that significant activity, the significant winds on that northwestern side. And when they do find whatever they're looking for, once again, we're going to be able to tell you guys what's going on. Reed appears to be trapped on Cedar Key. I love Reed. I love some storm chasers. But I'll tell you what. I think everyone knew that Cedar Key was going to be trapped. No one was going to be able to get out of Cedar Key because of how much storm surge there is. I'm sorry. It is not realistic. It is not safe for you to be in any of these areas along the coastline. But hey, what do I know? Think it's doing an eye wall replacement cycle or something. It's really kind of hard to say because it shed a portion of its eye wall and it hasn't been able to form a secondary eye wall on the outside. So I don't think it's doing an eye wall replacement cycle. I think it's having the same issues that it's always had, which is it's having issues wrapping its convection all the way around the eye. It's also wobbling a lot. You can see it wobbled to the left, and then it came back out to the right, right? So that's the type of thing that hurricanes do. They don't just move in a straight line. They go and swerve in all sorts of places. But the general idea as to where landfall is going to be is somewhere here in Taylor County. That is where I am anticipating landfall to be. So if you're over in Perry, Florida, if you're in Perry, Florida right now and you're watching this live, you guys might actually be in the eye of the hurricane at some point. You guys might actually be in the eye of a hurricane at some point. Can Tampa go to bed after this line passes through? I mean, realistically speaking, Tampa can go to bed now if they really wanted to. Tampa can go to bed now if they really wanted to, because there's going to be multiple lines that are going to move on through. And the lines may not stop until 9 in the morning. And of course, that's another while before it actually gets to that point. So you guys can go to bed right now if you guys want to, but make sure that you have emergency alert notifications on, just on the off chance that a tornado warning gets issued for your area. Hopefully everyone's having a good morning. I know it's pretty early. I know it's usually not the normal time I start live streaming, but I want to make sure that I document all this. Oh, the power went out on the camera right above us. The power temporarily went out. I want to go full screen to that, actually. This is over in Swanee, I believe. This is... no, I'm sorry, it's not. That's the Horseshoe Beach camera. The Horseshoe Beach camera. Right here. This is the Horseshoe Beach camera, and it just temporarily lost power. And for reference, right above me is Horseshoe Beach. This is the radar. And one of the outer bands is starting to surge inland, and you can see some of the strong wind gusts that are moving on through into this thing as well. And we have an abundance of cameras. At 5:45, we're going to be looking at all the cameras that we have to try and compare and contrast. We did it at 5:15. We're going to be doing it every 30 minutes. And the reason why we're doing it at like 5:15 and 5:45 is because if we did it at the beginning of the top of the hour, that would conflict with some of the data that comes out. So the National Hurricane Center updates every hour now because the storm is going to be making landfall here. So they're going to want to make sure that they're as transparent as possible before it makes landfall. And if we were to do it when the new data comes out, that'll be a lot. That'll be a lot. So we want to kind of split it all up into certain sections. And the hurricane hunters, of course, I mean, they're doing it right now. They're getting all the data right now. So, we can be talking about as much stuff as possible here, right? While new data comes out now. But at the top of the hour, right? 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. That's going to be when the new data from the National Hurricane Center comes out. The hurricane hunters have made a eastern pass. They have actually went east from the eye. They went into the eye. It looks like the eye actually, pressure-wise, has went up a few millibars. So it looks like it could have potentially weakened just temporarily. But then they exited the eastern side of the eye. Once again, we're looking right here for the maximum sustained winds that they found from the plane. 107, 112, 113. And that's as strong of winds as they found. However, at flight level, this is where stuff starts to get really interesting. They found 135 or 136 mile per hour winds at flight level. And usually when a storm is intensifying, those winds can start to force its way down towards the ground. So it is not that unrealistic for us to be able to see 135, 136 mile per hour sustained winds on the northern or the northwestern side, because this is on the eastern side where they found this. This is the eastern side where they passed through and they found winds at flight level here. So for reference right now, the hurricane hunters went from the southeast and then they went east. They turned to the east to try and see what's happening over here. But if they were to continue to move off towards the northwest, they probably would have seen some significant winds here at the surface. They probably would have seen 130 to maybe even 135 mile per hour winds. And I want to emphasize that we're doing this live stream to try and spread awareness. That's usually what we try to do every single live stream. And to help spread awareness, to try and be proactive, there is a hurricane shelter map that I have pinned in chat. That's the message. If you click the message at the top part of chat, it'll give you a link. It'll give you all the storm shelters that are registered on that map. There are more than just that, and you could probably search on the internet as to where there could be some other storm shelters. But it'll give you a link to this map right here. And these are all storm shelters, whether they're pet friendly or not. They'll give you that information if you click on the icons for you to be able to see where you can go to ride the storm out. Because I'm telling you right now, if you're in a mobile home, if you're in a manufactured home, or any sort of areas that are along the coastline, I promise you, it is not safe for you to be in those areas. So I recommend that you head to one of these shelters to ride this storm out. That's what I recommend. Well, the hurricane strength winds applied to the Macon-Warner-Robins area and around what time? Also the chance of the tornadoes in your area? That is a good question. I actually haven't seen the new update from the Storm Prediction Center. I didn't go out of my way to see it. It is still a 5% chance for tornadoes, so it is not a 10% chance, which is the good news. I don't think it's going to be that high of a threat. But as for the Warner-Robins area, we're thinking that you guys could probably see some strong wind gusts. Maybe not super strong, though. Maybe not super strong. We're probably talking about tropical storm force winds and upwards of 40 miles per hour as a wind gust. But the good news here for Warner-Robins and even areas that are on the western side of the system, if you were a part of our live stream last night, this was forecasted to be a bit further to the west. It is now moved off to the east a little bit more, which means that areas like Tallahassee, like Albany, and like Macon, Warner-Robins, and stuff like that, your impacts are not going to be as significant. However, that also means that areas along the coastline of coastal Georgia, as well as coastal South Carolina, could potentially see some stronger wind gusts, maybe even hurricane force wind gusts in some of these areas. Valdosta, as of right now, is anticipated. I'll zoom down here. I'll scroll down. Valdosta is anticipated to be hit by the center of this system. So it may not be entirely unrealistic for you guys to actually be in the eye of the hurricane as it makes landfall. So that's something to consider. It has jogged off to the east just by a little bit. But remember that as this thing moves over land, flash flooding is definitely going to be an issue. Wind gusts are going to be an issue as well. So we want to make sure that you guys are at non-flood prone areas. All right, we want to make sure that you are at higher ground. Power just went out once again. That's the Horseshoe Beach area in Florida. Horseshoe Beach area of Florida. That's the camera that we have up above. In 10 minutes, we're going to compare and contrast the cameras that we had. So once again, every 30 minutes, we look at the cameras and we show you guys what is happening on the ground to kind of give you guys an idea as to what's happening over time and how the storm surge can be so impactful. But it looks like the areas that are in the southeastern Georgia area is going to get a lot stronger impacts than was originally forecasted because it is jogged off to the east a little bit more. Is Sarasota still in the tornado watch? I think so. Yes, they are. They are still in the tornado watch. There's going to be a new tornado watch that's going to be issued at the top of the hour. So that's something to consider as well. And of course, there's going to be more tornado warnings, we assume, as this continues to get closer and closer. There's a new drop sonde. This is... When did they do this? At 8:20. This is 16 minutes ago. No, it wasn't 16 minutes ago. What? This was really... Was this an hour ago that just came in? And this was a drop sonde that was on the northeastern eye wall. Yeah, this was... Wow. They are really late on some of their drop sondes. But they found winds at flight level. Significant winds at flight level of 136 miles per hour. There it is again. Power out once again at... Oh, wow. Power must have been out now. That's Horseshoe Beach. Power just went out. At 5:37 in the morning, power went out at Horseshoe Beach. So power is out. But yeah, that drop sonde found 136 mile per hour winds at flight level, which is about 1.5 miles above the water, which is pretty crazy. If you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us spread this information to more and more people on YouTube. That's how we continue to spread awareness, which is what I want to try and do every single stream. So if you guys would like to help us spread awareness and also just provide information for people who could either be impacted or people who are watching outside of this, even if you are not being directly impacted by this. This live stream is also for you. So that way you guys may be able to track this live with us, and we may be able to kind of give you guys live updates on what is happening. So if you guys would like to help us spread the information of what we find here on the live stream, and there's a bunch of information for us to tell you guys about, hit that thumbs up button down below, and even share this live stream with folks on social media and through text message. So, something really interesting just popped up on radar. Something really interesting just popped up, and I saw it on satellite, and I wanted to try and see if it could show up on radar, and it did. So, this was about 20 minutes ago. This is the look of the radar, and you can see, once again, or actually, I'm going to go back all the way here, so about 40 minutes ago. This was the northwestern eye wall right here. See how it was pretty confined, and it was going to try and wrap all the way around, but then it looked like a part of it split apart, right? So you can see now we start to get these little appendages that are shooting off from the center, from the eye, and it spread apart, but it also looked like the eye tried to expand and encircle entirely. And when it did that, the eye wall started to become less and less uniform, and it became, I should say, not as significant. So it temporarily weakened just a little bit. But it looks like there is a new batch of convection that's going to start to form right about here, and it's going to try and wrap around again and make a run for it to potentially try to become significant. And there it is. You can see there's that new batch of convection, new batch of significant activity in that northern eye wall that is going to try to wrap around again here. And we're going to see if this thing can fully encircle the eye. It looks like it's going to try. It looks like it's going to try. But if this thing can fully encircle the eye prior to landfall, we probably could see more intensification. But if you're just tuning in here right now, first off, as of the 5 p.m. advisory, Hurricane Idalia is now a Category 4 hurricane. 130 mile per hour winds with a minimum pressure of 940 millibars. All right. There is going to be a new advisory, a new update here in 19 minutes. So we're going to be able to get you that information here once we get to the top of the hour. But Hurricane Idalia is now a Category 4 hurricane. It is also anticipated to jog a little bit further to the east. It is expected to make landfall a little bit further east than anticipated. It was originally expected to make landfall over here in the Franklin County areas, as well as the areas near the Wakulla County areas. So that would be like south of Tallahassee, or maybe even the Jefferson County areas. It is now anticipated to make landfall somewhere here in the central to southern, I was going to say southeastern, but then I said southern for whatever reason. Southern to southeastern Taylor County areas, which would be areas south of Perry. That's a new tornado warning. Listen in.
Tornado warning for northeastern Charlton County in southeastern Georgia.
That is a new tornado warning. We're going to have to get another radar here because I have 3 radars that are up and none of them cover that tornado warning. So let's get that up, shall we? Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. And let's do that. Perfect. We should be able to get something like that. So new tornado warning once again. There's also been a report of a Chevron gas lamppost knocked over by strong winds in Perry, Florida. So damage report in Perry already. And the storm's not even close to the coastline quite yet. Once again, landfall is anticipated to be sometime around 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. So we are still pretty early. But we want to make sure that we document this storm as it continues to approach the coastline. Here in a couple of minutes, we do this every 30 minutes, but we have all of our cameras that we want to show you. And we want to continue to compare and contrast all the way up until this makes landfall to kind of show you guys how impactful storm surge can actually be. And that's important because if there's any other hurricanes that occur in the future and you just so happen to come back and watch me break it down live again, or if I upload some more videos and stuff like that, you'll be able to know what I mean when I say that storm surge is significant. So, want to make sure that you guys see that as this continues to get closer and closer to landfall. But here is the tornado warning here in Georgia. This is for Charlton County, and this will be in effect until 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The rotation is right here. You can see the reds are the winds moving away from the radar. The greens are the winds moving towards. So right in the middle, right about there, is where the tornadic rotation would be, just to the north of Folkston, north of Homeland, or it's actually north and east of Homeland, and it is expected to cross over the U.S. Highway 301 areas here very shortly. So if you're north of Homeland, you guys need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure, all right? Underground, or if you don't have that, which a lot of these areas over here in the southeast don't have underground structures, but either that or a lowest innermost part of a sturdy building, all right? If you're in a mobile home, it won't do it. But you don't really have enough time to do it, you're going to need to just get into the lowest innermost part of that building as well. Lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. And that's the general plan that I want you guys to have if you're under a tornado warning as well. Get into the lowest innermost part of a building, preferably a sturdy building, because you want to put as many walls between yourself and the exterior part of your building as possible. If you can do that, then the tornado is going to have to go through a lot of things in order to get to you. So that's the whole thought process. Don't be near windows. Don't try to see this thing. Don't try to watch this thing as it moves on through. First off, it's still it's still nighttime. It's still pretty dark outside. And even if it was bright outside, it's going to be surrounded with all sorts of rain. It's going to be rain wrapped, as we like to call it. So it's just one of those things to where you're not going to want to deal with it at all. So once again, that is a tornado warning for northeastern Charlton County. That's going to be in effect until the top of the hour. If you live north of Homeland and north of Folkestone, you need to get into your safe spaces now. All right, we talked about that tornado warning. We're going to pull up our radar here just so that we can have that on the top part of our screen. And we're going to do our compare and contrasts once again. We're going to look at all the cameras that we have available to you all. And every 30 minutes, we're going to want to show you guys what exactly is happening. I also want to mention here that in 14 minutes, the 6 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center will come out. We're going to see if the winds and pressure has changed at all. I'm anticipating that it has not. But if you're just tuning in here right now, the last advisory, the 5 a.m. advisory, has made Adalia officially into a Category 4 hurricane with 130 mile per hour winds. So let's compare and contrast. Let's start the furthest away from where we're expecting landfall. This is at Cedar Key, and we used this camera a lot in our live stream last night. You can see the waves are now starting to go past the camera. For reference, last night at around 11 o'clock, the waves went up to right about here at this line. So storm surge is already starting to play a role here at Cedar Key. There's also been reports of wind gusts and upwards of 92 miles per hour in that area. So pretty significant to say the least for that storm there as well. We'll move up to Horseshoe Beach. We've used this camera a lot between the last time that we've looked at cameras and now. And we've also noticed that power has gone out in this area, at least in some spots. And we're going to continue to look back to the power outage map. We looked at the beginning of the stream. We showed you guys the power outage map. We're going to bring that up after we look at the cameras so that you guys can see how everything has progressed. We were at 48,000 people without power earlier. We're going to see what that number is. But notice, all right, notice the ground. Notice the pavilion. Notice the shoreline right here. See the shoreline? All the rocks. All right. And then over here is water. So we're going to see if water can overtake this area. And that'll be a good compare and contrast. We also have a camera over here in Steinhatchee. All right. Now, I want you guys to pay attention to two things. First off, I want you to pay attention to this pier over here. And the second thing I want you guys to pay attention is this concrete barrier right here. This is all water. This right here that I'm drawing over is water right now. But I want you guys to pay attention to the pier. And I want you guys to pay attention to the concrete barrier right here. These are going to be the things that we're going to want to watch for to kind of get a good depth perception as to how significant storm surge can be. Now, this camera I don't particularly like because you can't get a good real depth perception. But what we will see is these cameras over here. These cameras over here are anticipated to be near or in the eye. This is over in Fish Creek, Florida. And of course, the winds are starting to get pretty significant. But I want you guys to take into perspective, all right, the road right here. The road. I know it's pretty rainy here, so, and it's pretty gusty. There's a palm tree that's blowing in our general area that's kind of blinding us, all right? But when it starts to become daylight, or we start to get some light that's coming in, that really won't be an issue and we won't be blinded as much. But notice the road, notice the marsh. There's marsh out here. And notice the greenery right here. There's kind of like a little shrub or a little tree right here. All right. Notice your surroundings here in this camera. This is in Fish Creek, Florida. I also want to look at this area here in Southern Keaton Beach. Southern Keaton Beach. Actually looks like this camera has died, which kind of sucks. So we're going to come back to that camera in a bit. This is over in Keaton Beach itself, Keaton Beach proper. So once again, notice the beach right here. Notice the buildings there on the eastern side. And notice the water over here. All right. Water could potentially be all the way up here. So that's going to be really interesting to watch out for. But this is also going to be a really interesting camera to watch for some pretty significant wind gusts. So we're going to watch this camera very closely as well. And then up here in Deckle Beach, this is another camera that we're going to be watching out for. So a lot of rain and a lot of wind. This is going to kind of prevent us from seeing, there's a building back here. There's a building right here, a 3-story building that is on stilts. And so we're going to pay attention to that. We're going to pay attention to the road that we can see right here, the bottom left-hand part of your screen. And then we can also pay attention to the water and the greenery that is right here. So the water hasn't overrun the areas here in these cameras quite yet, with the exception of Cedar Key. Cedar Key is starting to get some activity. And then, of course, areas over here in Steinhatchee, we're going to also be watching out for some significant storm surge over there. So we'll give you guys another update here with these cameras in another 30 minutes. Another 30 minutes. I want to pull up something here on the side. I appreciate everyone, by the way, coming out. I want to, every single stream, I'm sure everyone knows I want to try and spread as much awareness as I possibly can. That's the goal that I aim for every single stream. So even by you guys being here, you guys help me out a lot to try and get information out. So that's greatly appreciated. If you would like to continue to help me spread information with more and more people, hit that thumbs up button down below. All right. If you would like to help us spread this information with more and more people on YouTube, hit that thumbs up button down below. Also, please be sure to copy the link to the live stream, put it on as many social media sites as possible. So that way we can continue to be a place for people to get information off of Hurricane Idalia. We want to try and make sure that we can provide as much information as possible, whether that's from emergency management or whether that is official meteorological data that's coming, as well as to provide live views inside Hurricane Idalia. So hopefully we're going to be able to get a camera inside the eye as well, and you guys will be able to see how calm it is there. All right, so this is what we saw the power outages before. We're going to refresh the page, and it has increased. We are now up to almost 60,000 people without power, and you can start to see areas over here is starting to fill up in colors. We're starting to see yellows. We're starting to see oranges. Taylor County, there's almost 3,000 people without power. I'm going to anticipate that we're going to see that county turn red. Almost the entire county is probably going to be without power by the end of this stream. Dixie County, 1,200 people without power. Levy County, 2,300 people without power. Wakulla County, 2,700 people without power. There's also a lot of people without power over here near the Clearwater, the St. Petersburg areas, as well as Tampa. And once again, we're anticipating a lot more power outages here in the future. Expect this entire area right here to turn orange or red. That is what we should be expecting by the time we get to 8 o'clock, right around landfall. That is what we should be expecting. So something interesting there. I want to see, is this camera actually going to be live, or is it not going to be live? It's not going to be live. All right. So we're going to go back to this camera over here in Horseshoe Beach, because this is probably going to be our best area to watch for right now for storm surge impacts, which is what we want to kind of look at. All right, let's take a look at the hurricane hunters. They went back into the eye. They went back into the eye. They also put in a drop sonde at 9:13, so that's about 30 to 45 minutes ago. And that's in the eye wall right there, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. All right, here's your drop zone that they put in the southeastern eye wall. And this is what they found at the surface, so that you can see surface level, sea level, 133 mile per hour winds at the surface. 133 mile per hour winds at the surface. So this thing is definitely a Category 4 hurricane, especially on that southeastern side. We also know that they went in through the northeastern side here. Let's take a look and see what they found. So remember, we're going to want to try and see what they found right here at the surface. SFMR peak surface wind. So let's react to that live here right now and see what they found on that northeastern eye wall. So 71, 65, 66, 69, 77 mile per hour winds, 87 mile per hour winds. 96 was also 103 mile per hour winds at flight level. 102. 102. And then they made their way back into the eye. And now it looks like they're going to try and go through that southeastern side again. So they're going to try and see if those significant winds can come back up again on that southeastern side. But once again, Category 4 hurricane force winds that were found from that drop zone right there. There's a new report now from Brett Adair of a tree down on, I believe this is County Road 361. It's blocking the northbound lane, and it is 7 miles north of Keaton Beach. So there's being reports of damage now already, and this thing hasn't made landfall quite yet. Landfall is anticipated to be within the next few hours. It's forecasted to be sometime around 8 o'clock. That's when it's forecasted. In about 2 minutes, we should be getting a new advisory. Should be a new advisory that comes in from the National Hurricane Center here. It's still stuck at the 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time advisory. So we should be getting a new idea as to whether or not this thing has strengthened or has stayed the same. In my opinion, I think it stayed the same. I think it has stayed the same. It is still probably, I mean, it's obviously a Category 4 hurricane right now. That's what the 5 a.m. advisory found. It was a 125 mile per hour storm at the 4 a.m. advisory. Or at least, no, I'm sorry. At the 4 a.m. advisory, yeah, no, it was 125. 125. I think it was. There's been a lot of stuff that's happened over the past hour and a half. So, the one thing I do know is that it recently is intensified into a Category 4 hurricane by the 5 a.m. advisory. Before that, it was a Category 3. So we're going to take a look and see. We're going to refresh the page here. Nothing has come in quite yet. We're going to take a look at some of the other data that we've seen, though. And some of the other data is such as the tornado warning that is up in Georgia right now from this storm. Tornado warning once again continues. It'll expire here in a couple minutes, but that rotation and the tornado warning has actually just recently expired, believe it or not. The boxes went off the screen. But the tornado warning has expired. There is still rotation. Don't be surprised if this gets into Ware and Brantley County, right along that county line and right along US Highway 1. If they issue a new tornado warning, don't be surprised if you're in those areas like Hoboken and Waycross could get a tornado warning possible for your area. Let's take a look at the live radar data here of the storm. And you can clearly see this thing is very expansive, extending from Port St. Joe all the way over to the I-75 areas here in Florida. We also have other outer bands that are extending towards the other side of the state. I'll actually show you guys here from Jacksonville's weather radar that those outer bands are there. They are extending as far east as Orlando and Daytona Beach. And we've actually had a couple tornado warnings off of those bands as well. But we'll go back to the radar here, you can clearly see this is where the center of Idalia. Jeez, I went back in time a little bit, a couple years to Ida. Idalia. So Idalia is right here. How far is it away from the coastline, you ask? We can pull that up. We can show you guys right here on Radar Omega. And the center of Idalia, that is not what I wanted. Is 37 miles away. You can see up here. That's the number, 36 miles away. There's a lot of lightning over there on that western side too. But it is 36 miles away from the coastline. And it's moving northeast at 18 miles per hour. So if that's the case, we'll be seeing landfall sometime around 8, if not a little bit after 8. Unless if this thing continues to move off a lot more quickly. A lot quicker than anticipated. Let's take a look at the satellite imagery. I'll go back to the camera, by the way. At 6:15, we're going to take a look at our cameras again, all the cameras, to try and compare and contrast once again. But here's the satellite imagery. The eye has started to kind of dissipate a little bit, and that is because the eye wall is not exactly as uniform as it once was. It wasn't able to completely wrap around as you saw on radar. So here you go, you can see the radar once again. It looks like it is trying to wrap all the way around, but contrast to what it was last night, to where it was almost all the way around with all these yellows and oranges. It is now only halfway there. A lot of the main activity is on that northwestern side, as you guys can see. So the eye, because of that, is not really as well pronounced as you can see on satellite. It is still kind of there. It's trying to poke. That's a new tornado warning, so listen in, and then I'll talk about this some more.
Tornado warning for northwestern Highlands County in south-central Florida, northeastern Hardee County in central Florida, southeastern Polk County in central Florida.
So that's a new tornado warning for those counties. If you live in any of those counties, get into a sturdy structure and get into the lowest innermost part of your building. Particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. And if you don't have any sort of inner portion of your building that is like one of those, get away from windows. All right, get pillows, get mattresses, get helmets. If you don't have a helmet, get a pan or a pot, stick that on your head, preferably a pot. You can put a pot on top of your head. It'll act exactly like a helmet. All right, so do that. And make sure you guys stay safe from that tornado warning. We'll talk about that tornado warning here in a second. But once again, it looks like an eye is trying to poke out. It really is trying. That's a new tornado warning again. That's another tornado warning. Listen in.
Tornado warning for northwestern Highlands County in south-central Florida, eastern Hardee County in central Florida, south-central Polk County in central Florida, northeastern DeSoto County in south-central Florida.
So if you're in any of those counties, you guys also need to get into a sturdy structure. But yeah, it looks like the eye is not as well pronounced, which is the good news. It'll need a couple extra things in order for it to be able to intensify pretty significantly again. But I think this thing is probably going to stay as a Category 4, a low-end Category 4 upon landfall. All right, let's talk about the tornado warnings right now. Tornado warning has been issued. This is for Highlands, Hardee, and Polk County. So northwestern Highlands, northeastern Hardee, southeastern Polk County until 6:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you live over here near the Avon Park areas, the Burien, and the frost-proof areas, you guys need to get into your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. There is some rotation right here near the Lemon Grove areas. You can see this. Greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. It is going to be crossing over Florida State Highway 64 here very soon. It'll be getting up towards the Beera areas as well as the Avon Park and the Frostproof areas. So if you live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now. Once again, lowest innermost part of your building and stay away from windows. We also have another tornado warning here. This is for portions of Highlands, Hardee, Polk, and DeSoto counties. So northwestern Highlands, eastern Hardee, southern Polk, and northeastern DeSoto County. That will also be in effect until 6:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The rotation is also pretty evident here on radar. Green's moving towards, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This looks like a little bit more of convergence rather than your classic tornadic rotation, but they might be warning it because we could potentially be talking about some of that classic tornadic rotation. But regardless, this rotation is located northeast of Arcadia. It is about to move very close to the Gardner area. So if you're in Gardner, if you're also along areas near State Highway 66, east of Zolfo Springs, you guys also need to get into your safe space. And then once again, it heads back into that Lemon Grove and that Avon Park area. So if you're in those areas, you guys also need to get into your safe space and stay in there until those storms pass. This is because of a huge band of storms that is from Idalia. You can see band number 1, band number 2, and band number 3. And all these bands have the potential to try and spin up within short notice. So when a tornado warning does get issued for your area, you need to heed it. You need to make sure that you are in the best place possible for you to be safe. All right, let's look at the new advisory that just came in from the National Hurricane Center. The 6 a.m. advisory shows that it has actually weakened slightly. It has weakened slightly. That's the good news. That is pretty good news. We saw the eye start to go away on satellite. We noticed that the hurricane hunters, as we've shown you all with the data that they've found, we've noticed that the pressure has gone up by a couple millibars. This thing has weakened slightly right before it makes landfall, which is absolutely amazing. We don't need this thing to be worse than it already is. It's already a Category 4 hurricane. Don't need it to be any worse of a storm. So that is amazing to know. That is amazing to hear. Pressure was at 940 millibars at the 5 a.m. update. It is now 942. So that's up by 2 millibars. If the pressure is higher, then that's usually a good sign that a hurricane is weakening just by a little bit. If the pressure gets lower, all right, so we'll be looking at this once again at the 7 a.m. advisory. If the pressure gets lower, then this thing is trying to strengthen again right before it gets to the coastline, all right? But it has weakened by a couple millibars. It is still a 130 mile per hour Category 4 hurricane. So Category 4 hurricane is still likely at landfall here. We hope that it weakens to a Category 3 before it makes landfall, but it looks like it's still going to be Category 4. We also want to mention that for the folks that could be watching right now from Florida, I do have a website here. For all the current shelters, all the current hurricane shelters that are in this area. It is on the pinned message that is at the top part of chat. The pinned message at the top part of chat. If you click that, you'll find the link. You click the link, you'll be able to see, right? This entire map that we can see here, all the reds, all the greens. Some shelters are pet friendly. So if you want to bring your pets, you can. But I urge you that if you are in an evacuation order, all right, because there has been all these areas that are in red have evacuation orders of some sort within your county. So if you see your county, I urge you, if you don't have a sturdy building or if you're along the coastline, to get to one of those shelters. All right, let's take a look at what the hurricane hunters found. It looks like a lot because it is a lot, but they did try to go back into the southeastern eye wall once again. They did try to go back into the southeastern eye wall once again. Let's take a look at what they found. Remember, this right here where I've highlighted, this SFMR peak surface winds is what we are trying to look for. This is the Hurricane Hunter data of what they found at the surface. So SFC is surface, and then right above that you can see the flight level winds. Usually the flight level winds come down to the ground as wind gusts. So that's usually your general ballpark for what wind gusts could be like. All right, so let's take a look. Once again, 120 mile per hour winds at flight level here, 62 mile per hour winds at the surface, 72 mile per hour winds at the surface, 128 mile per hour winds at flight level, 81, 130, 122 at flight level, 82 mile per hour winds, 87 mile per hour winds, 87. That is 77, and winds start to go down that way. So for those of you who don't know, earlier they put a drop sonde into the southeastern side of the eye wall, and they found, if I can move this over for you guys, 133 mile per hour winds right here at the surface. So winds were category 4 hurricane force, but right now it seems that southeastern eye wall may not be there right now. It's got to wrap some convection all the way around. They did another drop sonde. And ladies and gentlemen, what we've been hearing from the National Hurricane Center and what we've been seeing on radar and what we've been seeing on satellite is coming true. This thing is weakening right before landfall. They just put a drop sonde here, and you have to remember, they put a drop sonde that is inside the eye, all right? The National Hurricane Center, if we go back over here, says that it had a minimum pressure of 942 millibars. At 5 a.m., it was 940 millibars. This thing still was a category 4. It still is a category 4 right now. But it was 942 millibars. The latest probe that they just put in the eye is 946. The pressure is going up, which means the tropical system, Hurricane Idalia, is weakening right before landfall, which is the good news. The bad news with that, though, all right, I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but usually what they did, or not what they did, usually what happens with a tropical system when it weakens is it starts to expand its wind field. It tries to undergo something called an eye wall replacement cycle. And though that temporarily weakens the storm, which is exactly what we're seeing right now as it makes landfall here within the next few hours, it also broadens the wind field. And so a lot more areas that are further out away from the eye will probably see hurricane force wind gusts. But it will not be as significant if this thing continues to weaken, which is great news. That's exactly what we want to see. So very interesting to see there. Just got a report here of 88 mile per hour wind gusts. This was over near the Keaton Beach area. And this weather station is going to be really interesting for us to watch for as this thing makes landfall. But it could be doing an eye wall replacement cycle. I don't see a secondary eye wall on the outside. So I think this thing might also just be encountering shallow waters to the point to where it might be falling apart a little bit. But right now, the good news is that it is weakening right before it makes landfall. All right, it is 6:15 a.m. So once again, every 30 minutes, we check back on our cameras. So at 6:15, 6:45, 7:15, 7:45, 8:15, and 8:45, that's when we're going to be checking up our cameras every 30 minutes. So let us take a look. We're going to start all the way furthest away. that we have. This is at Cedar Key. And Cedar Key, for reference, for those of you who don't know, all right, I have the radar above me. Cedar Key is right here. This is Cedar Key. Their surge is starting to, it's actually past the camera, so that's not all too surprising. But for reference, last night at about 11, the surge went to about right here. We can actually see where the waves stopped. So this thing has started to move on through. Don't be surprised if these waves get up to the camera here once we get close to landfall. Don't be surprised if that happens. So that's really interesting to note from Cedar Key. Horseshoe Beach. Horseshoe Beach. All right, Horseshoe Beach is actually right about here. This is where Horseshoe Beach is. And water is starting to overtake the land that we saw at Horseshoe Beach. Look at this. Storm surge is starting to get over the banks. You can see the water, just barely. But there's a pavilion right here. You see this reflection right here? See this reflection? That's the top of a pavilion. And storm surge is getting over the land that we were looking at earlier. And water is starting to march its way inland. So storm surge is starting to become an issue here at Horseshoe Beach. We're probably going to be looking at more storm surge here in a bit. But for reference, before there was a lot of land here, and now the water's starting to move over that land. Storm surge is starting to really force its way inland. Let's take a look a little bit further. This is in the Steinhatchee areas. Now, if there's a lot of wind gusts here, which there is, it's going to be a little bit difficult to see. But there is a pier right here, little building with a pier. And then there is also a concrete siding right here. This is all full of water. What we are anticipating to see is this water to go over this concrete siding. And so just remember this concrete siding right here. It hasn't happened yet, but we are anticipating the storm surge to get over this area and to overtake some of these areas as well. Moving on through over here to Fish Creek, Florida. This is the one where there's going to be a lot of wind gusts. So there's this palm tree that's getting in the way of the camera. It's actually kind of a little bit blinding. But if you guys can bear with me, there's a road right here. There's marsh behind the palm tree over here. You'll see it. There's the marsh. And there's a bush right here. There's a bush or a little mini tree. All right, so we're anticipating storm surge to potentially get up into some of these areas. But just for reference, you'll kind of see that. And this is also where we could potentially be getting into the eye right here. This camera might potentially get into the eye. I don't think, yeah, that camera that's on the southern side of Keaton Beach is not online quite yet, so that's kind of something to note. But here's a camera here on the western side of Keaton Beach. This is also another camera we're anticipating the eye to potentially make landfall right here. So hopefully we'll be able to see, right, the calm winds of the eye. But you can see right here the beach, all the sand, and then the surf is actually over here. It's actually somewhere over here. If we do see some significant storm surge, this will actually move over the beach here, and we'll be able to see that. We'll be able to see significant storm surge well after, by the way, this thing makes landfall. And we'll be able to show you guys that probably at around 9. You'll be able to see that for perspective sometime around 9 o'clock. We also have Deckle Beach here. And the winds are not as significant so that we can actually see there is a building back here finally. All right, we saw it earlier in the stream, but there's the building right here. It is a 3-story building on stilts. But we also have some greenery, we also have a road, and we also have the water right here. So by the time it gets to 9 o'clock, and I'll show you guys here on the radar kind of what I mean here as I move this camera over to Horseshoe Beach, because I want to show you guys that storm surge. That's a new tornado warning, so I'll let that interrupt me first.
Tornado warning for Northwestern Highlands County in south central Florida, Eastern Hardee County in Central Florida, South Central Polk County in Central Florida.
So that's a new tornado warning there. If you are in those areas, if you are in those counties, you need to make sure you get into a sturdy building and get into the lowest innermost portion of that building. But the reason why, I got sidetracked there a little bit, but the reason why I say that storm surge is going to be significant for those areas is because after this thing makes landfall, all right, think of it this way. This thing is spinning counterclockwise right now. If this thing moves over here, so let's say the eye is right here, the flow is going to be something like this, which means water is going to be forced inland on these sides as well after the hurricane makes landfall, which is what we want to watch out for too. Hurricanes are not known for their significant winds, although it's always interesting to talk about how strong the winds are and how strong the wind gusts are. They're usually known for their flooding. When I think of hurricanes, powerful ones at that, I think of Dorian in 2020. All right, though that didn't hit the United States, it hit not Bermuda, it hit the Bahamas as a 185 mile per hour category 5, and it decimated the area with all the storm surge that it had. I think of Harvey, Hurricane Harvey in Houston with all the flooding that it had over there. I think of Hurricane Katrina with all the significant flooding that was over in New Orleans. So hurricanes are flood makers. They're flood creators, whether it's from the rain or whether it's from the storm surge. And whenever we talk about this stuff, because I try to cover it to the best of my ability, whether it's through videos or whether it's through these live streams, I try to emphasize that if you're along the coastline and storm surge is anticipated to be significant, that your safety is not entirely guaranteed. And I hope that everyone who's got evacuation orders from emergency management heeds them. I really do. Because the threat of storm surge is not over until this storm completely leaves the southeast. Once the storm gets to the Carolinas by tonight, that is when we can anticipate storm surge to kind of go down a little bit more. But until that happens, storm surge will continue to be forecasted to be significant for these areas here in the Big Bend of Florida. And we want to make sure that these people understand that it's not safe. So we do these live streams for awareness. If you would like to help us spread awareness, hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us spread this out to more and more people on YouTube. Let's see what the hurricane hunters are doing right now. Let's see what they're doing. It seems they are on the eastern side near Cedar Key. They're trying to see what some of the winds off the coast of Cedar Key can be. Flight level winds of around 100 miles per hour. That's pretty crazy. That's a lot of data that just came in. Oh my goodness. Wow. But I have a feeling that they're going to try and make another pass into the system right before it makes landfall. But they're not in the eye right now. They're just off the coast of it. So I'll show you guys here on the radar. They're right here. Hurricane hunters are right here, somewhere in this area. Here is the center of Adalia. And it is forecasted to make landfall here. It's actually anticipated. It's not forecasted anymore. It's anticipated to make landfall somewhere over here in the southern portions of Taylor County, which means areas over here in Dixie County, Florida, as well as southern Taylor County is going to see some of the most significant storm surge from this system. So we're talking about Horseshoe Beach, we're talking about Steinhatchee, and we're talking about areas over here near Keaton Beach. All right, let's take a look at the tornado warning that has been issued. Once again, tornado warning has been issued. There will be tornado warnings that are going to be issued because of the outer bands from Adalia. This is for northwestern Highlands County eastern Hardee County and south central Polk County in central Florida. That'll be in effect until 6:45 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We can take a look here. If you're in Berea, Avon Park, Lemon Grove, and Frostproof, you need to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. This thing is rotating. This actually has a good signature here. You can see greens are the winds moving towards the radar, reds are the winds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And so this thing is being picked up on radar, and because of that, you got to issue the tornado warning just on the off chance that it does produce a tornado. So it'll be over in the Avon Park, the Berea, and the Frostproof areas here pretty soon. Let's actually get some timings out here for you all. It'll be passing over State Highway 64 here in Florida in about 5 to 10 minutes. That is a new tornado warning, so listen in here real quickly.
Tornado warning for southeastern Pierce County in southeastern Georgia, central Brantley County in southeastern Georgia.
So that's a new tornado warning in Georgia. We'll talk about that there in a second. Someone mentioned that what can you inspect in Tallahassee? It is not as significant as it was last night. That's the good news. You're still going to potentially see hurricane force wind gusts as well as some localized flooding. But some of the models were saying that wind gusts could be in upwards of about 85 to maybe 90 miles per hour. We're now expecting about 75 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts within your area. So it's still going to be pretty strong. You're still going to see a lot of rain. But because the storm is making more of an eastern track, it's not anticipated to be as significant. Also, there might be a new tornado warning here for Citrus County and Hernando County. Might actually be 2 tornado warnings that could get issued. So if you're over near Homosassa Springs, the Sugar Mill Woods area, the Inverness areas, as well as the Lecanto area, and even areas near Brooksville. There's 2 areas of rotation right here that you can see, one right here and one right here. Let me actually take the black here. So one right there and one right there. We can pull it up on the normalized rotation, and those are some more concentrated areas of rotation here according to the radar. So that's not all too surprising. So we could potentially see a tornado warning in those areas there very soon. We could. Let's take a look at the new tornado warning that is over in Georgia, and then we'll get back into Adalia here with the eye and some of the camera. This camera that's over here, this is the Horseshoe Beach area. Very phenomenal footage that we're seeing from some of that storm surge, actually. This is a new tornado warning here for Brantley and Pierce counties. This will be also in effect until, or actually this is in effect until the top of the hour, until 7 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If you're over near the Nahunta areas and the Hickox area, that is where the rotation is currently located. You can see reds are moving away, greens are moving towards, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This will be heading up towards the Black Shear area here very soon. We'll show you guys here the actual warning box. So if you're near Black Shear, Georgia, this thing will head up into your area. If I called any town that you guys live in, you guys need to get into your safe space. Lowest innermost part of a sturdy building. That is what I recommend. All right, here's the Horseshoe Beach camera. I said this is very interesting. It is very interesting. The storm surge has now gone over the land completely. And I mean, just look at this. Look at the water here, chat. Is that looks to be debris from some trees. Yeah, look at the storm surge here, chat. Look at that. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That is some pretty significant storm surge here at Horseshoe Beach. Man. Just a reminder to everyone that landfall is anticipated here shortly, within the next 2 hours. It'll probably be an hour and a half from now, sometime around 8 o'clock Eastern. But because landfall still is a good ways away, this is only the beginning of the type of storm surge that we can see, which is already pretty significant. And if you were with us in the beginning of the stream, we actually saw land. We actually saw land here. So here's a pavilion. You can see a reflection of the light off of the pavilion, right? And we actually saw land below the pavilion. And over the span of an hour, that has changed significantly, to the point to where the ocean has rose above the shoreline. Now, I'm hearing some questions in chat. About how water can rise like that. How does storm surge work? This is how storm surge works. So I'll show you guys the live radar loop of Adalia as it's about to make landfall here. But you can kind of get a gist of how it's spinning. It's spinning counterclockwise. And a lot of stuff on that southeastern side, that wind and that rain is really digging itself in and pushing the water, pushing the ocean further and further in. And that's how storm surge works. Storm surge works that way because there is significant wind that is forcing its way inland. And so there's forecasts from Wakulla County all the way down over here towards Levy County for some significant storm surge. But even though the eye is supposed to make landfall here in Taylor, a lot of people might be wondering, well, why is there expected to be significant storm surge up here if the eye is going to be making landfall right here? And the big reason why that is because once this thing makes landfall and it forms right here, remember, the flow comes in something like this, which means more water is going to be pushed inland even after it makes landfall. So that's the reason why there is still supposed to be a significant amount of storm surge in some of these areas, because even after this thing makes landfall, we're going to continue to see the storm surge total continue to rack up. So once again, this is a live look here. This is at Horseshoe Beach, Florida. And they just had a report of wind gusts over here of 81 miles per hour. Let me actually put this up here for you guys can see. Horseshoe Beach, Florida. There we go. And once again, significant storm surge right now. I mean, this is just absolutely insane footage that we're seeing here from this camera. There's already also a couple reports of trees down in Taylor County. There's also a report inside the town or the city of Perry that a Chevron gas lamp post has been knocked over by the strong winds over there. And this thing obviously hasn't even made landfall yet, so the strongest winds are not even near it. So pretty insane to see that. I also want to take a look at some of the other cameras. This is in Steinhatchee. It doesn't look like storm surges went over that concrete barrier quite yet, but we'll continue to look at that. This is in Fish Creek. Water hasn't went over that area yet. We're not expecting that to be the case until a little bit later on. But I'm just checking up on some of these cameras. I think we're probably going to do it every 15 minutes now because we're just so close to landfall. This is at Keaton Beach, Florida, right here. So I'll take the status off, actually. But this is near Keaton Beach. This is actually where we could potentially see Idalia make landfall. So we might actually have a camera inside the eye of Adalia, which is pretty insane. And then we also have another camera over here in Deckle Beach to where we could potentially be watching some of that storm surge. So a lot of different viewpoints that we're going to be looking at. A lot of viewpoints that we're going to be watching over to see what's going on. I also want to take a look real quickly at Cedar Key. Yeah, that storm surge is rising at Cedar Key. But Horseshoe Beach, I think this camera is probably the most striking as of right now. If you guys would like to help us spread awareness with this stream of Hurricane Idalia, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us out, get this out to more and more people on YouTube. So be sure to do that. And also, be sure to share the stream with folks on social media and even your friends and family. That would also be greatly appreciated. Sweet Tea and Big E with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says thank you for being so thorough for us here in Florida to help keep us safe. I'm sharing to all my social media to hopefully help keep others safe. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Phil Davis with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support to the channel as well. I also want to note that for all the people who may be impacted right now, we do have a map. All right, it doesn't have all the storm shelters, all the hurricane shelters, but we do have a map for a place that you can go to if you want to ride out the system. It's not entirely too late. Give it another half an hour to 45 minutes. It'll be too late. But we do have a map for hurricane storm shelters here in Florida that you can go to. So if you want to ride it out, I'll put a link in the chat, but there is also my pinned messages. My pinned messages is also there as well, so please be sure to look at that. Stephanie with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, share the love. You're great. Thank you so much. Well, thank you for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate all of you guys for being out here with me right now. And we're actually getting up to almost 1,000 likes. So the more we keep increasing that thumbs up button number, the more we'll be able to spread this out with more and more people. So once again, I really do appreciate all you guys and your support. We also just crossed over. We're expanding our community, so that way for future live streams and videos, we can continue to spread awareness as well. We just got over 46,000 subscribers. So I appreciate you guys being here with us as well. And hopefully you're with us even for future events, so that way we can continue as a community to spread awareness as well. But I really do appreciate your guys' support here. Yeah, this storm surge video is absolutely insane. Look at how high the water is now. Look at how high it rose. It rose over this short period of time. Look at this. This water is so high up. And this is in Horseshoe Beach, Florida, as I mentioned. Show the wind gust map? I shall. So wind gusts here. All right, I just want to mention it's kind of fluid, so it might be off by 5 miles per hour, give or take. But wind gusts here for Gainesville, you could potentially see in upwards of 55 to 60 mile per hour winds. Tallahassee, you guys are getting very close to hurricane force wind gusts within your area. And that'll start to all increase here by the top of the hour. Obviously, it's already pretty significant with some of your wind gusts, but it will continue to be, it will continue to increase, especially from the time period of 8 in the morning to 10 in the morning. Sometime around there is when it's supposed to be at its peak. Meanwhile, a lot further down south, especially along the coastline, you could still see about 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. So Homosassa Springs, sometime around the top of the hour, we could be talking about 70 mile per hour wind gusts for you all. Clearwater, we could be talking about 60 mile per hour wind gusts, so not quite done there yet. Winds will start to decrease starting at around 10. So starting around 10, that's when things can start to get a little bit better. And then sometime by the early afternoon, it should be all done and over with for the Tampa Bay general vicinity. But we are still anticipating some significant wind gusts in some of these areas. And yeah, that eye has disappeared. But the other thing that's really interesting, so because this thing is weakening, look at how large this thing has become. Look at how large it's expanded. And, oh my goodness, this thing is absolutely expanding quite rapidly. This is, for those of you who don't know, Adalia right now is a 135 mile per hour category 4 hurricane. All right. It is forecasted to make landfall here within the next hour and a half, sometime around that time frame. We are anticipating that to be so because it is racing off to the north and east. So that's kind of the good news. But that's a new tornado warning. So I'm going to let that interrupt me first.
Tornado warning for northwestern Glenn County in southeastern Georgia, northeastern Brantley County in southeastern Georgia, south central Wayne County in southeastern Georgia.
All right, so if you're in any of those counties, you guys need to get in the lowest innermost part of your building and stay away from windows. The good news, however, so at the 5 a.m. advisory, it was a 940 millibar storm with 130 mile per hour winds. So that's category 4 hurricane force winds at 130. Refresh it. And wow, they went back. So for whatever reason, they're not showing the 6 a.m. advisory, but the minimum pressure was 942. 942 millibars. The hurricane hunters did a dropson, so we can take a look at the hurricane hunter data. They're going through the eye again, by the way. But they did a dropson, which is essentially this probe that falls through the eye, and they found that the pressure was 946 millibars. The higher the pressure is, the weaker the storm actually is. All right? Which means that this thing on its approach to the coastline is getting a bit weaker. However, because it is getting weaker, all right, this comes back to this whole thing that we were talking about with the satellite imagery. Because it's getting weaker, it's starting to expand its wind field. Creating more impacts across the board. And that's what we're kind of watching out for. That's debris. That's debris in Horseshoe Beach, Florida from storm surge. That is debris that's being carried across right there. That's more debris. And we can see how high the water is now. Earlier on in the stream, we saw land. This is all covered in water now. Everything's covered in water. Man, oh man. Moose Munch with the 12. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says awesome coverage. Thanks for the tip and putting a pot on your head. Never thought of that myself. Much appreciated. Well, got to think outside the box to try and stay safe from tornadoes, right? So if you don't have a helmet, put a pot on your head. Works the same way. But thank you so much for the 12. Frank with the 5. Thank you so much. Says nice work, brother. You're helping a ton of people. You the man. Well, thank you so much for being here and supporting the channel. It really does help out a lot. And thank you to everyone else who's watching live right now. You guys are helping us spread the information to more and more people on YouTube. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. We're trying to spread awareness. And hopefully you guys know, because we're going to be on this channel for as long as we possibly can. We've been doing this for 4.5 years now. If we're back for next year's hurricane season, right? And I talk about storm surge, or if we have another hurricane that makes landfall this year, and I talk about storm surge, you guys can see exactly what I mean right here. This is exactly what I'm trying to point out. So any sort of videos that I upload in the future, and I talk about how there's expected to be significant storm surge, or any sort of live streams that I do to where I talk about storm surge, this is exactly what I mean right here. This is exactly what I mean. So Really interesting. Wow, look at that wave that just came across. It's a little bit of tree debris right there that's in the water as well. So, let's take a look at the power outage map, all right? Earlier, we were at about 60,000 people without power. So you can see here at the top part of your screen, 60,000 people. Let's refresh it and see what it's at right now. Almost 86,000 people. Almost 86,000 people are without power. This will hit 6 digits. This will hit 6 digits. Wakulla County has almost 9,000 people without power. Taylor with 3,500. Dixie with 2,200. Levy with 3,500. And as I mentioned, this number's just going to keep going up. And it's well before landfall. We are, you can see here the eye is still off the shore by a good bit. This is the kind of the makeshift eye right now. The eye wall hasn't fully encircled around the eye. That's more debris that's right above me, by the way. So now it's in a period of weakening because of that, but it's also expanding its wind field. But this is the western eye wall right here. The western eye wall is right there. And it's still a good few miles away. This is the center of Adalia right here. I'll go to the velocities and actually show you what I mean. And right here, you can see a lot of these browns moving away, a lot of these blues moving towards. So right there is where the center of Adalia is. And it's still about 20 miles away from the coastline. I also want to see if I can take a 3D of this thing. Let's see if I can take a 3D of the eye wall of Adalia. Let's try and funnel it to something like that. And there it is. There's the eye of Adalia, but you can clearly see that there is a hole on the side of it. So there's the eye right here. But there is, if you look on the side, you can see there's an eye wall on the opposite side, and there is a hole right here. Big hole. So the thunderstorms have not fully wrapped around the storm, which has constantly been the case. And I'll actually funnel it so that you can actually see higher precipitation values. This is a kind of like a drizzle that I have funneled it to. And you can see that western eye wall continues to be the more significant side in regards to thunderstorm activity. And that eastern eye wall is just not existent anymore. So really interesting there from the 3D imagery. We are at 6:49. In 11 minutes will be the new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. We're going to see if this thing has weakened a little bit or if it has stayed the same. But what I want to do is, obviously you can see a crap ton of storm surge here. The waves and the debris that has been ongoing from the storm surge. I want to look at some of the other cameras that we have. I want to look at some of the other cameras because I want us to kind of compare and contrast. Right? I want us to compare and contrast because I've been looking at these cameras for a while. We showed at the beginning of the stream what it was like before the storm made landfall. Now it's in the process of getting close to making landfall. So this is at Horseshoe Beach right now, Horseshoe Beach, Florida. Let's go south to Cedar Key. Cedar Key, the surge has gotten a bit higher. It's also starting to get a little bit brighter outside, so we're going to actually be able to see a little bit more with the depth perception. But the surge has gotten higher. For reference, last night, the waves got up to about right here. So it is definitely a lot further inland now. Let's go over here to Steinhatchee. And once again, because it's starting to get a little bit brighter outside, we can actually see the water. So water is here. There's a pier that's right here. And then there is a concrete siding. Concrete siding that's on that bottom left-hand portion of your screen right now. So this is at Steinhatchee in Florida. And if storm surge is expected to be significant in these areas, which it will be, we'll see water that can get very close to getting over this concrete barrier. So that's really interesting to note. This is at Fish Creek, Florida. A lot of significant wind that is ongoing over there because the outer edges of the eye wall is starting to make landfall over there. So you can see a lot of significant wind. The palm tree is kind of flowing in the general direction, but you can see here's the road. There's a little bit of a shrubbery or a tree that's right here. And then somewhere over here, there's actually a lot of marsh and or water. And so we're actually anticipating the water to get over that marsh and potentially even get over the roadway here. So just kind of something interesting to look at just for a comparison before and after. This is Keaton Beach. It is currently currently getting hit by the outer edges of the eye wall, and it looks like it. It shows. Visibility is down to almost zero. Almost zero. We've had reports of wind gusts here in upwards of about 80 to 100 miles per hour. And once again, it hasn't completely made landfall yet, but you can see depth perception, right? Here is where the surge is right now. A lot of beach, a lot of the trees, couple pavilions over here on the side. All right, so we're anticipating, especially after landfall, that water is going to be over this area. And the reason why I say after landfall, and that's the same for this other camera that's over here in Deckle Beach, all right? The reason why I say that is because if we go back to radar, all right, I'll play the loop here for you guys to see. You can see this thing is swirling in a counterclockwise fashion. And because of that, a lot of these winds that are on that southern side are being pushed in towards the coastline. Contrast to the stuff that's on the northern and the northwestern side, that's being pushed away from the coastline. And so as this thing makes landfall, the center is going to move further and further inland. And you're going to see this thing once again in a counterclockwise fashion. But because it is over land, a lot of the winds are going to be coming from the west or the southwest, and it is going to continue to bring a lot of this water further and further inland. So cameras like what we see right above us, right here in Deckle Beach, will be seeing storm surge. You can also see this 3-story building right here on stilts. So there's a building on top of stilts here, and you can see this pier right here as well. You can see a road for reference. All these areas, all right, is interesting things that we're going to want to look at as a before and after for contrast. All right, so stay tuned. Once again, landfall is anticipated within the next hour to hour and a half, sometime around 8 o'clock Eastern. And that is a new tornado warning as well, so listen in. We'll look at the new tornado warning as well.
Tornado warning for Northwestern Highlands County in South Central Florida, Northeastern Hardee County in Central Florida, Southeastern Polk County in Central Florida.
So that is a new tornado warning there in Florida. We're going to look at the 2 new tornado warnings here in a second. Look at that. Wow. I'm not sure if you guys remember what this area looked like before all the storm surge moved on through, but the storm surge is almost overtaking the pavilion, and that's some debris that just flew by. This is in Horseshoe Beach, Florida. Yeah, there's debris right there. Look at that. Do I think it will get more force once it hits land? No. Once it hits land, this thing will start to weaken. But just slightly.
Tornado warning for South Central Marion County in northern Florida.
So that's a new tornado warning right there. If you're in any of those counties that just have been called out for, you need to get into the lowest innermost part of your building. But I mean, look at this. Look at this storm surge that's really... It might overtake the pavilion, honestly. It might overtake the pavilion, which will be pretty crazy to see. All right, 5 minutes until the new advisory, the 7 o'clock advisory, We'll be talking about that here in a second, but we want to talk about the new tornado warnings that have been issued. There's been 3 of them that's been issued recently. Let's talk about the one in Georgia first. This is a tornado warning here for Brantley and Wayne counties. That'll be in effect until 7 a.m. So if you are over in those counties, and if you're south and east of McKinnon, you guys need to get in your safe space. There's still a little bit of rotation here, but it is now over into the Wayne County area. So Brantley, you guys are in the clear as of right now. But you can see reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So potential tornadic storm over there is starting to head off towards the McKinnon and the Broadhurst area. I'd recommend that if you're over there, you once again into the lowest innermost part of your building. Get pillows, get helmets, get hard-soled shoes, so that way if there is a tornado and it does do damage, you guys are protected. Moving on down to the south, there is a tornado warning that has been issued over here from Marion County, areas over near Ocala. So if you guys are over near Ocala, as well as Shady and areas near Interstate 75, you guys need to also get into your safe space. We are a bit further away from the radar, so it is a little bit more difficult for us to be able to see what exactly is going on with this storm. But what I do know, what I can share with you all is that right there is the rotation. A little bit of an overlapping mechanism here. So we have a lot of strong winds that are moving away from the radar and a lot of slower moving winds that are also moving away from the radar. So what you can get is a little bit of an overlapping mechanism. And once it starts to overlap, it's kind of like a whirlpooling effect, and it can create some rotation. So there is a tornado warning here. Once again, this is for Ocala. So if you're in Ocala here in Florida, you need to get into your safe space, lowest innermost part of a sturdy building, and get yourself away from windows. Get helmets, get pillows, hard-soled shoes, and try to get yourself away from the outermost part of your building. Also, a new tornado warning here for Avon Park and Frostproof. Once again, this is another tornado warning for these areas, and unfortunately, you guys are just going to continue to see this over and over again until the storm officially moves out of the way. But there is rotation here. You can see greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. There is clear rotation within this area. So if you live in Avon Park, you live in Frostproof, there is a decent chance for a tornado to potentially be within this area. So you guys definitely need to watch out. I appreciate you guys being on here live with me. If you guys would like to help me spread awareness, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below.
Tornado warning for southwestern Wayne County in southeastern Georgia.
So that's a new tornado warning for Wayne County. They have extended that tornado warning as well. And like I said, if you guys would like to help us spread awareness, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us get this out to more and more people on YouTube. And also, please be sure to share this live stream with friends and family as well as on social media. Can I check the velocity on Pasco County? I can. Yeah, there very well could be a tornado warning issued here very soon in Pasco County. This is east of Newport Richey. This could also include areas of Hernando County. So watch out. Yeah, there very well could be something over here just to the west of I-75. If you're over here near Pasco, Missouri Town and Powell, as well as Spring Lake. Don't be surprised if a new tornado warning gets issued for your area, so watch out. I mean, look at that significant storm surge that you're looking live on stream right now. When is landfall? Landfall is expected to be in an hour. Landfall is expected to be in an hour. Just got a warning for a tornado warning in Marion County. Do I see anything that would justify the warning for this county? Yes. I 100% recommend that if you're in Marion County, specifically in Ocala, that you guys get into the lowest innermost part of your building. If you have any friends that are also there as well, please be sure to tell them the exact same thing that I just told you, or share the stream with them. Microwave imagery confirms that. Where's the outer eye wall then? Is this the new outer eye wall right here? And this is the new inner eye wall? Or this is the older inner eye wall? Here, I'll move this over so you can see. This is the eye wall right here. Let me take a look at microwave imagery, and then we'll look at the power outage map. I also want to mention that the pinned message in chat is a map for hurricane shelters. If you are being impacted by this storm in Florida, those are the hurricane shelters that you can go to, some of which are pet friendly, so you can bring your pets with you as well. I'm going to take a look at the microwave imagery here and see what this thing is all about. Yes, I want to look at the Navy's website. I am the Navy. True fact. I'm just kidding. Yeah, it looks like it is trying to form a new outer eye wall here. There's the old eye wall. There's the new eye wall right there. So this is a satellite imagery, microwave imagery that looks at thunderstorm activity. And you can definitely see on the outer edges of this thing, it is trying. But I think it also could be because there's a lot of dry air that's surging into the side. But yeah, this is definitely doing an eye wall replacement cycle. There's a new eye wall that's forming right there. All right. 7 a.m. advisory should be out. And it is weakened. Look at that. It strengthened to a category 4. And then right before landfall, it weakened. And that is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So now it is a 125 mile per hour storm. Let me see if I can update that here real quickly on my PowerPoint. Because I have the slides, the colored slides that are at the bottom. All of that is manually updated. "7 a.m. advisory. 125, 947. File. JPEG. Weathercraft. No, I don't want just one. I want all of it. All slides. There we go. Cool. All that is now updated. So it is now weakened to a category 3 hurricane. It is still a major hurricane, however. It is still a major hurricane. And I think you guys can see why. That's debris, by the way, that's floating in the water. This is some significant storm surge that is currently ongoing here in Horseshoe Beach, Florida. Significant storm surge that is ongoing. And we're going to be looking at a lot of the cameras now that this thing is about to make landfall. But, I mean, you can just see this thing. It is still trucking its way about. Six, 800. Let's do 200. There we go. Let's do that. That's more debris. Wow. I mean, just look at this thing. How's Leesburg doing? I'm assuming this is Leesburg, Florida, correct? I'm assuming that is what we are talking about here. Leesburg, Florida. Should be fine for right now. Should be fine for right now. You guys are in central portions of Florida. So, you guys might be getting some tornadic storms that move on through from the outer bands of Adalia. But right now, that is what we got. I appreciate you guys all being here. Once again, we're going to be here for quite some time. If you would like to help us spread this information with more and more people, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us spread awareness on YouTube. And also, please be sure to share this live stream with friends and family and on social media. That would be greatly appreciated. Let's take a look at some of the cameras over here that are right next to the eye, if not are right in the eye wall. So here is Keaton Beach, Florida. And the water has actually been pulled out pretty far away from the beach. And a lot of that is because the winds are actually pushing this thing away from the coastline. But we're expecting this camera to not only be in the eye, of course, but we're also expecting this to change after this makes landfall. We'll start to see a lot of this water surge in over the beaches. And we'll be able to watch that live starting at around 9. Right around 9 o'clock in the morning is when we'll probably see a lot of that storm surge move in. But what we can see is a lot of these palm trees. Look at these palm trees that are shaking all over the place from these significant winds. And this thing is right on the outer edge of the eye wall. It's actually might be in the eye wall right now as we speak. So it's doing pretty intense right now. I do say so myself. How's Levy County doing? Levy County, in general, first off, there's an evacuation order, so that's good news. Most people should be out of there by now. So good thing you're watching from a distance. Levy County, Cedar Key at the moment, currently is getting some pretty strong impacts. I'll go to the camera that's over in Cedar Key, show you what I mean. That's some debris, by the way, from the Cedar Key camera as well. But storm surge is starting to march its way in. Fortunately, the winds are not that significant over there. The winds are not that significant, so that's the good news. But storm surge is starting to force its way in because of the winds that are being pushed inland. So what it's got right now, I'll show you the live radar imagery. You can see a lot of these storms that are being wrapped around into the coastline. That's exactly what we're watching for, all right? This is the type of stuff that's going to force the storm surge further and further inland. And when this thing finally makes landfall and move over Florida, that flow is also going to be on the backside over here, which means portions of Taylor County is also going to get, once again, some significant storm surge. They may not be seeing it right now, all right? The Deckle Beach area, the Keaton Beach area may not be seeing a lot of significant storm surge right now, but they will about an hour after landfall. How's Apalachicola? You guys should be fine. The eye is pretty far to your east. So Apalachicola right now, believe it or not, actually should be okay. That's some more debris that's in the surge. Look at that. That is absolutely insane. I want to take a look back at Horseshoe Beach. Yeah, oh my goodness. This storm surge is just absolutely insane. That's a lot of debris, I'll tell you what. And, you know, I've been doing this for 4.5 years. I constantly tell people, I try to warn them that storm surge is really significant. I understand that people, you know, have their way of thinking that, hey, I've been through a hurricane before, you know, I can survive the next one. If you are being directly hit by this thing, right, or by any sort of hurricane, and storm surge is anticipated to be significant, especially with something like this, you can't guarantee your safety. All right? Your safety is not guaranteed. So, when you see images like this coming from Horseshoe Beach, I mean, it's honestly really scary. But it's also a message to whenever I also talk about it in the future. I do videos, I do live streams, I talk about severe weather, I talk about winter weather, I talk about hurricanes. But anytime I mention stuff like storm surge in any of my future content, this is what I mean right here. This is what I mean when stuff can get significant like this. And, yeah. This is really powerful. Is this expected to stall in the Atlantic and circle back? So it is expected to stall. As for circling back to the Atlantic, we won't be able to know until Thursday night. That's my thinking. Because there's two forcing mechanisms that are kind of playing with it. It can either come back into Florida or it can go towards Bermuda and head out to sea. And those are the two likeliest scenarios. It's either one or the other, actually, in my opinion. And so whichever forcing mechanism ends up becoming stronger will actually determine as to whether or not it comes back into Florida or it heads back out to sea. But we won't know until Thursday. I'd say Thursday evening. Man, look at that big wave. Hudson forecast? Let me take a look. I'm assuming this is Hudson, Florida. Which, by the way, if you are going to ask town names and stuff like that, first off, I won't be able to talk about every single specific area. But if you are going to say your town name or your city name, please put a state, because there very well could be another state with your the same name. So Hudson right now, you guys are currently experiencing some storms that are moving on shore right now. Believe it or not, you guys are going to continue to see some pretty strong sustained winds and maybe some intense gusts and upwards of 60 miles per hour. That is possible. And we won't probably start to see that dissipate until around 9 to 10. So once it's around, I would even say noon, things should actually be good for you all. Man, oh man, look at that. I can't stop watching watching this here, guys. Like, honestly, it's just storm surge is like, it's so insane to look at. Look at that huge wave. Jeez. Let's take a look at some of the other cameras. Let's see if Steinhatchee is starting to increase its storm surge. Just a bit. You can see there's the pier that I was talking about. And there is the concrete siding. And once again, we could be seeing the storm surge get over that concrete and onto the roadway here. And that's what the storm surge can do. This is not in Horseshoe Beach, by the way. This is in Steinhatchee. But in an hour, once again, compare and contrast. That's what I've been doing this entire time since I started streaming. I've been looking at cameras. I've been showing you guys every now and then. And, even that camera with that significant storm surge that we were looking at earlier in Horseshoe Beach, we saw land. We saw land at some point with that pavilion. And, obviously doesn't have land anymore. I think these cameras might have went offline. Yeah, they have went offline. The cameras that are near the eye have went offline. They do have sensors there. So we're going to be able to see the lowest pressure as the eye moves ashore. But Steinhatchee, this might be a really interesting camera to look at besides Horseshoe Beach. I mean, I'm going to continue to look at Horseshoe Beach because, I mean, look at this. This is absolutely insane to watch. But, yeah, man. Yeah, St. Petersburg, the Tampa Bay area, and even areas north of Tampa Bay, you guys will continue to get activity all the way up until around 10 at the latest, or at the earliest, I should say, is when it could potentially start to dissipate. Just to be safe, I would say sometime around noon is to when you guys can stop seeing some activity. Or some of the peak activity. It'll start to kind of weaken a bit. Daytona Beach and areas on the eastern side of the coast, believe it or not, is not expected to see a whole lot. If you're on the east coast of Florida, it's not really going to be all too much. It'll be mainly for areas that are over in Georgia, coastal Georgia, as well as southern and southeastern Georgia, as well as the Carolinas. Carolinas, you guys are going to be seeing a lot of strong damaging winds, as well as even some storm surge. Speaking of which, we might be able to have a new graphic for the storm surge. Yeah, we do. So here's the new graphic for storm surge. So obviously 12 to 16 feet of storm surge for where Adalia is making landfall, which is what we're seeing currently right now. 12 to 16 feet of storm surge on that live camera. But on the opposite side here, from the mouth of the St. Mary's River all the way up towards the South Santee River. So that's from the border of Georgia and Florida all the way up towards areas near Myrtle Beach. Could be seeing about 2 to 5 feet of storm surge. 2 to 5 feet of storm surge. And then once you go from Myrtle Beach all the way up towards the Outer Banks, probably could see about 1 to 4 feet of storm surge in some of the localized areas. So something to make a note of there as well. Storm surge is definitely a thing. And then rainfall. Rainfall. About 4 to 10 inches of rain is anticipated throughout much of this area. Now, the good news is, as of right now, and you can take a look at this based off of radar, right? The storm's moving pretty quickly. It's racing off to the north and east. So it's not going to sit over the area for a whole while, which means there's not going to be as much rain as there usually would be with a tropical system. Usually tropical systems move at about 10 miles per hour. And Idalia, as of right now, is moving at 18 miles per hour, which is pretty crazy. So it's moving pretty fast.
Tornado warning for southwestern Wayne County in southeastern Georgia, southeastern Appling County in southeastern Georgia.
So that is a new tornado warning for areas in Georgia. If you're in any of those counties that just got called out by the automated system, please be sure to get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, and stay away from windows. Also, please be sure to get hard-soled shoes, get pillows, get helmets. If you don't have a helmet, get a pot, put that on your head. It works the same way. So make sure you guys do that. Oh, where is that new tornado warning? It's all the way up there. Cool. So this is for areas near Screven. And there is rotation with this. I'll actually show you guys here real quickly. Reds are winds moving away from the radar. Greens are the winds moving towards. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. It is moving over Screven right now. So if you're in Screven, you need to get in your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building, as I mentioned. It will be heading off towards the Sorrento areas here in Georgia. So if you're in those areas, you guys also need to seek sturdy structures and shelter now. But man, oh man, is this thing... It looks like the storm surge has actually gotten higher, hasn't it, chat? It's almost up to the roof now, right? This is what it was like on a consistent basis earlier. Look at that! Oh my gosh, look at that storm surge. I wonder if it can, oh my goodness. I wonder if it can, knock off the, pavilion. I wonder if the pavilion could, potentially be overtaken by this thing. Yeah, look at some of the debris that's around. And once again, this was forecasted to be significant. The, this thing right now, I mean, it was a Category 4 hurricane this morning. It was a Category 4 hurricane this morning at 130 miles per hour. It has fortunately weakened on its approach to the land, which is amazing. However, usually when it weakens, it does something called an eye wall replacement cycle, which... although it gradually weakens, it expands the wind field. which means a lot more people get impacted than it should. So, oh my gosh, look at that. Wow. So yeah. It was forecasted to have significant storm surge like this upon landfall. That is a huge piece of debris that's just floating in the water right now. I have no idea what that is. It hasn't made landfall yet. It's still got about 30 minutes before it does so. It's on the outer edges of the eye wall, though. On the outer edges of the eye wall. But anytime people talk about storm surge, whether it's myself in a video or in a live stream, whether it's other people in videos or live streams, whether it's media, whether it's the National Hurricane Center, this is what they mean right here. This storm surge like this is pretty intense. And when they issue evacuation orders for areas along the coastline, right? They don't just do it just because, you know, they do it for fun. They want to try and keep people safe. And there's only so much they can do if people don't get out of there. So that's the reason why, you know, I pushed so hard to try and, you know, stress that people need to evacuate. People need to get out of there. And I just hope that there is no one that is over here at Horseshoe Beach right now, because it is currently really intense. How long until it hits Georgia? Sometime around 11 o'clock to noon. Sometime around then. I appreciate you guys being here live with me. If you guys would like to help me spread awareness of this storm, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below, as it helps us get us out onto more and more people on YouTube. Helps us get us out to more and more people on YouTube. And also, please be sure to copy the link to the live stream, put on all sorts of different social media sites. Once again, we want to continue to spread awareness of this storm as it's making landfall.
Tornado warning for northeastern Camden County in southeastern Georgia, southwestern Glenn County in southeastern Georgia.
So that's a new tornado warning. Let's pull up the Jacksonville radar. Where is that supposed to be? It's supposed to be a bit further over here. So I guess this is over near the Brunswick areas. Yes. So new tornado warning over here for areas near Brunswick, Georgia. So if you're near Brunswick, Georgia, if you're west of Brunswick, Georgia, near I-95, new tornado warning for your area over here. Tornado warning for northeastern Camden County and southwestern Glenn County in Georgia until 7:45 a.m. So get into a sturdy structure, stay away from windows, and get into the lowest, innermost part of your building. Also might be a new tornado warning that could be issued for Brantley and Pierce counties in Georgia. Don't be surprised if they do that as well. Don't be surprised. Oh my goodness. Sheesh. Let's take a look at some of the other cameras that could be in some of these areas as well. This is over in Steinhatchee. And remember, for reference here, there's a pier, and there is the concrete siding. And we could potentially be seeing storm surge to overtake at least one of these. We could see water that's going on then. And that camera might have cut out temporarily, which kind of sucks. Camera might be back up in Keaton Beach. Maybe. It says it's trying. I don't think it's going to. We've got pressure sensors, by the way. We've got little weather stations that are going to be entering the eye. Hopefully they turn back into cameras, because once they turn back into a camera, we could be seeing what it's like in the eye here very soon. So that'll be something that's really interesting to watch. But I want to go back to Horseshoe Beach here, because that is, yeah, it's almost all the way up to the roof of the pavilion now. And that wave actually, I think, went over the sides of the roof too. Oh my goodness. It's a seawall. Yeah, it is a seawall. Reports of 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts over in the Deckle Beach area, as well as areas over where those probes are in Keaton Beach. We're going to watch that camera very closely. We're going to see if we can find something and see if we can get into the eye of this thing. But oh my goodness. I honestly wonder, chat. I honestly wonder if the storm surge can get significant enough to the point to where the water overtakes the camera. I actually wonder. Did I get sleep? I did get sleep. I slept for like 3.5 to 4 hours. So I did my live stream last night to kind of prep everyone on what could be happening. And, yeah. Did a little bit of sleep. Is that a stool? I think that's a stool that's floating in the water right now. The storm needs to have a seat and calm down. The one thing that I will say is that it is technically. So, for those of you who are tuning in right now, earlier this morning it became a Category 4 hurricane. Earlier this morning it became a 130-mile-per-hour Category 4 hurricane. And since then, it has weakened. It is now a Category 3. It has not made landfall yet. It will make landfall here in about a half an hour to an hour. And it is weakening. That's the great news. The not so great news is because it's weakening, it's going through a process called an eye wall replacement cycle, which is also going to expand its wind field further and further outwards, which is not the greatest. And you can actually see that. I'm going to actually keep the live shot up there, but I'm going to go back to the satellite imagery, and you can see how small it was in the beginning, right? You can see it was a pretty small and compact hurricane. You can even see all the reds, right? You can see it all right there. And now you can see where it's at right now. Look at how much bigger that wind field is now. Look at how much bigger that field is because it underwent that eye wall replacement cycle. And so that's what it usually does. If it is going to weaken, which it did, thank goodness, that also means that there's also a broadening of the wind field, which means more people can be impacted. Yeah, I'm really wondering if that pavilion is going to go or not. I really am curious. Oh my gosh, look at that huge wave. It almost overtook the entire pavilion. In about a half an hour, they're going to come out with the 8 o'clock advisory. The 8 o'clock advisory, they're going to tell us how strong this system is. They're doing hourly updates right now, but as of the 7 a.m. advisory, it is a 125 mile per hour Category 3. It was a Category 4, and then it started to weaken right before it got to land, which is absolutely amazing. It's like best case scenario for the most part. Also had a pressure of 947 millibars. For reference, this morning, when it was a Category 4, it had a pressure of 940. So, oh my goodness, that wave. I'm going to keep saying that every single time because it just is absolutely insane. But when the pressure... Oh my gosh, that wave hit the side of the pavilion. Oh my gosh. Something tells me that that pavilion is not going to be there here very soon. Something tells me that that pavilion could potentially... Unless if it's like... Its foundation is built with concrete into the ground below it. Something tells me that pavilion may not be here very soon. But when the pressure is higher, the storm is weaker. When the pressure is lower, the storm is stronger. So I gained a whole 7 millibars in pressure, meaning that it definitely did weaken. But man, oh man, I mean, this is absolutely insane. I want to take a look at the Cedar Key area. I want to see... yeah, not much has changed with this. There is some storm surge, however, over you can see on that right part of your screen. There is storm surge there. I want to take a look. Tell me this camera is working. This is Keaton Beach. They might have a live view here in the eye. I don't know who's carrying this camera around. But this is one of the probes from Radar Omega. We might be seeing the eye here very soon. We might be seeing the eye here very soon. And if we do, we're going to be seeing some really interesting stuff. But this is from Radar Omega. This is one of their probes that they've launched on the coastline of the storm. And it is, for reference, oh, that just, I think, no, it didn't cut out. It's right there. Or at least it's suffering. It's trying to fix its issues, but for reference, here's the radar of it, right? There's the eye wall. And the center of Adalia is right about here. So the eye is not exactly on shore quite yet. But that was a really interesting view of how the winds were starting to kind of calm down right before it made landfall. So very interesting. And then I want to also take a look at Steinhatchee. And it looks like the pier hasn't been overtaken yet. So not really maximum storm surge in those areas quite yet. Adalia's made landfall? Has it? Has it been officially released? Let's actually put up radar. I like radar better. Yeah, I'm really watching for this pavilion. I really do think that this pavilion has a decent shot at, like, not being there. I think it could be overtaken by the storm surge. What category is it? It was a Category 4. It has fortunately weakened just slightly back to a Category 3. So it is now a 125 mile per hour Category 3 hurricane that's making landfall. Storm surge is still expected to be quite significant, and I think you can see all the debris that is flowing from the water here. I mean, my goodness. It is just all over the place. But, you know, when officials talk about storm surge, whether it's media, whether it's the National Hurricane Center, or whether you've been with my channel for the past, you know, week talking about this, right? You know, it's the videos, it's the live stream that I did last night. We talked about how storm surge was going to be significant. And if you're along the coastline, your safety is not guaranteed. That's, you know, the realistic way of putting it. And so we want to make sure every single time that, you know, even if there's a next time, which there will be a next time on this channel, whether it's this year or next year that a hurricane could make landfall, when we tell you that storm surge is going to be significant within some of these areas, we really do mean it. And when emergency officials issue mandatory evacuations, we want you guys to heed it. It's not because, you know, we just say so, right? It's not because we just say so that, you know, there's a mandatory evacuation. We just do it for no reason. Although it's not we, it's emergency officials, like the police department. But it's because they truly want to keep you safe. They want to prevent you from being hit with something like this. So that's kind of the thing that I wanted to get across to you all. It looks like that camera's not online quite yet. Pressure is continuing to decrease. It looks like this thing is going to try to make landfall. Right where those pressure sensors and those cameras are. We're going to hope that that camera can come back online. If that camera can come back online, we're going to be able to see the eye. We're going to be able to see the eye as this thing makes landfall. But it's not official quite yet. The National Hurricane Center has not said that it has made landfall. But it will be making landfall here as a Category 3 hurricane. It was a Category 4, and then it started to weaken. It underwent a process called an eye wall replacement cycle. Oh, that is a wind gust report of 69 miles per hour. Okay, interesting. It underwent a process called an eye wall replacement cycle. And what that essentially means is the eye wall is essentially trying to restructure itself. And though the storm temporarily weakens, it also broadens the wind field. It's larger. And that essentially means that more people can get impacted by the storm. And what I mean by that is, I showed this earlier, but you can see how compact of a storm Adalia was, right? And the after is, look at how much larger it became because it underwent that eye wall replacement cycle. So, on one hand, it was a best case scenario because it didn't get any stronger. It started to weaken as it got closer to land. But also, on the other hand, the bad news is that the impacts now spread more outwards. So, yeah, Adalia is making landfall right now. It hasn't officially made landfall quite yet. The eye hasn't completely went over land yet. The center of the eye has to get there. And it's getting there. It's getting there pretty soon. Within the next, I would say, 10 to 15 minutes, we should be getting official confirmation that this thing has made landfall. But it is starting to do so right now. And you can see above me the radar. There's the eye wall. It hasn't completely wrapped around quite yet. But you can see this little bit of green that's wrapping around right in there. And if I were to finish the circle, right, that's the eye. That's the center of the eye. So the center hasn't officially passed over land quite yet. But it is getting very, very close to doing so. Once again, this is a lot of debris that this storm surge is kicking up. A lot of debris. I appreciate you all being here. Once again, if you would like to help us spread the information with as many people as possible, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. Once again, we always try to spread awareness here, whether we're trying to make videos or conducting live streams such as this. So, please be sure to do that. And if you also haven't already, please be sure to share this information with friends and family and on social media. The Hurricane Hunters did another drop sonde. Right before it made landfall, they did another drop sonde. They found the pressure is 950 millibars. So this thing is on a weakening trend as we figured it would. Actually, we're going to move there. I think that was a stick that, or a 2x4 that actually wedged itself on the side of the pavilion, which is actually really crazy to think about. Big time storm surge. That is actually, that might be the sighting of a mobile home. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Camden County in southeastern Georgia,
Okay.
south central Glenn County in southeastern Georgia.
So that is over near the Brunswick area. And it's actually for this storm that's about to make landfall on land. If this thing is producing a water spout and it makes landfall, it actually will turn into a tornado. So areas over here, south of Brunswick. If you're south of Brunswick in Georgia, so this is extreme eastern Camden County, as well as southern Wynn County, you guys could potentially be seeing a water spout make landfall as a tornado. So get into the lowest innermost part of a sturdy building, stay away from windows, get helmets, get pillows, get hard-soled shoes. If you don't have a helmet, oh my goodness, that big wave just hit the side of it. Wow. If you don't have a helmet, get a pot, put that on top of your head. It'll work the same way. Man, oh man. This thing is getting really... I actually wonder if this pavilion is anchored down to the ground through concrete. That's actually really interesting to think about. Man, there's just so much debris that's flowing in the... Look at that. Holy crap. All right. I had to talk to someone there on the side real quickly. I want to pull up the Keaton Beach camera. It's back. The Keaton Beach camera is back, and it's in the eye. I think this is a still image. No, it's not a still image. It's in the eye. Keaton Beach is in the eye. We have a camera that is in the eye. I put beach twice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Keaton Beach is currently in the eye. This is a live view right now of the eye of Hurricane Idalia making landfall right now. And I can tell it's live because I can see over here on the side, pixels are kind of working its way in. Slowly but surely, but it is there. And these trees are not moving. It is as calm as you can get. This is the eye of Hurricane Idalia. Yes, this is live. I can see pixels are changing. It is adjusting. And it is eerily calm. It is eerily calm. The storm surge also, someone mentioned in chat, very good point. It sucked out all the water. All the winds, because of that counterclockwise flow, has sucked out all the water, right? So what I mean by that is, if I go back to the radar here, remember, this thing is moving in a counterclockwise fashion. All right, so I'll play the loop just to kind of show you guys what I mean. All those winds on the northern side has pushed the water out. Pushed the water out. And you'll see here in an hour, the waves will start to march back in, and the waves will start to become pretty significant. That'll be the storm surge. But we are now in the eye of Hurricane Idalia. And This is absolutely insane. Yeah, look at this tree over here. See this tree? See this little branch over here on the right side? Parts of the tree is moving right here. You'll see it. See that? Just slightly. You can slightly see it on your screen, but it is moving. Which means this is live. This is a live look inside the eye of Hurricane Idalia. Wow. This is absolutely insane what we're looking at. The eye, I mean, I know that National Hurricane Center confirmed landfall. Did it officially? Yep. At 7:45 a.m., Hurricane Idalia makes landfall. Extremely dangerous category 3, 949 millibars, 125 miles per hour. Extremely dangerous category 3 Hurricane Idalia makes landfall in the Florida Big Bend. And we are watching it make landfall right now here at Keaton Beach. This is a live look once again inside the eye. I'll tell you what, guys. I know, the eye of the hurricane is supposed to be calm, right? But a part of me, with how significant hurricanes are, it's kind of like, is it really though? You know what I mean? Like, is it really all that calm? And I know I've seen videos of like major hurricanes, like Michael, when it made landfall, someone got in the eye of that. And you can see all the way through it. But this hurricane obviously was weakening and the eye was kind of collapsing. And so I was thinking maybe we could see some winds inside the eye. But that's not the case here. That's not the case at all. It's pretty calm. With the exception of this tree that's over here in the top right-hand part. You can see this tree is starting to move around. Johnny with the 3, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support. Can this storm reform after it leaves land? Yes, but a lot of things are going to need to go right for it to do so. But yes, it can. Which is the reason why there's a lot of questions in regards to what track it can have once it stalls out next to Bermuda. It can either head back to Florida, or it could actually head back out to sea. There's 2 steering mechanisms that are coming into play. And we're kind of just like waiting to see if stuff can happen with that. I want to go back to Horseshoe Beach. I want to see, man, the water is getting really close to overtaking the entire thing. Wow, look at all that debris. Look at all the debris that's in the water now. Once again, that's from all the storm surge. The significant storm surge at the beginning of the stream. At the beginning of the stream, we saw, it was at night, but they had a camera before the power went out. There was land that covered this area right here. And we can see that. And we can see that there was rocks, and we can see that there was water on the opposite side of those rocks. And now storm surge has gotten to the point to where it's almost all the way up to the pavilion, if not at the pavilion. And just look at all the debris here from this. Look at the roof structure on the left. This over here. It's hard for me to tell what's going on over there. I'm going to be honest with you. Sheesh. I'm going to be going over here to Steinhatchee as well. Oh my gosh, how things have changed. Storm surge is surging in. The pier is gone. And that concrete siding, or the surge wall, we can't see it anymore. It's now covered in water. Everything is covered in water. And there's a huge hunk of debris right here, I'm assuming from the pier. Camera is still loading here. This is all on Radar Omega, by the way. Radar Omega has their live cameras and their pressure sensors that are in this area. But man, this changed so quickly. So quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if we come back to this camera that this pier is gone. I wouldn't be surprised. It's on that eastern eye wall. And man, oh man. Holy with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. So thanks. Thank you for covering this hurricane as always. Quick question though. Are there any cameras in Horseshoe left? Besides the one that I've been showing you here. This one right here. This is the one in Horseshoe. I don't believe so. That is some significant wind gusts that are ongoing right now. In Horseshoe, by the way. That's a... I think that's actually the outer eye wall, the secondary eye wall that's surging in, and that's exactly what's happening. Look at this here on radar here, guys. Here's the eye of Adalia right here. It's made landfall, as I mentioned, and we're going to go back to that camera here in a second. But look at this outer eye wall right here that is surging into Horseshoe Beach, creating a lot of storm surge, a lot of wind gusts, and look at that. Oh my gosh. Did that... I'm going to be watching very closely, but it looks like, oh my gosh, it looks like it's denting the pavilion. It looks like it has dented the roof to the pavilion. My goodness. I want to go back to that camera that's in Keaton Beach. That's right next to the eye wall. It's in the eye right now. Once again, we have a camera that's inside the eye of Hurricane Idalia. It is about to get into the eye wall, though. It is about to get into the powerful part of the eye wall. So expect visibility to not only drop, but expect the winds to also increase significantly. The other thing about it is, look at the tide, guys. The tide's coming back. The water is coming back, which means the storm surge is also going to come back as well. We're going to see some significant storm surge here in Keaton Beach, which is right where this thing is making landfall right now as we speak. But yeah, it was very calm. We saw that earlier live. And now you can see the trees. They're starting to move all over the place. Of course, this thing is also loading a bit. But man, oh man. All right, we're going to come back to that camera here in a bit, but we're going to go back to this camera. All right, I think we should continue to stay at this camera at Horseshoe Beach, honestly. And the main reason here is because this perfectly illustrates what storm surge is capable of, at least as of right now. Horseshoe. I think I spelled that wrong. Give me a second. Nope, that's Horseshore. Horseshoe. There we go. Horseshoe Beach. Jacob with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for the support to the channel. Look at all the debris that's all the way out here. Look at this. I think that's a part of a house, actually. Hold up. I think right there is a house. Or a part of a house. Does that look like that to you guys, chat? I think that's a part of a house. Or some form of building. Because it's like... Look at how large it is. You see what I mean, chat? I think that might be a house or some form of building. I'll move this over.
Tornado warning for southeastern Glenn County in southeastern Georgia.
I think that might be a whole building or a roof. It could be a mobile home. It could honestly be a mobile home. That's a good point, chat. And I honestly, the more that I look at it, the more I'm starting to think that is a full-on mobile home that just got swept away. Because it looks like the walls and the roof are just floating in the... Oh my gosh. And you can see some of the debris that's also getting caught in the pavilion, too. I mean, look at that. That is absolutely insane. I hope everyone got out of there. You know, there's a lot of mandatory evacuations. You know, and that's the reason why we issue, well, not we, but emergency management, local police issue these mandatory evacuations. Is because they want to keep people safe. Is that a roof that just flew off over there on the left side? Or some form of debris that just flipped? What is that? No, that's debris stuck on the, that's debris stuck on the pavilion here. My goodness. That's the reason why emergency management issue evacuation orders, mandatory ones at that. If you're along the coastline, it's going to be very difficult for you to be safe during situations like these. Oh, look at the weather station. Look at the weather station. The weather station's toppling over. Look at that. See that there, guys? I think that's because of this. Yeah, the storm surge. Look at the pavilion. And now I'm scared for this camera, honestly. Look at how big that wave is, first off. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We might be watching the downfall of this camera right now. Not just because the pavilion just smacked into it, but because these waves are so significant. I mean, they're waterproof. They're waterproof. But... I think that might be it. I think that might be it to the camera. I think we might have just lost it. I think we might have just lost the camera at Horseshoe Beach. I think it got overtaken by the storm surge. That camera in Steinhatchee, it's still going. Sheesh. Yeah, look at how quickly that storm surge is now surging in. That's going to be something that we're going to want to continue to watch. This is Keaton Beach once again. Look at the surge. So now we're starting to get into that western eye wall, and look at how the water is starting to move its way in. So that's at Keaton Beach there. Once again, if you're just tuning in here live, we just saw about a minute ago storm surge taking over what we've been watching for the entire time. There's been this pavilion that was over in Horseshoe Beach that we've been watching the entire time. And the storm surge not only got up to the pavilion's roof, but it also overtook the pavilion as it was moving on through. And then it killed off the camera. Because the wave was high enough to hit the camera. The camera was higher than the pavilion. And Oh, look at this. This is at Fish Creek too. This is some of the, yeah, look at that. This is where the palm tree was here, guys. If you guys remember that, the camera that was blinding us every few seconds, this is what I meant. Here's the marsh, here's the ocean, here is the roadway right here. And this is some of the storm surge that's surging in as well here too. And this is at Fish Creek, Florida. So we're going to be watching this storm surge as well. But, you know, if you're just tuning in, we just watched some major damage from some of the storm surge here. And we really are hoping that people got out in time, because there's a reason why they issued evacuation orders for the coastline. Adalia has made landfall. Adalia has made landfall as a Category 3 hurricane. It was a Category 4 this morning. It had a pressure of 940 at 5 o'clock with 130 mile per hour winds. It is now a 125 mile per hour storm with a pressure of 949 millibars. From 5 o'clock and onwards, it was weakening. It was undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle, which, though that it sounds like good news. All right. If I show you guys here on the satellite imagery, and then we'll get back to the storm surge here at Keaton Beach. Look at how small this storm was, right? What an eye wall replacement cycle does is, though it weakens the storm, it significantly expands the wind field. See all the reds expanded just like this? That's what it does during an eye wall replacement cycle. And because of that, the impacts expand a lot further than just where the eye was. So we're looking at that. We're trying to make sure that, of course, all the information we can get is given out to you. If we get anything from emergency management, like a mandatory evacuation, state of emergencies and stuff like that, we'll be able to tell you all. If you guys do find anything like that as well, please be sure to tell me, as I do want to make sure that you guys are also able to know about that as well. But once again, now here's the storm surge. Now look at this. We're in the eye wall. Again, we're on the western eye wall here at Keaton Beach. So this is Horseshoe. Let's turn this back to Keaton Beach, Florida. And look at the storm surge. Look at how quickly it came in. And these are some pretty strong winds too. Look at this. Very strong winds here from the backside of Hurricane Idalia. Look at that. Yeah, that is as quick of storm surge to come in as I've seen it. That is, that's pretty insane. How far out will storm surge go? From what I've seen, about, I believe it was a half a mile. It went inland. Or it's forecasted to go inland. New report here of metal roof blown off of a shed south of Perry near the Pineland areas, as well as a very large tree that has fallen down onto the ground. So reports of damage there starting to come in along US Highway 19. Look at this here. Look at how intense the winds and the storm surges now. That is This is really intense. I want to take a look at some of the other cameras here. Oh, they got the Deckle Beach camera back in. Look at that. So surge is now starting to come into Deckle Beach as well. Remember, there's a road right here you can barely see, and there's also greenery, and there's also the pier. All right, so just for reference, all right, if we are able to get that camera back online, we can kind of compare it all. Look at the storm surge here over in Fish Creek. It is overtaking the roadway. It is overtaking the greenery that we've talked about. Significant storm surge that's now starting to rise in. And this is what I've been talking about here, guys. We were expecting this to happen, right? When it makes landfall and after it makes landfall, all right? All this significant storm surge can occur before, during, and after. And it's all depending upon which way the winds are blowing. This is a look over in Steinhatchee, and there's a barrier right here. There's also debris right here. Now water's just overflowing it. The last thing to watch out for is this pier. This is not Keaton Beach right now, so I'll take that off so you guys can see. This is Steinhatchee in Florida, along the coastline. And the last thing to really watch out for to see if it still stays up is this pier right here. There's a roof on that pier. Pretty soon the storm surge will get high enough to the point to where it'll actually be near that roof, which will be kind of a similar situation to where we were at Horseshoe Beach, which if you were with us earlier, you saw that the pavilion that was over in Horseshoe Beach got overtaken by the storm surge. And then the storm surge actually hit the camera and knocked it out. Or I believe that's what happened. Yeah, that's still offline. Storm surge completely overtook it. So probably in about 10 to 15 minutes here, we're going to see the storm surge get really high up and get really close to the top part of this little pavilion on the pier, which it doesn't look like a pier right now, but it was a pier. I promise you it was a pier. But yeah, this thing is just surging in so quickly. People are asking about where I got the camera. This is on Radar Omega. If you go over to your options on the side and go to the Cyclone Port Network and go to Project Mesovort, turn that on, you'll be able to see it. All these cameras are on there. But yeah, we're going to be watching that very closely. We're going to be watching the Keaton Beach camera very closely, of course. You can see that is still in the western eye wall right now as we speak. Western eye wall. And this is what hurricanes are known for. I know a lot of, I know everyone gets excited over how strong it is, like the winds and stuff like that. And obviously rightfully so, right? Because everyone, wants to know if things are at what category of a hurricane. Hurricanes always have similar impacts. They are mainly known for their flooding, whether that's from storm surge. This camera just went offline. I wonder if it's because something happened over there. That camera also went offline. I also wonder what happens over there. Do we not have any more cameras? Did they all go offline? It looks like they could have potentially all went offline. Let's go back to Cedar Key and see. Yeah, this thing still is going over here all the way down south. So we'll try and get those cameras back up near the eye. But these storms are known for flooding. You think of Hurricane Harvey, what it did to Houston. You think of Hurricane Katrina. And you think of Hurricane Dorian. Hurricane Dorian didn't hit the United States, but when it hit the Bahamas, everywhere was underwater. Everywhere. And everything was underwater. And, that's the one thing to not overlook, especially storm surge. What was the height of the camera at Horseshoe Beach? That is a good question. I don't actually know. It's still updating, believe it or not. That's kind of funny. I believe it was somewhere, if I were to estimate, somewhere about 12 feet above the ground that was there, which means about maybe 13 to 14 feet above sea level. That's my guess. Oh, there we go. There's the Steinhatchee camera, so we still have something that's in the eye wall. So that's my guess as to how tall it was. Tree fell right now in front of your house. Well, try and stay away from the outer portions of your house, because if there's more trees around your house, chances are there probably could be more of them that fall down. Yeah, that sounds about right, honestly. I think it was somewhere from somewhere around 13 feet tall. That's how tall the camera was above sea level. Which means that that storm surge got to that height, which is absolutely insane. I think this camera, we lost it temporarily again. Hopefully we got some of the other cameras back. Yep, there it is. So here's Keaton Beach. This is on the western eye wall once again. Adalia has already made landfall here as a Category 3 hurricane. It was a Category 4. But then upon a couple hours before landfall, it started to weaken and undergo an eye wall replacement cycle. And though that sounds like good news, that it weakened before it made landfall, what an eye wall replacement cycle also does is it broadens the wind field. It expands its impacts beyond the area near the eye wall. So more people are actually going to be dealing with some of its intense wind gusts and rain than it would usually be. That is some significant storm surge. I'm going to move this all the way over to the side here. So that way we can actually see the buildings on the right-hand side as well as the palm trees. Omega posted about the Horseshoe Beach collapse. So I can probably pull that up here real quickly then. Radar Omega. Yeah, here's the full video right here. This is what we saw on stream live. This is what we saw. Move this over so that you guys can see it. So there's the weather station on the left side. See how that went down, right? And then look at the pavilion here in a second. Big wave comes through. And the water starts to get to right about the roof. But notice how flat the roof actually is now. Look at that. Boom. Pavilion starts to get swept from under it. Big wave moves on through. And there it goes. That is what we saw live earlier on stream. And, oh my goodness. And then what happened is that the pavilion actually ran into, I think it's a tree that they tied this camera to. And I think the pavilion either A, took out the tree, or B, the storm surge got high enough to where it did something like, well, you'll see here in a few seconds. Waves got high enough to actually hit the actual camera. Watch this. Watch this giant wave. Ugh. And then there's going to be another wave here that's going to take off the camera off the grid for good here in a second. But we were watching it. We're like, all right, well, it's still on right now. There's a lot of debris, though. There's been a lot of debris. We saw a mobile home that flew through, and then it just got hit by another wave, a big one here. And it just went offline. But man, oh man. I mean, I'll tell you what. That was so crazy to watch. Let's check back here at Fish Creek. Look at that. the shrubbery is kind of gone. And now it's just the tree on the side. Significant amounts of storm surge once again. Let's try and find the Steinhatchee camera. It looks like the pier is still there. The pier is still there. So this would probably be the next thing to watch go. I'm going to be honest with you all. I think this is probably what we would want to look out for. If you would like to help us spread this information out to more and more people, spread awareness, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us get this out to more and more people on YouTube. And if you would also like to help us spread this information out to more and more social media sites, copy the link to the live stream and be sure to do so. Also, please be sure to send this with friends and family as well, who could either be impacted or is watching this from afar, like all of us. But I mean, this is exactly what we anticipated, unfortunately. Storm surge is a huge issue. Just got a report, wind gusts here. That camera died out. In Keaton Beach. Keaton Beach, we just had a wind gust report of 94 miles per hour. 94 miles per hour. Man, look at the storm surge. You guys remember about, what, 30 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago when all this was beach? Man. Now, of course, I mean, just keeps going. Someone brought up a good point. We haven't taken a look at the power map in a few hours. It was at 85. Now it's at 161,000 people. Look at that. I said that a lot of these counties are going to start turning red. And that's exactly what happened. Orange and red all in these areas. 161,000 people without power now here in Florida. And I'm pretty sure there could be a few in Georgia. Yeah, about 5,000 here in the southern portions of the state. That'll probably start to go up here soon as well. But man, this is crazy. And remember, this camera was also in the eye, right? We were looking at it, and this camera was also in the eye. Everything was completely calm. And it seemed like everything was fine, right? And then, of course, that's not Berlin, Germany. Where's my status bar? There it is. Keaton Beach, Florida. But yeah, it was in the eye, and now it definitely is not calm. Let's take a look at the advisory here. 120 mile per hour, Category 3 hurricane still. So I'm actually going to update it here for you all. This is the 8 a.m. advisory. Landfall occurred at 7:45. Landfall occurred at 7:45 a.m. I'm gonna actually go here. All slides. Okay. There we go. So that is now updated. But yes, this is a Category 3 hurricane that made landfall at 125 miles per hour. It was a Category 4 this morning. It was a Category 4 this morning, and then it actually went through something called an eye wall replacement cycle, which essentially weakened the storm. But it also expanded the wind field. So it's kind of a pick your poison type thing. Any update on the cam with the 3-story house? That camera is currently offline right now, so no. Not as of this moment. This camera over here at Steinhatchee is still not loading. Kind of hoping that that does here pretty soon. Pretty soon, at least. All right, let's go back to this over here near Fish Creek. They're starting to get some debris. We're starting to see some debris in the water again, which is unfortunate. How do I get the camera feed from Radar Omega? Radar Omega, so once you get Radar Omega, you'll pull up your side screen. You'll pull up your side screen just like this. And you'll come down to the Cyclone Port network. Turn on both of those things, and you'll get it. It'll be fine. I'm going to actually move this all the way over to the side. And just because this thing has made landfall right now, guys, does not mean that the threat is over. Because this is when storm surge can start to pick up in other areas too, like the camera that we're watching right now. And this is also where we also have to consider, right, that this is where we can start to kind of fine-tune a couple of things. All right. So I want to mention here, while the camera is up above us, all right, that on the northwestern side of the eye is where the majority of the rainfall is going to be. All right. So rainfall is going to be mainly centralized, more than likely, near areas near Jasper, Madison, Valdosta, as well as areas potentially even near Fargo and Homerville. All right, so there's going to be a lot of rainfall over here, potentially some aerial flooding. But everywhere around the eye, by a good bit, could potentially see some hurricane-force wind gusts. Not sustained winds, all right, but wind gusts. Some increments of winds becoming intense for a good few seconds, all right? So just something to make a note of is that as this thing continues to track up from Florida into Georgia, all right, it starts to continue to increase the storm surge risk along the coastline, right? Because now the winds are all going to come out from the water and push all the water up inland, which is what it's been doing. And it's also going to create an aerial flood risk and a strong wind gust risk. So that could include down trees, power lines, and stuff like that that can cause issues. Where did it make landfall and what city? Keaton Beach. Specifically in the Big Bend of Florida, is what they said, but Keaton Beach. What about Shell Point? Let me take a look here real quickly. Yeah, that's more debris that's out in front of us. I wonder, can Steinhatchee load back up again? Is the pavilion still there? Or is the pier still there? It kind of looks like the pier is still there, honestly. It kind of looks like it. What was the before picture before the pavilion? I'll show you guys here in a second, actually, because I think that should be kind of interesting. If you're talking about Shell Point in South Carolina, you guys could potentially get some strong storm surge in upwards of 2 to 5 feet. So if you're in any low-hanging areas, I recommend you would head a little bit further inland. There's also the threat for tornadoes to exist this late morning into the early afternoon, so that's something to watch out. But realistically speaking, I do think that storm surge is going to be an issue for some of you all. And actually, I want to show you guys the interactive map still. All right, we still have the interactive map for all the storm surge that is anticipated to occur. And over here in Savannah and Beaufort and Charleston, we're still anticipating some high amounts of storm surge. Everywhere in the yellow is 3 feet or above ground level storm surge. And it's specifically supposed to get pretty intense over here near Beaufort and areas to the east of Savannah. So once again, we got to continue to emphasize that if you're along the coastline here in the Carolinas or Georgia, storm surge will occur in your area too. And it's recommended that you guys get away from the coastline. If you guys get away from the coastline, you guys are going to be all right. But there is still anticipated to be a lot of storm surge on the opposite side. All right. Stepmoms in the villages, any word on what they can expect? They're going to continue to see some... they're going to continue to see some activity from the outer bands of Adalia all the way up until probably 9 or 10. I'd say 10 o'clock. And then things will start to kind of go down a little bit more. Things will start to calm down. And things should be out of that area by sometime around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. All right, I want to pull up that before. I really do. Give me a second here, chat. I am trying my best. Trying my best to find the best before image for you all. All right, boom. I'm pulling it up right here. It's from my past stream, past part of the stream, I should say. Past part of the stream. I am going to go back and go forward in speed. So you guys will be able to see what the before was. And I'll try to show you guys kind of like the after, if you will. So that's Fish Creek right there. And this is Fish Creek now. So before and after. Right? So before, after. I'll go down Steinhatchee. You can't really see a whole lot, but before and if this loads, you should see an after, but I don't think it will load, unfortunately. All right, let's move forward in time. This is the before right here. Before, this is what we were watching this morning. We saw Pavilion. We saw a weather station, we saw rocks, we saw the water, we saw grass, right? We saw all that stuff. All that stuff before, and let me pull up the after. Before, after. So before, after. And that's what Storm Surge can do. Storm Surge, and I'll speed this up for argument's sake. That pavilion's gone. Pavilion's gone. The weather station is now tilted. It's actually overtaken. And the camera gets hit here in a second by the waves. There's your big wave. Boom. And then it actually gets overtaken by the storm surge, which is really, really crazy. So, once again, There's your before and afters, if you will. The palm tree is covering the camera. Fish Creek. Wow. The pavilion on the pier is still there. It is still there, surprisingly. I'm really interested to see if that pier actually holds up. I don't think this camera will entirely because it keeps buffering and stuff like that, but let's take a look at Keaton Beach. See if things have changed a whole lot. Quite a bit of storm surge. It's now starting to surge into the areas where there's buildings over here. And you guys have to remember, this place was nothing but beach when this was in the eye, because we saw this live and it was in the eye. And now it is covered. It is covered in all sorts of water. I appreciate you guys helping me spread the information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on social media. If you want to help us spread this out to more and more people on YouTube, hit that thumbs up button down below. It really does help us out a lot. And also, if you would like more coverage like this in the future, because there is going to be a future with us, whether it's this season, if there's another hurricane that makes landfall, we'll be on here again. Or if it's next season, we do hurricane landfall coverage. We also do tornado coverage for severe weather events. We do winter weather coverage, all sorts of different coverage. We make videos. We try to make sure that everyone who follows this channel or everyone who watches my content knows exactly what's going to be going on. Because that's exactly what we want to do. We want to be transparent here. We want to make sure that you guys know everything you need to know. That is a new report. Multiple large trees down across the roads. So a lot of reports of damage here. That's coming over near the Perry and the Pinland or the Pineland areas. So basically a lot of Taylor County. A lot of Taylor County's getting activity. I'm interested to see something. Okay. I want to go back to that camera in Steinhatchee. I want to see if it's back and running. It kind of is, and the pier is still there. So that's interesting to note. Once again, we're going to be checking in to see if this pier is still standing. We want to see also for reference as to what the storm surge could be like. So the pier, I'm assuming, is about, I'd say, 10 to 12 feet tall. Storm surge is anticipated to be about 12 to 16 feet. So we're trying to see how high the storm surge can get, but we're also trying to see if things also get a lot more intense than just this. But very, very interesting, to say the least. This is also in Fish Creek. And nothing much is really happening with that. So yeah, we're going to go back to Keaton Beach here. I think this is probably the best camera that can illustrate what's going on right now. Actually, before we stick with Keaton Beach, I want to take a look at Cedar Key. I want to see if things have changed a whole lot. Still a lot of debris in the water, and water is still over land. So still a lot of storm surge here. But beyond that, nothing really has changed a whole lot. So yeah, we're going to stick here at Keaton Beach. We're going to stick with this camera. If you're just tuning in here right now, Idalia, Hurricane Idalia, has made landfall as a major hurricane. This morning, it was originally a Category 4 hurricane. It is now a Category 3 hurricane. It weakened prior to landfall. And so now it is marching its way further inland. And it's going to continue to create a lot of storm surge issues, because even though it's made landfall, that doesn't mean that everything is all done, right? Because what's happened now is, I'll show you guys the radar in the beginning. So here is Adalia right before it made landfall by a good bit. There is its makeshift eye. But you can see that if I play the loop, a lot of these storms are surging on the eastern side of it, all right? So the southeastern side of this eye is getting a lot of wind, which forces the water further and further inland. That's your storm surge. Meanwhile, on the western side, the northwestern side, a lot of the wind is forcing the water away from the coast, which meant that there wasn't really as much of a surf. Now, since it's moving further inland, all right, the winds have changed. So this is still the same. We're still seeing a lot of wind pushing storm surge inland, but now we're starting to see the winds shift and push the water into some of the areas to where there wasn't any sort of surf at all. So that's the risk here that comes with Hurricane Idalia, is that even after it makes landfall, you know, is, of course, a momentous occasion for the history of the storm. But the main reason why hurricanes are well known is mainly because they're flooding. Sure, you know, saying Category 5, Category 4, Category 3, stuff like that. The lead up to that is great. But there isn't really any sustained wind damage that you can see afterwards, because it's mainly the flooding that does all the major damage. And of course, the stronger the winds are, the higher the storm surge. And so that's what they're known for. The winds, I don't want to say it's like overhyped, because it definitely is not. Storm surge is a byproduct of those winds. But the main thing that they're known for is all their flooding. So we're going to be seeing more and more flooding here in a bit. We'll come back to Keaton Beach here. I'm trying to look to the side if there's any sort of important information. If you guys know of any important information, please be sure to share it with me. I want to make sure that if anything is said from emergency management, that you guys should know, right? So, want to make sure that that is all emphasized. When did it come ashore? At 7:45 this morning. 7:45 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It came ashore at Keaton Beach. So at this camera right here, believe it or not, we actually saw the eye of the hurricane. We actually saw it. And it was actually really calm. It was really calm. And now it just, actually before it looked a lot worse from the wind perspective, because it was the other eye wall. But we're going to be starting to see more and more storm surge here coming from this thing in a bit. So Keaton Beach for reference for people who don't know. Zooming out, this is Florida. Made landfall right here at the Big Bend of Florida. So right there. That's where it made landfall. That might be a extreme gust that's starting to head off across I-10 here. Actually, it might be some pretty significant winds that are moving across in between Live Oak and Madison, and maybe even all the way over to Greenville. Live Oak and Greenville. You see this outer band right here, chat? This right here is gusting out. It's really kind of blowing the wind up and away, and I'll show you guys here the radar imagery. A lot of these bands are just surging north, and that's going to create a lot of strong wind gusts. So don't be surprised here very soon. Don't be surprised here very soon if areas over along the border of Florida and Georgia, near Jasper, Madison, Statenville, Quitman, and then eventually Valdosta. Don't be surprised if you guys get some hurricane force wind gusts. Even though this thing has made landfall, that doesn't mean that it can't achieve hurricane force winds. It will. And I'll even show you guys here on the models real quickly. Here's some of the wind gusts here for Florida that is still anticipated. Tallahassee, we're expecting almost hurricane force wind gusts around your guys' area. So give or take maybe 5 miles per hour. That's what you can probably see. But according to this model, it says about 73 mile per hour wind gusts at around 9 a.m., which it says the time right here for reference, right? Gainesville, about 55 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, sometime around 10. And then it'll continue to increase as it moves on through, or increase in wind in your area until about, I'd say, noon, and things will start to kind of die out a little bit. Go down to Georgia and South Carolina, and you can see Valdosta at around 10 a.m., 62 mile per hour winds, 70 mile per hour wind gusts at around 11 a.m., and that'll continue to move on through. According to this model, Valdosta actually gets in the center of Adalia. So that's kind of really interesting. The other thing I want to mention here with this storm is here's the low pressure system. Remember, it moves in a counterclockwise fashion. It swirls in a counterclockwise fashion. So though we have the potential for some significant wind gusts inland, look at all this wind right here that's going to be surging inland here along the coastline of Georgia and South Carolina. So storm surge risk is going to be pretty high along there as well. Guys are going to want to watch out. If you're along the coastline at all right, from Savannah all the way up to Charleston, I highly recommend that you guys get away from the coastline for at least today. All right? For at least today, please just don't. All right? Don't be near the coastline. We can take a look at the storm surge forecast. A lot of these yellows and oranges indicate 3 feet above ground level storm surge or 6 feet above ground level storm surge. Orange is actually the higher of the two. So you can see here in Savannah and Hilton Head, pretty high amounts of storm surge. Some of this can actually get up to 9 feet above ground level in storm surge, which is kind of crazy to think about. So Beaufort or Beaufort, Charleston, all the areas over there, they're going to need to watch out because storm surge is going to be likely throughout a lot of these areas. Amy with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do. I'm going to see if we can find... Oh, here's Deckle Beach. And there's the storm surge. There's the 3-story building that I was talking about. There's the pier. And you can see storm surge is going over the road. There was a road that was here. There's a road. And you can't see it now, but it was definitely there. This is also not Keaton Beach. It's near Keaton Beach, but it's not Keaton Beach. But give it an hour, and we're probably going to see higher storm surge values over here, too. Storm surge is probably going to be higher. So that's at Deckle Beach. This is at Fish Creek. So still pretty high storm surge over here. This is at Steinhatchee. I'm not sure. I think this camera may not be online right now. That's what I'm thinking. That might be the case, honestly. How about North Carolina, Wilmington specifically? What's the path of this hurricane once it gets past South Carolina? It will continue to ride up the coast, which means there's still going to be storm surge that is anticipated along the coastline over there, even all the way up into the Outer Banks. But the storm will actually be weakening as it's over land. So by the time it gets up to you all, it probably will be a tropical storm. And we could probably see storm surge in upwards of probably at most 4 feet. But it's around 1 to 4 feet of storm surge. And you can see that on this graphic right here. Exactly that. So 1 to 4 feet of storm surge within a lot of these areas. Looks like rainfall hasn't changed a whole lot. Once again, flash flooding is definitely possible for any of the areas that are under this heavy amount of rainfall. 4 to 10 inches of rain is possible. So definitely something to watch out. And I also want to mention here real quickly, it looks like the National Hurricane Center thinks that this thing is actually going to take the ladder. So we talked about how Adalia could potentially try to curl back into Florida. There's 2 mechanisms that are trying to keep this to stall out here in the water, or try to go one way or another. One of which is a high pressure that is over here in the eastern portions of the United States. The other one is a high pressure that's over here in the Bahamas. And this is going to constantly create steering flow. All right, steering flow for this storm to try and move. It's actually going to push the storm in certain directions. And so whichever high pressure system ends up becoming stronger will actually have overpowering steering flow and will actually push it one way or another. So according to the National Hurricane Center, they are thinking that that high pressure system over the U.S. is not going to be strong enough, and the southern one is actually going to push it a little bit further towards Bermuda. However, all right, and this is a big however right here, it is not unrealistic to think that this thing could try and curl back towards Florida. The only issue right now is that a lot of the models are thinking that it's now going to stay back out to sea. So that's kind of the good news there with that. But here's most of the model consensus here from all sorts of different models that are available. And you can see it comes to Bermuda and then it goes straight back out to sea, which is the good news there. So we're hoping that that ends up continuing to be the case. That appears to be a wind gust of 78 miles per hour over near Perry. I wonder if it was higher. It was higher. 85 mile per hour wind gust in Perry earlier, which is pretty crazy. Is there any cameras in Savannah? There might be, but I don't really have a whole lot of them, if any. I have a couple in Brunswick, though. I have a couple cameras in Brunswick. I don't know where exactly they look. And I have a camera over in Charleston. I also have a camera on Hilton Head, but it's actually, I think it's looking at the lighthouse. But if there are people that know of cameras that are in Savannah, Georgia, and feel free to let me know. But I do have a beach camera. I do have a beach camera right off of Charleston. It's at, what is this? This is Folly Beach. Folly Beach. Now, we might not be live at that point. We're probably going to keep going for another 2 hours. Another 2 hours. We're going to take a bit of a break at that stretch whenever we do end it. And then we're going to see if we need to come back on live. We're going to see if we need to come back on. If we do, then we will be later on this evening. But for right now, we got bigger issues at hand. Any severe storms happening anywhere else in the United States at the moment? Nope. Not really. I think reconnaissance is done, isn't it? I think it should be all done. No more planes. Yeah, there's no more planes flying into this thing. It's done. So we didn't get a NOAA Hurricane Hunter out into the thing this morning after all. They were scheduled to deploy. I wonder what held them back from doing it. What is my threshold for streaming hurricanes? I might even stream tropical storms, honestly. It'll just depend upon the impacts that it will create. That's kind of how I feel about that. Interesting. Yeah, believe it or not, I got about 3 hours of sleep last night. So I'll tell you what, after this is all said and done, I'm going to be sleeping pretty nicely. But I still got a lot of ways to go. But if you hear me yawn, you'll know the reason why. 83-mile-per-hour wind gusts report over there at the Keaton Beach station. So that's interesting. Let's look at this Steinhatchee camera again. It looks like it's actually not popping up. So that's interesting. I still can't believe. I'll tell you what, guys. That Horseshoe Beach camera that we had, watching that live, seeing the storm surge increase as much as it did, with the pavilion, and then watching the pavilion get overtaken by the storm surge, as well as watching other buildings get carried by the storm surge in front of the camera. That's got to be the craziest thing we've seen out of this entire stream. It's got to be the highlight of the stream. That kind of just tells you storm surge is no joke. Storm surge is no joke at all. Maybe in the future I can cover hurricanes in Atlantic Canada. What was the hurricane that happened last year that hit Nova Scotia? I think I covered that thing. I can't remember. I cannot remember. Save the life of me. Ah, that makes sense, Jason. That makes sense. We're starting to get a lot of reports now across the board of wind gusts. 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts reported from Mesonet. That would be in Hamilton County. In Live Oak, Mesonet, what? Hurricane report, source Mesonet. It didn't say how fast the winds were in Live Oak. 44 mile per hour wind gusts report over there. This is in Lafayette County, 1 mile east-northeast of Mayo, Florida. 73 mile per hour wind gust over there. This is in Perry from a storm chaser that's Chevron. 64 mile per hour wind gust report at Purcell Junction, Florida. Bunch of reports of damage. Bunch of reports of winds in general from this tropical system. Tallahassee had a wind gust report of 53 miles per hour earlier. There's a 50 mile per hour wind gust. There's another 50 mile per hour wind gust. So the gusts are going to start riling up here pretty soon. Yeah, Fiona. I'm pretty sure I covered that. Or at least I think I did. Did I see the super typhoon near Japan? No, I haven't, but I definitely should. Usually anything that gets near Japan, I'm really interested about. Oh. It looks like the storm surges went down near Steinhatchee. And it looks like part of the pier survived. Look at that. It looked like part of the pier survived. Remember, the storm surge was all the way up to the roof. All the way up to the roof. Or at least a little bit below the roof. And though there is some debris in the water that you can see in front of us, doesn't look as bad. New day 1 enhanced. Yeah, it's a 10 tour. Extends all the way from Savannah all the way up into Wilmington, so we probably will have to stream tonight. Late afternoon into early evening, something of the sort. But that is a new enhanced risk for tornadoes. And that's mainly for storms that are making landfall from the outer bands of Adalia. Because those things can produce water spouts, and those water spouts can move inland. Once they make landfall, they become tornadoes. So, Steinhatchee is how it's pronounced? Makes sense. Steinhatchee. So yeah, it looks like the storm surges kind of went down over there just a little bit. Look back at Keaton Beach. Looks like the storm surges kind of went down a little bit here too. But the winds are going to change. The winds are going to start coming out from the south and west here soon. So we probably will see an increase in storm surge here as well. I would not be surprised to see that. And the same thing applies for this over here near Deckle Beach. And actually, a storm surge has increased here at Deckle Beach. Nice to see that you're all right, Phil. Speaking of power, speaking of which, let's take a look and see. Let's take a look and see the power outages now, right? It is now over 200,000 people without power. Right here. Over 200,000 people without power now. And a lot of these counties are in the red. A lot of these counties are starting to lose power. Which is right over where Adalia is supposed to track through. April with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, Nate, my apologies. I set my alarm this morning and I couldn't hang and fell back asleep. It's fine. Trust me. It's not that big of a deal. There's a reason why I told Becca to go to sleep early last night. Even though she technically woke up like 5 times overnight. But it's fine. It's fine. Next time I see her in person, I'll give her a karate chop. Jacob with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, keep up the great work, Nate. You're the best. Thank you so much, Jacob. I really do appreciate that. It really does mean a lot to me. 9 o'clock advisory. 9 o'clock advisory for Hurricane Idalia. It is now a 110 mile per hour Category 2 storm. So it is weakened, unsurprisingly, because it has made landfall and it is over land. It also has a minimum pressure of 957 millibars. So, really interesting stuff to see with that. Steenhatchee. Looks like it's trying. Is that a piece of debris that we're seeing right here from the Steenhatchee camera? And it looks like the camera might have went down. At least for a little bit. Sheesh. No, they don't, April. They don't make them like her. You are absolutely right. That is a new flash flood warning. We're going to start seeing more of these. We're going to start seeing more flash flood warnings throughout the area. This is a flash flood warning for Madison County and Taylor County here in Florida. That'll be in effect until noon. So, flooding. Turn around. Don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways because they appear a lot shallower than they actually are. So do me a favor, okay? Do me a favor. If you see a flooded roadway, don't drive in it. Or I got a better idea. Just don't drive out into this storm in general right now. All right? You had plenty of time before this thing came along to try and get to a shelter. We have the pinned message that literally has a map full of hurricane shelters, right? If it took you up until this point right now to try and find a shelter, I'm telling you right now, it's a little too late. So, just deck it out in your car. Face the front of your car into the wind. All right? So you might have to adjust your car a couple of times depending upon where you are. But face your car into the wind and you'll be fine. Yeah, that's 215,000 people without power. Let's take a look at Georgia. Georgia, the numbers are probably going to start to increase here pretty soon. We're talking 8,500, so not actually that bad. Not actually that bad. Nathan with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, the hurricane hunters went back home, so we don't need that anymore. Yeah, it looks like the surge at this part of Keaton Beach is not really that significant. Steenhatchee, however, I'm still watching this very, very closely. Why does the National Weather Service shy away from using Saffir-Simpson in their updates? Like, purposefully doing it? I don't know. I think it's more to try and be specific about a storm. Because I think there can be certain degrees to a hurricane, like specifically the categories. So, like, if we're talking about a, a Category 1 hurricane, if it's a low-end Category 1, that's like 75 mile per hour winds. But if it's a high-end, that's a 90 mile per hour wind Category 1 hurricane, which is a big difference, right? So the difference in that wind can result into greater impacts, such as storm surge and flooding, which is the reason why I think they rely on the movement, how fast the storm is moving, the minimum pressure, as well as the maximum wind speed. Now, they do say in their updates, if something does change, Category 3 hurricane, Category 4 hurricane. That's what they said this morning when it, strengthened to a Category 4 hurricane, which fortunately it weakened before it made landfall, of course. But it's more because there's like certain degrees to the there's certain degrees to how intense a storm can be, and categories, they generalize those degrees. That's good, Void. Yeah, we watched landfall occur. For those of you who are just tuning in, we saw two different things. We saw a camera inside the eye. We saw a camera inside the eye. It was super calm. Super, super calm. And unironically, this is that very same camera this is the Keaton Beach, Florida area, for those who don't know. And we also saw a camera that was south of this. This was over at Horseshoe Beach. And if you guys remember last night, Horseshoe Beach was the area that had the pavilion. It had the land, and then it had like the rocks and then the water on the opposite side of the rocks. That pavilion is gone. That's a new tornado warning, by the way. Listen in.
Tornado warning for southeastern Pasco County in west central Florida.
All right, so if you're in Pasco County in Florida, you need to get into your safe space. You need to get into the lowest innermost part of a sturdy building. This is what I mean by the pavilion is gone. There's the pavilion. Weather station starts to get overtaken by the storm surge. Notice how the pavilion is starting to buckle a little bit. See how the pavilion is starting to buckle? And it'll get to a stage to where the pavilion actually just, well, breaks off just like that. And then it just gets overtaken. And we watched this live. This was absolutely crazy when it happened live. And of course, the pavilion then ran into the camera. We also saw a bunch of other stuff from this camera, by the way, before the pavilion was gone. We saw that, we saw what appeared to be a mobile home. We saw a mobile home actually go through the water in front of us, which is so crazy. But then this is when it started to get to where the waves were too big and they started to hit the camera. And, of course, this is what, I think there's another 20 seconds left in this video. But long story short, the waves got large enough, which this camera was sitting about 12 feet, 13 feet above sea level. The waves got large enough to actually take this camera out. And we lost it. So, really, really crazy footage that we watched live as it happened. It was just absolutely insane. But I reposted that. I retweeted that on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it. I try to retweet a lot of stuff that I see on Twitter. Windows blown out of a T-Mobile in Perry, per sources. trees getting blown all the way over from this hurricane. Wow. I'm seeing a lot of stuff on Twitter that is just absolutely intense. I'll tell you what. And these storms, you know, this storm was forecasted to be pretty intense with its storm surge. I mean, we have been talking about it. I've made videos about it. I did a live stream last night about it. I tried to tell people, whoever watched my streams, if they were on the coastline and if they had an evacuation order. So any of these counties, with the exception of St. John's and Flagler County, if they had an evacuation order for their area, they needed to heat it, right? I tried to, tell them last night that, hey, there's still shelters to go to. You don't exactly have to get a hotel, or you don't actually have to go out of state in order to get away from this thing. Some of which were pet accessible. And I'm just hoping that people heeded not just my words, but other people's words. Because, yeah. Wanted to get that out. All right, tornado warning. Tornado warning for eastern Pasco County here in Florida. This is near the Zephyrhills, or Zephyr Hills, I should say, areas. I think this is Zephyr Hills. And the Lumberton areas. If I mispronounce any of these, please correct me. But that'll be in effect until 9:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And if we go back to when this was originally warned, you can see that this thing does have some rotation. Reds are the winds moving away from the radar. Greens are the winds moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. It just passed to the west of Zephyr Hills. It is heading to the Lumberton areas, and it still is rotating quite a bit. It's going to cross over US Highway 98. So if you live near US Highway 98, near the intersection of that and US Highway 301, areas north of Zephyr Hills or Lumberton, and areas south and east of Dade City here in Florida, you're going to want to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Now, I know there's not a whole lot of underground facilities, if any, here in Florida. But if there is one, get into that. If not, lowest innermost part of a sturdy building if you guys can. There's also some other areas around that kind of have a bit of rotation, so that's going to be something to watch for. Whenever a new tornado warning does come out, we're going to hear that same ping again, because we always have that ping that tells us what counties are going to be impacted. So we'll have that. I hit 4.4K. Oh, cool. Yeah, we're continuously growing our outreach. We're continuously growing our community, so that way, if our community comes together, we can actually continue to spread awareness, and that's amazing. So, for instance, my last video that I uploaded yesterday, first off, is by far my most viewed video. And second off, it has 390,000 views. It could very well get to 400,000 views. It is definitely possible. It also has over 10,000 likes. According to my statistics right now, we have 46,463 subscribers, which means that we have continuously grown our community. And as I mentioned, we want to continue to have this community, right? Regardless if you come back or not, we want to continue to have this community so that we have not only a lot of transparency between myself, you, and whatever weather data is out there. So hopefully I'll be able to give you guys information on what all is going on. But we also want to try to spread awareness to other people who might actually need it. Some of this information can be crucial to them. And we want to make sure that they know, maybe not exactly what is happening, but as close to exact as I possibly can get it. because a lot of people love to kind of overgeneralize what actually is happening. I get pretty in depth with everything, and I try to make it pretty easy for you guys to understand too. So I have a lot of data. You can look to last night and how I covered the lead up to this system. It's another tornado warning, by the way.
Tornado warning for southwestern Hardee County in central Florida, southeastern Manatee County in west central Florida, northwestern DeSoto County in south central Florida, east central Sarasota County in west central Florida.
So if you guys live in those counties, you guys need to get into a sturdy structure and get into the lowest innermost part of that building. But yeah, essentially I just want to continue to spread any sort of information that I may have out to as many people as possible. So here's your new tornado warning. This is for southwestern Hardee, southeastern Manatee, northeastern DeSoto, and east central Sarasota counties in Florida. That'll be in effect until 9:45 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. There is a little bit of a kink. There's a little bit of a curl, a comma head, if you will, within this storm. So this is a little bit of a supercell. It does have a little bit of rotation, not a whole lot. It's not really that significant, but you can still see, all right, green's moving towards, red's moving away. All right, so here's the little comma head. You can see it's trying to hook out like a little mini supercell. It's probably not going to sustain all too long, but it does have some rotation. So regardless if it intensifies or weakens, the fact that it is still there to begin with is something that needs to be taken seriously. So if you're over here in the portions of Arcadia and areas west of Arcadia here in DeSoto County, as well as areas potentially near Limestone and Gardner, you guys will need to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. So lowest innermost part of your building. Get pillows, get helmets, hard-soled shoes. If you don't have a helmet, put a pot on your head. Works the same way, trust me. Yeah, any way you can be able to put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. That is what you're going to want to do in a tornado warning. And the same applies for anyone that is not in any of these tornado warnings right now. If there's any sort of future severe weather events that I cover for your area, because I don't just cover hurricanes, I don't just cover Florida. I cover tornadoes, I cover winter weather, I make videos, stuff like that. But whenever I'm live talking about tornadoes, I always say the same thing. You're always going to want to get in a sturdy building because mobile homes won't do it. And you're going to want to put yourself in the lowest innermost part of that building. Right now, yes, it is a Category 2 hurricane. It was a Category 4, and then it weakened just before landfall, and it made landfall at 7:45 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time as a 125 mile per hour Category 3 hurricane. But because it also weakened before landfall, it also expanded its wind field, which means that the storm essentially has gotten larger. So that's not exactly the greatest thing. And that's kind of the reason why the National Weather Service has also issued a flash flood warning. So for Madison and for Taylor counties, there's a flash flood warning in effect until noon. There probably will be more flash flood warnings. There probably will be more. So let's go back here. Storm surge has increased here. Storm surge has increased. So this is Keaton Beach, Florida, and the water has now gotten over. There's a little portion of beach here still a little bit earlier. Now the water is starting to really march its way inland. Got some pretty heavy amounts of storm surge over here. Let's take a look at Deckle Beach. Deckle Beach, yeah, the storm surge has increased over here as well. It is almost up to the pier. It is almost up to the deck of the pier. So that's going to be really interesting. That's kind of the good news with that. Not really as significant there, but still, it got few hours before things can change. Fish Creek, Florida. Storm surge hasn't really changed a whole lot. It might actually have gone down just a little bit. Just a little bit. Because before, the water was actually covering this little tree or this little shrubbery. And now it's not completely covering it. So that's kind of the good news with that as well. Steinhatchee is apparently offline. I don't know what happened to the camera, but it's apparently offline. Horseshoe Beach has been taken offline. I wonder if Radar Omega said something about that. Significant structure damage in Cedar Key. This is from Reed Timmer. So most of you guys should know who Reed Timmer is. And look at this damage here from the storm surge in Cedar Key. I mean, my goodness. Strong. This is not Keaton Beach. But this is at Cedar Key. And a lot of the area is covered in water. You can see quite a bit of damage here. Man, oh man. I have no idea what they're looking at now. I think they're looking at... Oh no, they might be trying to get out of the way. Something like that. They're exploring, which is not exactly the smartest idea. I'm gonna be honest with you. But Reed Timmer, I mean, he's an extreme chaser for a reason. He has a PhD for a reason. He's definitely doing stuff. Speaking of doing stuff, the pier did not last. The roof to the pier is gone. We've missed it. But the roof to the pier is no longer there. No longer there. Have not only a lot of transparency. No, shut up me. I don't want to hear me. Now I understand why people think my voice is annoying. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I am just kidding. Yeah, that is true, Caitlin. You are 100% right about that. Maybe not exactly the smartest, but that's not his brand either. They call him an extreme chaser for a reason. They do indeed. I don't know what is going on with my phone. Oh, it's having some fun times, I'll tell you what. Alright, so that camera is kind of off. I think the best camera is either Deckle Beach, what we have left. Actually, I want to go down to Cedar Key real quickly. That's where Reed Timmer is, but I want to see if we can see anything different. Honestly, not really. I think the storm surge might actually be a little bit higher. That's a new tornado warning, by the way. Listen in. Nope, don't listen in, apparently. I know exactly where it is. It's in Georgia. It is in Georgia. So I will actually pull that up here. First off, let me get this camera back over to Keaton Beach. We'll have that going about. But we have a tornado warning here in Georgia. This is for Liberty County, McIntosh County. And I think that's actually it. Yeah, Liberty and McIntosh until 9:45 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time here in Georgia. So if you guys live in these areas, we might actually need a new radar, believe it or not. I think that's what we're going to do. I think we're going to actually reshuffle our radars. Put that right there. Put that right there. Put that right there. Put that right there. Should be good with that. All right, so we've shuffled our radars. We're putting one here in Charleston, South Carolina. I'm actually going to move this all the way over to here. There we go. All right, so here's the tornado warning. This is for South Newport and areas along I-95. There is rotation here. There is rotation. You can actually see the greens move toward the radar over in Charleston, South Carolina. Grays moving away with a little bit of reds. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And I think the normalized rotation is picking up on this too. Yeah, that's exactly the case here. We do have some rotation there. We also have rotation just off to the north of it too. But there's a good reason why there is a tornado warning that has been issued here for South Newport. So if you're over in South Newport, guys need to get in your safe space right now. Lowest innermost part of a sturdy building. That is the best thing you can do. You can also get helmets, you can get pillows, you can get hard-soled shoes just on the off chance that the tornado does hit you. And if you don't have a helmet, put a pot on your head. It'll work the same way as a helmet would. And a lot of these storms are going to be making landfall. So the reason why the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center here today has actually increased the probability for tornadoes is because of the frequency of these storms that are off the coast moving onshore. It is going to constantly make landfall. And there's a good chance that some of these storms could actually be rotating. There's actually a couple of them that are rotating off the coast right now. And if they are just so happen, if they just so happen to be producing tornadoes, or at least water spouts, I should say. If they're producing water spouts, when they make landfall, they turn into tornadoes. And, with the fact that these storms are constantly going to be moving ashore now, there is a very good chance that we can see numerous water spouts make landfall as tornadoes up and down the coast of Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. But yeah, you can kind of see what I mean here. Storms are just kind of going north, or they're kind of going northeast. They're eventually going to make landfall here. And this will continue all the way up into the afternoon, evening, and even overnight hours, honestly. So it's an all-day threat. All-day threat. Strong velocities east of Dade City with 3 minutes left on the warning. Velocity extending through Zephyr Hills. Let's actually take a look at those tornado warnings down south, actually. Zephyr Hills and Dade City, velocities are kind of there. It's not the strongest thing in the world, at least not anymore. So they're probably going to allow that thing to expire. There is something that I'm going to watch for very, very closely. Might be a new tornadic storm. Could head to Duet. This thing could head to Duet, which would be northeastern Manatee County. So watch out for the potential of something tornadic. That could be a thing over there. And it could head off into southwestern portions of Polk County, southeastern portions of Hillsborough County, maybe northwestern Hardy County, something like that. But that's what I'm thinking. These other two tornado warnings aren't really doing too much here in Florida. So let's look back at the storm surge here. Keep looking back at this to kind of see if stuff has changed, and indeed it has. It looks like the water is starting to get over this portion. I think this is a little observation deck. There's a pavilion over here, or at least what looks like a pavilion. If not, could be like a little mini car wash, because usually car washes have like the little windows or little drive-throughs that you drive through. But Yeah, it does look like storm surge has increased in the area. I also want to take a look here in a bit after I look at some reports of some of the other cameras. So there's reports of trees blocking 358 east. That is south of Tennille and east of Steinhatchee. So that's not entirely that surprising. There's also reports of trees down on a road near Live Oak in Florida. So that's also not that surprising as well. That's a report. That's the gas station. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of reports of wind gusts all around here. All right, let's look at the camera over in Steinhatchee. Hopefully that's better. No, it's not. All right, we're going to take a look then at the one in Deckle Beach. And yes, the storm surge has definitely... It's definitely upticked a little bit. Now I can barely see the greenery that is right next to the road. There's supposed to be a road right here. That road's obviously gone at that point. And you can also see the waves are once again up against that pier there. Do I live here in Florida? No, I do not. I am fortunately further out away from this thing. I'm using a bunch of things to track this thing. Gibson Ridge 2 Analyst version 3. Radar Omega, Hurricane Hunter data, Tropical Tidbits, National Hurricane Center, all sorts of stuff. Is that a break in the clouds over there? It does look like it, doesn't it? We might see a new surge of wind here. Yeah, I think storm surge is going to increase because what's going to happen is if we look back at the radar, we've got this band right here, concentrated with a bunch of rain and wind, and this is going to try and accelerate some of the storm surge. So there's Deckle Beach right there, which is where that camera, where the triple-decker building was. And Keaton Beach is just a little bit to the south of that as well. So, kind of watching to see how this thing continues to move about. Sky with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. But yeah, I think this is around the period in which we're probably going to see another burst of winds and maybe some higher storm surge. And then once this band gets out of the way, I'm sure there's going to be additional storm surge, but it won't be rising at a significant rate, not like it was before. So that's kind of the good news there. But I mean, this is what hurricanes do. Hurricanes are flood makers. I mean, granted, they do some wind damage. And, you know, it's always interesting to talk about Category 4, Category 3, you know, it is this intensity, this wind speed, and stuff like that. But it's also important to not overlook the flooding risk that comes with hurricanes. You think of Katrina, think of Harvey, right? All the flooding that they did in the United States. And I also think about Hurricane Dorian. Dorian didn't hit the United States directly, but it hit the Bahamas. And I remember covering that in 2020. I mean, I've been doing this for 4.5 years. I think it's, yeah, no, it is the longest tenured weather YouTube channel that's not corporate. I remember doing that. I remember doing that live stream in 2019, almost 2020. And the flooding from the storm surge over there was just so immense. Everything was covered in water. Because you have to remember, Dorian was tied for the strongest hurricane ever in the Atlantic at 185 miles per hour. So, flooding, I know, is boring. It sounds boring. All right? It's just water, right? To people who are along the coastline or to people who are in flood-prone areas, it's not just water. It can also be impacting people's lives. And that's what I've been trying to stress for the past, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 days of me knowing that this thing was going to come and hit Florida. Tried to make all sorts of videos. I've tried to make all sorts of, I did a live stream last night trying to stress the urgency that people should evacuate if they can. And it's kind of what we got. So hopefully people heeded the warnings of emergency officials. That's what I'm hoping for. Let's go back to this Deckle Beach camera, because this still looks pretty crazy. Just got a report here of trees down south of Valdosta, so looks like wind gusts are starting to get into the Valdosta area here. Do I need another radar? There is a new flash flood warning, though. It is for Valdosta. Southeastern Brooks County, as well as Lowndes County in Georgia. That'll be in effect until 12:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways, because roadways appear a lot shallower than they actually are when they're flooded. And that is the reason why you see a lot of people on the local news. If there's ever any significant floods, you see these water rescues from like helicopters and stuff like that. Some of which, sure, they can be, people on top of a roof, but for the people that are in their cars, it's exactly the reason. They just get stuck. They think they can make it through, and they can't. Yeah, it's Tampa. The Tampa Bay area in general really dodged a bullet, in my opinion. It could have been a lot further to the east where it made landfall. If it made landfall in like Dixie County or Levy County, then Tampa Bay was going to definitely see a lot of significant impacts. But the good news is though it still made landfall a lot further east than it was anticipated to do so yesterday, contrast to, what was it, about 3, maybe 4 days ago when they were trying to forecast this thing, it actually ended up going a lot further north and west than it was originally anticipated to. So that's the good news. That's the good news for Tampa. They're still expected to see some significant wind gusts. Wind gusts and some storm surge. That's just kind of unavoidable with a lot of these tropical systems. But when we're talking about storm surge down here near the St. Pete, Clearwater, Tampa area, we're really talking about at most 4 to 6 feet of storm surge. So if they're along the coastline, they're going to get it. But if they're further inland, right, even by a little bit, they'll be fine. Yeah, this is, this storm surge is really starting to kind of ramp up in that spot. What about Steinhatchee? Has it updated yet? The answer is no. We're going to go back to Fish Creek to kind of see what it's doing here. I think this camera was tied to a palm tree. I'm pretty sure it was tied to a palm tree, because last night this thing was flashing everything, and even this morning when we started to go live, it was going in front of the camera. It was blinding us because it was registering it as white light and stuff like that. So if you see this thing fly into the screen, I'm pretty sure it's because this camera is tied to a palm tree. But storm surge is still pretty strong. If you guys remember what we saw at the beginning of the stream, there's a dirt road right here. And the shrubbery went all the way down, went down to about right here. Something like that, give or take. So the water has really overtaken a lot of this area. Storm surge has really had a lot of flooding. And if you guys remember, even just before landfall, or actually right at landfall, I should say, landfall was at around 7:45 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. All right, it was as a Category 3. It was a Category 4, but then it weakened upon landfall, so that's amazing, the fact that it did that. But this camera was in the eye right here, this one over here, in Keaton Beach. And we saw nothing but beach. We also saw that the water had receded further out, right? Further out. And we also saw that the winds were pretty calm. And the opposite of the, has now occurred for all three of those things. So we can't see beach. The water's definitely not receded. And it is pretty windy. Sky Meadow with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support to the channel. Thank you very much. People are asking, what about the wind gusts over here for McLenny? The wind gusts over here, or the general winds, I should say, it's going to be pretty hard for me to figure out, but I should be able to. I just need to put this in a different radar. Let's do that. Yeah, Valdosta is starting to get some pretty strong damaging winds. There's been reports of trees down. And while that radar is actually loading, let's put into perspective. Power outages. Florida. Last time we checked, it was at 215,000 people. Survey says it is now up to 260, almost 265,000 people. Almost 265,000 people without power. So a lot of people without power in Florida. Georgia, about 16,000 people without power. That number is going to increase as we continue to go through the day. A lot of people in southern Georgia starting to lose power, even in some areas over here in southeastern Georgia. Expect this entire area right here of Georgia, from this pink and further down, to at least have some yellow. So there is going to be power outages for areas in southeastern Georgia. Just got to watch out. I wouldn't be in any sort of mobile homes, honestly. I would be in a sturdy building. If there's any sort of local hurricane shelters that are around, I would probably get to it. And yeah, that's pretty much what I got with that. Velocities here in McLenny. I'm seeing some winds that could probably be in upwards of maybe 50 miles per hour. That's possible. We are looking up pretty high above the ground, maybe a little bit below a mile. So my guess is it's probably around 40 to 45 miles per hour, but gusts can be in upwards of 50. So that's what I'm seeing right now. What I'm also seeing right now is Adalia, which is a Category 2 hurricane right now as it's making its way over land, is about to cross the border of Florida and Georgia. But there is a significant amount of rain on that northwestern side. Once again, we've been talking about how that northwestern side is going to be getting a lot of rain. And that's where the flash flooding risk can occur. So that's the reason why there's been 2 flash flood warnings that have been issued for portions of Georgia and Florida. And a lot of strong, damaging winds that are currently ongoing right now too. Some of these winds here in Valdosta are actually getting up and upwards of 80 miles per hour, which is pretty crazy. Some of the stuff that's over near Madison, Florida, some of the wind gusts could be in upwards of 90 to 100 miles per hour still. The same thing with Live Oak, 100 mile per hour wind gusts are possible, especially as that goes up into I-75 near Jasper and Jennings. So it's not really all that surprising right now. Everything is kind of going along as it's supposed to. But the one thing that I will say is the wind field has expanded just a little bit. What the hurricane did after it became a Category 4 hurricane at 5 o'clock in the morning, it underwent something called an eye wall replacement cycle. And although the good news for it undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle meant that the storm would weaken, it would also expand its wind field. And that's exactly what it has done here right now. It has become a larger hurricane, impacting a lot more people on a widespread basis. So that's kind of the good news on one hand. It wasn't as strong as it could have been at landfall. But the bad news was also, well, it's now going to be a lot more widespread with some of the impacts. Tree 3 Climber with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. It says predictions for New Zion, South Carolina. That's in central South Carolina. Good question. Well, I'm going to look up your specific area, and then I'm also going to look at the wind gusts for your area as well. So that's New Zion, South Carolina. And then when I look at these wind gusts here, chat, I want you guys to remember, that's actually new data, so we'll look at that in a while. But I want you guys to kind of remember that these are wind gusts. These are not sustained winds. You're not going to see this the entire time. You're just going to have periods to where the wind can be a lot more intense. So that's kind of something to note. All right. East of Columbia. That's kind of like over here. Okay, cool. So here's your wind gusts from the system as this moves on through. The time, if I have correlated this correctly, and I have not, so there you go. I am going to move this up just like this. The time is right there. All right, so if you guys need to look at the time, it is right there in Eastern, already converted for you. Pretty cool. Excuse me. I don't know what came over me with that. Valdosta, expected to see strong wind gusts as we've mentioned. Maybe even the eye could move over your area. Something of the sort. But sometime here in the late afternoon, we're anticipating wind gusts along the coastline here, stretching from the border of Florida and Georgia all the way up into the Carolinas to start to intensify. And that means more storm surge, more flooding, more storm surge. I know you guys are tired of me saying storm surge, storm surge, storm surge, storm surge, but hurricanes do the majority of its damage through its flooding, and the majority of its flooding comes from storm surge. So still got about 6 feet, maybe even an upwards of 9 feet of storm surge possible at maximum over here in some of these areas. If you are in low-lying flood-prone areas, or if you are in a mobile home, please get away from the coastline for just tonight. You can come back sometime around midnight. You'll be fine, unless if you're over in like Myrtle Beach, then don't come back. Just like, you know, sleep in your car overnight further inland. Trust me, you'll be fine. But wind gusts are expected to be pretty significant for areas here in central South Carolina. We're expecting mid to upper range tropical storm force winds and upwards of probably 65 miles per hour. If you're along the coastline, of course, wind gusts can be around the same as well, maybe even a little bit higher. And then things should start to move out and start to kind of dampen down by the early morning hours of tomorrow for South Carolina. Georgia, it'll be done and over with for you all by midnight. Maybe not for Savannah. Savannah might have to wait an extra hour for it to start to kind of really weaken down. But the main activity is going to start moving on through from 2 o'clock all the way through until midnight for Georgia. 2 o'clock to midnight is your time frame. That's the general time that I'm thinking for you all. For South Carolina, it'll start to be from 6 or 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock all the way until about, I'd say, 8 o'clock in the morning on Thursday. That's when your general time frame could potentially be. And then North Carolina, we'll look at this with North Carolina because we have people that also live in North Carolina here that are watching the stream. I'm not living in, I don't live in North Carolina, but I still want to bring that transparency. Sometime around midnight tonight, all the way through to about, I would say 4 to 5 p.m. on Thursday, with the exception of the Outer Banks. The Outer Banks might be some significant winds that could develop, maybe hurricane force winds, wind gusts, I should say, once again for your guys' area. So I would watch out for that as well. But other than that, that's kind of the general wind gusts. Of course, flash flooding is going to be a thing. Flash flooding will be a thing. So you guys will need to watch out. But if you guys are in the yellow or the red, it is recommended that you guys stay away from flood-prone areas. Turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. I also mentioned the storm surge earlier. If you want to pause the stream real quickly to look at it, you can. But storm surge will be happening. Let's move out of this camera over to Deckle Beach. And honestly, not much has changed. Has the Steenhatchee camera fixed itself? Oh wow, the pier is actually pretty broken apart now. Look at some of the poles that are from that. Some of the poles are tilted from the storm surge. And if you guys are just tuning in here right now, this is the landfall of Hurricane Idalia right now. We were watching this earlier with a bunch of cameras that we had, and we saw the before and after of an area in Horseshoe Beach where it looked completely normal. It had land, it had a pavilion, and then it was completely overtaken by water. I'll show you guys the moment into which the pavilion was actually overtaken by the storm surge, but we watched that live. We also watched on that same camera there a mobile home floating down the storm surge as well in front of us, which was really crazy. We also had a camera that was inside the eye of Hurricane Idalia as it was making landfall. So it was a Category 4 hurricane this morning at 5 a.m. It ended up weakening back into a Category 3 prior to landfall, and made landfall as a 125 mile per hour Category 3 hurricane. And that was at 7:45 a.m. this morning, Eastern. But yeah, we're watching right now. Originally, there was a pier here, and it also had a little shack or pavilion with a roof as well. And now it's gone. We don't know when it was gone specifically, but we weren't able to see it live, similar to how we were able to see this live which I will pull that up here. Now, here it is. This is what we saw live. The significant storm surge at Horseshoe Beach. And I want you guys to take a look. This is a weather station right here. This pole. This is a weather station that was right next to, if not on top of, this pavilion right here. And this camera's up at about 13, 14 feet above sea level. And all of a sudden, the pavilion starts to go. Look at this big wave right here. Oof. And then what's really interesting is that the pavilion actually runs into wherever this camera is actually situated on, which I think actually kind of impacted it a little bit, because pretty soon we're actually going to see that this camera is actually going to take a beating. When I mean take a beating, I mean take a full wave head on. And of course, these cameras are waterproof. Whoever put them up, they're pretty smart in what they're doing. But one thing I will say is that this storm surge was very significant. We're talking high-end storm surge that came in, did crap ton of damage. And when emergency officials mention stuff about evacuation orders and stuff like that, mandatory evacuation orders for areas along the coastline, especially if you are forecasted to be hit directly by a hurricane, this is what happens, right? So, you know, there can be people that can be stubborn all they want about how, oh, well, I've lived through hurricanes before. You know, this is nothing. Listen, it's something. Every single time that someone is right next to the eye wall of a hurricane, specifically on the eastern side, and this is talking from the U.S. perspective, or at least the side in which is dominant, where winds are heading into the coast. Let's say that, because it's not always every single time to where the eastern side of the storm is the most dominant with storm surge. But let's say it's the wind that is the most dominant heading into the coastline. So kind of something like this. You see how Adalia right now is swirling and the winds and the rain is being pulled in? Something like that. All right. So in this case, the winds are on the eastern side. But let's say the hurricane came from this way, right? Well, the winds would be slamming in on the northern side. So the northern side would be the most significant. So whichever side the winds are moving into the coast, that is always where the most significant storm surge will be localized. And because of that, if you end up being on that side, it ends up getting pretty catastrophic, unfortunately. So hopefully people took seriously the evacuation orders that were issued. Hopefully. Will floodwater levels come down today, or will it take more time? It probably will come down tonight, but it'll take a while before it actually does. It'll probably be like tomorrow morning when it finally kind of subsides a bit. Did you go over the 10% tour from the SPC? I did. I did go over that. And that threat for tornadoes goes from now all the way up until midnight. So, long day ahead for the potential of tornadoes. I appreciate everyone, by the way, who has helped spread awareness about this storm. Because even though the storm obviously has, been mentioned so many times on media social media, all sorts of stuff like that, and it's been spread around that this is here and it's happening. I think the impacts and I think the evacuation orders and all the information that we've brought together through the video that we made yesterday, the live stream that we had last night, and through the live stream that we have ongoing right now. Regardless if people are being hit right now or if there are people who know other people that are getting hit right now, you guys have helped me get this information out to those people just by even being here and watching this live. So I really do appreciate every single one of you guys. If you'd like to help us spread awareness to more and more people through the stream, hit the thumbs up button down below. That really does help us spread information out here on YouTube. Yeah, and the other thing I have to consider as well is that high tide's also coming in a little bit after noon. So it may not entirely be, I mean, it's still gonna, the floodwaters are still gonna be hanging around, but it may not entirely cleared out until it's a little bit out of the way. New update just came in from the National Hurricane Center. The 10 a.m. advisory has come in. It is a 105 mile per hour storm now, with a pressure of 964 millibars. That's also a new tornado warning, so listen in. Nope, don't listen in apparently. My thing is not going to want to work, so I'll have to tell you guys. This is the 10 a.m. advisory. Save copy. All slides. Okay, coolio. Did that. So that is a new tornado warning. It is probably in Georgia. Probably. And it is. It's just to the west of Savannah. So we're going to take a look at that. And it's because a lot of these storms that are off the coast here are starting to surge inland. It's starting to really gain its character off of being an outer band of Adalia. And these outer bands either form water spouts over the water and make landfall as tornadoes, or these outer bands can merge with some other storms and actually create spin-up tornadoes. And this might exactly be what is going on right now. Tornado warning for Bryan, Liberty, Effingham, and Chatham counties until 10:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time in Georgia. This is just to the west of Savannah, so downtown Savannah is fine. That might be a tornado, however. That could very well possibly be a tornado north of Fleming. So if you are near Fleming, north of Fleming, anywhere along State Highway 144 in Georgia, this is right on the border of, what county is this? This is a weird county. Liberty County. On the border of Liberty County and Bryan County, there could potentially be a tornado ongoing right now north of Fleming. So if you know anyone that lives north of Fleming, just to the west of Richmond Hill, and just to the west of I-95, but just down to the south of I-16, near Ellabelle and south of Ellabelle, as well as south of Blitchton, you need to tell them to get into a sturdy structure, get into the lowest innermost part of the building, and stay away from windows. So it does look like there could potentially be a tornado here. Let's take a look at the delta velocity. Let's try and see how fast this thing actually is. 51 on top of 38. So that's a little under a 90 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the rotation actually is. That's how fast the winds are within that potential tornado. So we'll have to see if this thing actually does end up forming a tornado, but does have some pretty strong rotation for a storm that is supposed to be just a little mini storm. Looks like velocities have weakened. Don't see a debris signature. So it's not that I'm anticipating fully that I'm going to see a debris signature. But a lot of these tornadoes can even make themselves out as strong gusts of wind. It's almost kind of similar to that. So some of these areas might even be feeling like gusty winds in upwards of like 80 to 90 miles per hour. People are saying they're tired of looking at the ocean. Let's see if we can find another camera. It may not be here, but I could possibly... well, that's the ocean too, although that storm surge has increased significantly there in Deckle Beach. Let's see if I can find another camera over here in like Brunswick. There we go. Oh, that's another beach. I mean, to be fair, that is another camera that could be looking at storm surge as well. Oh, it rotates. The more you know. Yellow. We're gonna say sky camera. Cool. What about Jekyll Island? Might be better camera. Possibly. Yeah, I don't see a debris signature. If there is a debris signature, it's going to be very weak. Very, very weak. Believe it or not, I don't actually have a whole lot more cameras on hand besides these ones. So it might actually just be better if we just look at these cameras. It is what it is. It's fine. Storm surge is storm surge. The palm tree is covering it again. Once the palm tree is gone, I should be able to see what's going on. It's going to take a little bit, I assume. There it is. Yeah, storm surge is about the same there in Fish Creek. Steenhatchee. Yeah, there is quite a bit of storm surge here still. But yeah, probably the best camera to look at then here is the Deckle Beach area. Athens, Georgia, what are you expecting? Realistically speaking, I'm expecting you guys to kind of get some, but not a whole lot. It's not really going to be that significant. And I'll show you what I mean here. There's a new model that just came out, so hopefully this will give us everything we need to know. And it looks like it is. So here's the wind gusts. Time is up at the top part of your screen. Right here. So follow along. Follow along. And Athens, once again, wind gusts not really that high. Maybe about 30-mile-per-hour winds at most. Of course, some other portions of the state get more, and the coastline get pretty high wind gusts there as well. But not really too much from a wind gust perspective. And then from a rainfall perspective, I mean, you get some rain, but according to this, it's not a whole lot. Obviously, it looks like it's raining right now. Here. Yeah. If we go over here to the live screen here, you can see there's a little bit of a drizzle, a little bit of rain that's moving on through, but other than that, not really too much. What's happening in Jacksonville? Not really a whole lot, to be completely honest with you. Maybe some rain, maybe some activity for some a tornado warning or two, but not really too much. let's look back at the tornado warning that's just to the west of Savannah. If you're in Savannah, you're fine right now. The tornado warning is off to your west. It's west of Richmond Hill. It's west of I-95. Right. But Savannah in itself might actually get a little bit of a break here. It'll start to get pretty gusty, though. It'll continue to get gusty. It'll continue to be like that for a few more hours. So something like that should definitely be watched out for storm surge. Once again, flooding. Let's take a look at this tornado warning here. It looks like the velocities have weakened pretty significantly, actually. Looks like that might have been a debris signature, though. It looks like this thing did produce a tornado. It looks like it did produce a tornado. What I'm looking at right here is the correlation coefficient. See this yellow right here? This correlation coefficient essentially tells me if it's rain or not. Or at least if it's a mixture of rain and something else. And in some instances, it can say it's, you know, sky. Some instances, it can say it's hail, bugs, smoke, all sorts of different things. We have right here, which is underneath a velocity signature and some turbulence in the spectrum width. Possibly is a tornado that was in progress, and it looks like it's going to be crossing over State Highway 144. So west of Richmond Hill. If you live south of Ellabelle, or if you live near Ellabelle, I recommend you guys get into a sturdy structure and get into the lowest innermost part of your building. So as for north central Florida, are we done? Depends upon if the winds are super significant in your area or not. As for right now in north central Florida, like Lake City and Gainesville, there's still an abundance of wind gusts. But yeah, pretty much you guys are almost done, if not done. By noon, things should be completely over for the majority, if not all of Florida. With the exception of everyone along the coast, there might be still a little bit of storm surge. Lost power. Sheesh. Yeah, we're going to take a look at that here in a bit. What about Zephyr Hills? Zephyr Hills had a tornado warning earlier, I believe. Right now, Zephyr Hills is a couple showers and thunderstorms that are going to be moving on through. It's not completely out of the realm of possibilities for you guys to still be in the risk for something tornadic, but it's not very high as of right now. So, by the time it gets to noon, things should start to calm down a lot more. Still knowing that trailing band at Cape Coral. Yeah, there's a lot of this outer band here. And a couple of which is rotating too. So once again, if a tornado warning gets issued for your area, get into a sturdy structure in lowest innermost part. Yeah, there's still a lot of gusty winds across the area here in Central Florida. Things should start to calm down once we get to noon and a little bit past noon. Homosassa, how's it looking over there? There is a little bit of storm surge from what I've heard. A little bit of storm surge from what I heard. Actually, might have a camera over there. Maybe. Possibly. It's hard to see. River camera. The live view. The live stream. What? The live stream might be dead. Might not work. Which means I don't have a camera in Homosassa. I think I probably do here in Crystal River, though. Let's see if it works. This is Citrus County. Nope, that camera's dead too. Oh, look at this storm surge here in Tampa, though. Look at this storm surge in Tampa. So there is storm surge. It is a thing. This is why you shouldn't be near the water. This right here is why you shouldn't be near the water. There is storm surge there in Tampa. Is there anything else that I can use that might be useful? Not really. How is Polk City? Good question. I'm actually gonna leave the camera for Tampa up here, chat, for just a little bit. Give you guys a different view as to what's going on. Polk City, Florida is it's in central Florida. So you guys still have the chance for some pretty strong wind gusts. Once things get past, I'd say 1 o'clock, 1 to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, things should start to calm down. But I don't think anything other than wind is really going to be an issue for you. I mean, it might have a chance for something gusty, some wind gusts, but other than that, really not that big of a deal, honestly. What in the world? That's some really interesting footage. Jacob retweeted to me from Aaron J. Jack. There's the eye wall went over Perry and it was just absolutely doing dents. It was so strong over there. Expect there to be quite a bit of damage, honestly. There should be quite a bit of damage in Perry, let alone power outages. Any word on Steinhatchee? Steinhatchee, from what I know, has a lot of storm surge. Anything specifically from Steinhatchee, however, I have not heard of. But there is quite a bit of storm surge. That's Tampa, Florida. Tampa Bay right here. And even with a storm that didn't make a direct landfall near Tampa, because it, the surge was forcing its way towards Tampa, caused some more aerial flooding. So that'll do it. Now 268,000 people without power in Florida, which is kind of unsurprising. I'll show you guys the map here. 268,000 people without power. And then in Georgia, 20,000 people without power now, including a lot of counties that are here on the southern side of the state. So a lot of activity here too. A lot of activity. This thing keeps like closing. Need to like turn it back on. The Chugi Show, I think that's what it's pronounced. With the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. It says, my aunt lives 2 blocks from I-19. Refused to leave. My mom is in a panic because they closed it. Well, that sucks. I hope they are all right, honestly. I really do. I'm assuming, let's see, I-19, I would assume. Oh, probably Highway 19. Yeah, Highway 19. So Highway 19, fortunately, the news that I can give you for that, unless if you're like in the Big Bend of Florida, is there's that wasn't forecasted to be overrun with a whole lot of storm surge. If you are over in like the Perry area, however, that Perry area could probably see not only a lot of damage, but a lot of flooding as well. So, kind of hoping that you guys are all right and that your family is all right. But yeah, thank you so much for the 5. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, Discord is a weird application. I'll tell you what. But once you verify your account, once you've joined the Discord, make sure you head over to the rules. There's a little check mark at the bottom. Once you've read all the rules, make sure you hit that check mark, the green one. And then you'll have the majority, if not all, the server accessible to you, which is pretty nice. 65 mile per hour wind gust reported. That's south of Valdosta. It's pretty interesting there. Go over the Charleston's radar to see if there's any other. Oh, there's a couple storms. We might see a couple tornado warnings, honestly. Liberty County again, Bryan County again. Could see a tornado warning or two here for areas south of Savannah. So might want to watch. Mark, with the gifted membership, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And Tornado Clips, congratulations. You got yourself a gifted membership. So thank you guys so much for that. Is Macon going to get hit? In a roundabout way, it's going to get minorly hit. The wind gusts will probably be in upwards of like 40 miles per hour. But other than that, it's not really super significant, to be honest with you. What about Abbeville? Good question. Let me look up where Abbeville is first. And then I'll tell you what's going on. Abbeville. Sounds familiar, honestly. Is northeast of Tifton, which is over here. So Abbeville, it's kind of in the same boat as Macon, but wind gusts are probably going to be a bit stronger. We're probably talking about 50 mile per hour wind gusts. So if you guys can take a look at this wind gust map again for me. And yeah, wind gusts somewhere around 45 to 50 miles per hour. Statesboro gets around 50 mile per hour wind gusts. Even just the whole general area, wind gusts can be in upwards of 55 miles per hour. But some areas don't see as much. Four people have had to be rescued so far in Orange Beach, despite double red flags. People are just not smart. Surf may look, you know, appealing. It definitely is a major hazard. It looks like Storm Surge is really marching its way off to that side there. I wanted to look to see if this was overtaken quite yet. It's making its way over there, honestly. It's making its way over there. Jason with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says you can now include all of us here in my neighborhood, which is Bryan County. We just lost power with that suspected tornado. Really? Huh. And they might issue a new tornado warning, honestly. They might issue a new one for northern Bryan, for like Elabelle, Blychton, and eastern sides of Pembroke. Might cross over the interstate, too. Could get to southern Bullock County and southwestern Effingham. That might be a tornado near Keller. It's contaminated. The data is contaminated just a little bit, but that could be a tornado. We probably could see another tornado warning here. Another tornado warning for Bryan and Liberty counties. Got 2 areas of rotation there. And then, of course, we also have the rotation and north central Bryan County near Elabelle. So 3 areas of rotation. But Jason with the 5, once again, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Side effect of Saffir-Simpson scale, people don't take sub-Cat 5 storms seriously. That's true, and that's the one thing about like real-time hurricane forecasting that kind of sucks. There's your new tornado warning. It's the same area. When it doesn't talk, I know it's for Bryan County. There you go. I just know. But, yeah, I get that. If people can just understand that a Cat 4 and a Cat 5 is basically the same thing. I mean, Cat 5 is obviously worse. But, like, the damage that they do is around the same. If they can both understand that. They can understand that both. It'll be fine. There's the new tornado warning for Keller and Richmond Hill, which is exactly what we've been talking about here. So new tornado warning here for Bryan and Chatham County. That will be in effect until 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you guys live in Keller or Richmond Hill, you need to get into a sturdy building, get in the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or tornado as possible. You also want to make sure that you get helmets, pillows, hard-soled shoes. If you don't have a helmet, put a pot on your head. Does the same exact thing. Doesn't, you may not think about it at first, but it does. If it covers your noggin, you'll be fine. And do not get outside unless the tornado warning is canceled or the storm officially moves past your area. But there's going to be more storms, unfortunately. There's going to be more storms that are going to be moving through the area, so don't be too surprised if you get more activity. Been without power for hours now in Valdosta? That's actually pretty crazy. Especially since the whole eye wall now is like right over you guys. A lot of significant winds, some of which are in upwards of 100 miles per hour. Some wind gusts that I'm seeing here are actually that high. I've even seen some that could potentially be in upwards of 110 to 115 miles per hour. Some of these wind gusts. So that's kind of pretty crazy to think about. I want to take a look How many people are without power now in Georgia? Yeah, Bryan County, there's 1,674 people without power in Bryan, likely to that due to that tornado. And of course, 3,775 people without power in Georgia. Let's see if Florida has gone up a bit. No, it's about the same. It's actually went down. They've been fixing some of the power issues. But 263, almost 264,000 people without power. So yeah, once again, tornado warning here. This is likely a tornado in progress near Keller. This is likely a tornado in progress. Wow, the normalized rotation is actually going beyond the green. It is now going to the yellow. So yellow is on the higher end of the normalized rotation for moderate rotation. All it takes after yellow is red and pink, and you have a close to a violent tornado. So this could have potentially been a strong tornado, according to the radar. And if you're in Keller, once again, if you're in Keller here in Georgia, it is recommended that you guys seek shelter now. If you haven't already, please be sure to spread this information with as many people as possible. Hit that thumbs up button down below as well to help us spread this out on YouTube. Because there could be some people that live over here in Richmond Hill and Keller and they stumble upon my stream. So, I want to make sure that people know what's going on. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, by the way, feel free to send the stream to them as well. So that way I can hopefully kind of walk this through them. You guys get what I mean. Interesting. Just saw something on my side screen. I'll say it in a little bit. It's not that that big of a deal, fortunately. So I retweeted a bunch of stuff on Twitter for people to see if they wanted to. I don't see debris signature with the storm quite yet. Maybe not a tornado ongoing right now. Tried to find you on Twitter, but you've only seen posts from 2022. Do I have a different account? I don't believe so. Here, let me put my Twitter account in the chat right there. If you guys want to see it, go look at it. Recommend you do. I post a lot of stuff over there. So, it's honestly kind of fun. I'm about to... Wow. That's like, honestly really crazy. I think both of these rotations are now starting to try and consolidate. One to the south of Keller, one to the north of Keller. That's what I'm seeing from this, at least. Got an emergency warning for flash flooding in Valdosta. That could be a damage threat considerable flash flood warning. Could honestly be a damage threat. I think that is. Yes, it does look like it. Yes. Flash flood damage threat considerable. So once again, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. Cedar Key is a live camera up right now? Yeah. They do. It may not be as interesting as some of the other cameras that I saw. There is some debris that's floating around, but a lot of it now is just us looking at storm surge. You know what I mean? Like, we're trying to kind of track to see how these storms and their flooding kind of impact the coast and stuff like that. Fujiwara effect relate to tornadoes? Yep. Both for hurricanes and tornadoes. It happens to any low pressure system, any two low pressure systems. Yeah, that's some pretty significant damaging winds that are still in Valdosta. A lot of rain, a lot of wind. That's going to continue to be the case all the way up until this thing leaves. Looks like the rotation's starting to diminish, which is the good news. Pretty happy about that, honestly. Actually, really happy about that. So it looked like there were two of them. It looked like there were two areas of rotation that were really trying. I mean, there could have been some localized damage over in Keller, in Georgia, but the good news is it didn't really seem to do much more than that. The one thing I will say is that there will continue to be more and more tornado warnings along the coastline as long as these storms off the coast continue to exist. As long as they continue to exist and they continue to push it on through. Some of these could form water spouts and then they just make landfall as tornadoes. Others could just spin up over land and continue to pose a tornado threat. And that's the reason why the Storm Prediction Center issued a 10%, which is a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, a 10% chance for tornadoes up and down the coastline. Here, I'll show you guys, actually. There you go. There's the 3 out of 5 in that orange. And there's the tornado risk for you guys right there. If you're just tuning in here right now and you're trying to figure out what the heck Adalia is doing, Adalia made landfall this morning at 7:45 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It was a Category 4 hurricane. It weakened to a Category 3 hurricane right before landfall. It made landfall as a 125 mile per hour Category 3. Geesh. Yeah, there is rotation in Richmond Hill. There is a warning for it. There is a tornado warning for Richmond Hill right now. But the rotation is dying out, which is the good news. But we were talking about how there was going to be a tornadic storm that was going to move on to that area. What? 30 minutes ago? We were talking about it well before it actually moved off into that area, so Moody Air Force Base is gone. Is that radar seriously having issues right now? No, not quite yet. It's still hanging in there. Very well could be here soon. Very strong winds that are heading towards this thing. I'll tell you what. So let's take a look one more time. I say one more time because I really do mean this is one more time. We're getting close to where I retire for now, and then I see if I need to come back later on because I have something that I need to do here relatively soon. But let's take a look at our cameras. Once again, this is Deckle Beach. So the storm surge is once again overrun a lot of the area over here. We can take a look at Keaton Beach. Looks very similar to what we saw the last time we viewed at it, but storm surge has overrun the area over here. Fish Creek, if it can get the palm tree out of the way, we can see that storm surge has really overrun a lot of the area. It's also pretty sunny, too. It's also pretty sunny. Steenhatchee. Looks like that pier that was out over there in the road that we were looking at. It's all been overrun by water. A lot of storm surge over there. We would show you Horseshoe Beach, but that camera got taken away by the water. And then Cedar Key, of course, storm surge is still a thing over here as well. So I will stick a camera here. Let's put Steenhatchee. Actually might have difficulty loading, so we might do Keaton Beach again. Is the storm north of Land O'Lakes, Florida, rotating? Land O'Lakes, Florida, I believe, is what? Down south, I think? It's like in central portions of Florida. Let me look it up. Land O'Lakes. Yeah, it's north of Tampa. So it's kind of central Florida. Kind of. I'm starting to learn my geography. Just slightly. Yes, the storm north of Land O'Lakes is rotating. It could potentially be heading off towards the Blanton and the Dade City area. Whether or not that gets a tornado warning is going to be a really big question. Because they haven't issued tornado warnings on storms like that unless if it's been down south, like south of Tampa. So I don't know. But anyways, let's talk about, in general, what we can anticipate later on in the day. As I said, I might be back on live later on tonight. We probably be sometime around 4 to 5 Eastern. Sometime around then, maybe. But I'll honestly have to see. So no promises. But first things first, we got to talk about the cone here. The updated cone of uncertainty. Models think that this is going to continue to move on through up and along the coast. All right, and it won't actually move out of the southeastern United States until sometime around Thursday night. So between now and then, everyone that's on the east coast of the United States, from North Carolina down south, need to watch out. Storm surge is definitely possible. We'll talk about that here in a bit. There's also hurricane warnings that have been issued for areas over along the coastal areas of Georgia, all the way down towards Charleston, South Carolina. So if you guys know anyone who lives over there, storm surge is likely, and you guys need to get away from the flood-prone areas or the areas that are near the water. Head inland for 6 hours, and you'll be fine. All right, but you got to get out of the way of this storm first and not be trapped by all the flooding. All right, don't have a whole lot of time, but you're going to want to do it. All right. As for the aforementioned storm surge, we are anticipating about 2 to 5 feet of storm surge extending from the border of Florida and Georgia all the way up towards areas south of Myrtle Beach. So something to watch out for with that. And of course, storm surge is also possible up here into portions of the Outer Banks. So stuff to watch out for there as well. Rainfall and flash flooding. There's already been an abundance of rainfall with flash flood warnings that have been issued for areas near Valdosta. That will continue to move on through into portions of central and eastern South Carolina, as well as central and eastern North Carolina. So localized flash flooding is possible. If you are in any of these yellow or red areas and a flash flood warning has been issued, it's pretty simple. Turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways because they appear a lot shallower than they actually are. The other thing I want to mention here is we do have a risk for tornadoes here this afternoon and this evening. This will continue all the way up until midnight, more than likely. So if a tornado warning gets issued for your area, all right, it's pretty simple. Get into a sturdy building, get into the lowest innermost part of that building, all right? If you want to, you can also get hard-soled shoes. You can get helmets. You can get pillows. If you can't find a helmet, just get a pot. Stick that pot on top of your head. It'll work out. It'll be fine. But other than that, once you get past the forecast cone, this is where things start to get really interesting. There was an opportunity for this thing to try and come back into Florida. Now it seems more likely that it's going to swing more towards Bermuda. The steering flow is kind of a little bit more stronger coming out from the south towards the north, so it's going to try and push it a little bit further away from land. However, if the steering flow from the north that pushes it a bit further down south again ends up being stronger, then we could see some tracks try to come back around again, but we'll have to see. Right now, it seems that the majority say it's going to head back out to sea. Last couple of things that I want to mention, as it is still moving about now. The 11 a.m. advisory just came out. It is now a Category 1 hurricane with 90-mile-per-hour winds and a pressure of 971 millibars. So this thing is rapidly weakening over land, as hurricanes typically do. It's also racing off to the north-northeast at 20 miles per hour. So this thing is going to be in and out in a jiffy. It's not going to be sitting over an area for a really long time. So that's kind of the good news with that. But other than that, it's honestly not going to really be that much more than what I've talked about. We'll talk about the wind gusts here, the timings of all this as it's moving on through. The timing is right here. You can see in Eastern. And this is for Georgia and South Carolina. I'll move up to North Carolina here in a bit. But you can see wind gusts are going to be pretty consistent here all the way up until the late evening. A lot of very strong wind gusts that are going to be surging into the coastline starting this early afternoon all the way up until late this evening, and maybe even well overnight for the majority of the coastline of Georgia and South Carolina. It'll take about midnight before the winds start to really kind of calm down, if you will. But it'll still be tropical storm force winds across the board, with still some localized storm surge here into portions of Myrtle Beach and Wilmington. We'll move over to North Carolina real quickly and show you guys all of that there. Once it gets to North Carolina, believe it or not too much happens, or not too much that is different that is in South Carolina happens in North Carolina, with the exception of, as this continues to move overnight, we are anticipating maybe some strengthening in some winds over here near Cape Hatteras in the Outer Banks. So sometime in the late morning into early afternoon, winds are expected to intensify along the coastline some wind gusts at least, meaning that could have some pretty strong storm surge on the back end of this along some portions of the Outer Banks. So watch out for that if you're along the Outer Banks. I wouldn't be along the Outer Banks, honestly, from tonight into tomorrow. But that's kind of just me. That's how I think of it, like that. So what is there to take away from my rambling? Well, first off, make sure that if I do go live tonight, make sure you have notifications on. Make sure you hit that subscribe button down below if you haven't already, and hit that notification bell right next to it. Gives you all the notifications you need to know about when I go live and stuff like that. Of course, a lot of you have already subscribed already, so I really do appreciate what you guys have done for the channel and helping me grow it and grow this community. Every single time we do a live stream or a video, we always want to try and spread awareness to whatever weather event is ongoing. And today, yesterday, any sort of video that we've uploaded over the past almost week now is no different. We want to try and make sure that people stay safe, and that's what we hopefully did, and or hopefully we've made it so that the folks at home feel comfortable as we are broadcasting. So if I do go live, make sure you have notifications on, but otherwise, if I don't, make sure you have the emergency alert notifications on. All right, if a tornado warning or a flash flood warning gets issued for your area, please be sure to heed those warnings accordingly. If you're along the coastline, get away from the coastline. If you're in a flood-prone area, get away from the flood-prone area. Storm surge is going to be a thing. Flash flooding is going to be a thing. Don't risk it, all right? Be safe. Don't be sorry. That's the best thing I can take away from that. Odd Events with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, thanks for making this readily available. Well, I appreciate you supporting the channel as well, and even being here. It's greatly appreciated, so thank you so much. A couple other things that I want to mention before we end it here. Obviously, we've gotten up to 46,640 some odd subscribers, so that's pretty cool. I want to talk about some analytics here real quickly, because analytics are analytics. My video that I uploaded yesterday has gotten up to 40,000 views, so hopefully that got out to people who may need it. Maybe it was not in time, who knows. But we were able to get that outreach out to as many people as possible. Get over 10,600 likes on it, which is also pretty insane. So that's amazing. Last night we did a live stream that got out to 78,000 people, or 78,000 views, I should say. And our live stream here today, I'm looking here. This live stream that we have right now actually got out to 72,000 people alone, right? So my live stream last night was able to be on YouTube for a while, and people were able to view it, watch it, and look at stuff that happened after the fact. But this live stream alone, and it probably will get more views as it's been on YouTube for a longer period of time, will continue to get out to more and more people. So I wouldn't have been able to do any of that stuff without you all. I really do appreciate all your guys' support. And once again, I'm happy that everyone that I know here in chat, at least, are pretty safe. I hope that everyone else that got impacted by the storm is safe as well. I know there's a lot of power outages and a lot of lives that have been impacted by the storm. But I really do hope that a lot of people are okay and that they are going to be fine. That's what I hope for. So, Evie with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Thank you for the support. And yeah, I think that's going to be it for me, guys. I'll see if I can live stream once again later on tonight. But don't expect anything. Just make sure the notifications are on. If I do go live, then I go live. But if I don't, it'll probably be me either taking a break or me doing my lab for college. So thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy the video, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It's actually not a video, it's a live stream. If you enjoyed the live stream, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. Subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family and on social media. Also follow me on social media. Links will be in the description down below. I will catch you guys at some point within the next 24 hours. Well, maybe not in the next 24 hours, 36 hours. If I don't go live today, I'll make a video tomorrow of some sort, or I'll go live tomorrow. I'll have something out by tomorrow, late afternoon, early evening, for people to kind of get an idea as to what's going on. So, until then, I'll catch you guys next time. Peace out. Do, 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 do.